Chapter 1, Part 1 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Markgraf. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 1, The Crusades. Part 1. They heard, and up they sprang upon the wing innumerable, as when the potent rod of Amram's son in Egypt's evil day waved round the coast, upcalled a pitchy cloud of locusts, warping on the eastern wind that o'er the realm of impious Pharaoh hung like night, and darkened all the realm of Nile. So numberless were they. All in a moment through the gloom were seen 10,000 banners rise into the air, with orient colors waving. With them rose a forest huge of spears, and thronging helms appeared, and serried shields in thick array of depth immeasurable. Paradise Lost. Every age has its peculiar folly, some scheme, project, or fantasy into which it plunges, spurred on either by the love of gain, the necessity of excitement, or the mere force of imitation. Failing in these, it has some madness, to which it is goaded by political or religious causes, or both combined. Every one of these causes influenced the Crusades, and conspired to render them the most extraordinary instance upon record of the extent to which popular enthusiasm can be carried. History in her solemn page informs us that the Crusaders were but ignorant and savage men, that their motives were those of bigotry unmitigated, and that their pathway was one of blood and tears. Romance, on the other hand, dilates upon their piety and heroism, and portrays, in her most glowing and impassioned hues, their virtue and magnanimity, the imperishable honor they acquired for themselves, and the great services they rendered to Christianity. In the following pages we shall ransack the stores of both, to discover the true spirit that animated the motley multitude who took up arms in the service of the cross, leaving history to vouch for facts, but not disdaining the aid of contemporary poetry and romance, to throw light upon feelings, motives, and opinions. In order to understand thoroughly the state of public feeling in Europe at the time when Peter the Hermit preached the Holy War, it will be necessary to go back for many years anterior to that event. We must make acquaintance with the pilgrims of the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries, and learn the tales they told of the dangers they had passed and the wonders they had seen. Pilgrimages to the Holy Land seem at first to have been undertaken by converted Jews, and by Christian devotees of lively imagination, pining with a natural curiosity to visit the scenes which of all others were most interesting in their eyes. The pious and the impious alike flocked to Jerusalem, the one class to feast their sights on the scenes hallowed by the life and sufferings of their Lord, and the other because it soon became a generally received opinion that such a pilgrimage was sufficient to rub off the long score of sins, however atrocious. Another and very numerous class of pilgrims were the idle and roving, who visited Palestine then as the moderns visit Italy or Switzerland now, because it was the fashion, and because they might please their vanity by retailing on their return the adventures they had met with. But the really pious formed the great majority. Every year their numbers increased, until at last they became so numerous as to be called the armies of the Lord. Full of enthusiasm, they set the dangers and difficulties of the way at defiance, and lingered with holy rapture on every scene described by the evangelists. To them it was bliss indeed to drink the clear waters of the Jordan, or be baptized in the same stream where John had baptized the Savior. They wandered with awe and pleasure in the purlieus of the temple, on the solemn Mount of Olives, or the awful Calvary, where a God had bled for sinful men. To these pilgrims every object was precious. Relics were eagerly sought after, flagons of water from Jordan, or panniers of mold from the hill of the crucifixion were brought home, and sold at extravagant prices to churches and monasteries. More apocryphal relics, such as the wood of the true cross, the tears of the Virgin Mary, the hems of her garments, the toenails and hair of the apostles, Even the tents that Paul had helped to manufacture were exhibited for sale by the knavish in Palestine and brought back to Europe with wondrous cost and care. A grove of 100 oaks would not have furnished all the wood sold in little morsels as remnants of the true cross. And the tears of Mary, if collected together, would have filled a cistern. For upwards of 200 years, the pilgrims met with no impediment in Palestine. The enlightened Harun al-Rashid and his more immediate successors encouraged the stream which brought so much wealth into Syria, and treated the wayfarers with the utmost courtesy. The race of Fatimite caliphs, who, although in other respects as tolerant, were more distressed for money, or more unscrupulous in obtaining it than their predecessors of the house of Abbas, imposed a tax of a bezant for each pilgrim that entered Jerusalem. This was a serious hardship upon the poorer sort, who had begged their weary way across Europe and arrived at the bourne of all their hopes without a coin. A great outcry was immediately raised, but still the tax was rigorously levied. The pilgrims, unable to pay, were compelled to remain at the gates of the holy city until some rich devotee arriving in his train paid the tax and let them in. Robert of Normandy, father of William the Conqueror, who, in common with many other nobles of the highest rank, undertook the pilgrimage, found on his arrival scores of pilgrims at the gate, anxiously expecting his coming to pay the tax for them. Upon no occasion was such a boon refused. The sums drawn from this source were a mine of wealth to the Muslim governors of Palestine, imposed as the tax had been at a time when pilgrimages had become more numerous than ever. A strange idea had taken possession of the popular mind at the close of the 10th and commencement of the 11th century. It was universally believed that the end of the world was at hand, that the 1,000 years of the apocalypse were near completion, and that Jesus Christ would descend upon Jerusalem to judge mankind. All Christendom was in commotion. A panic terror seized upon the weak, the credulous, and the guilty, who in those days formed more than 19/20ths of the population. Forsaking their homes, kindred, and occupation, they crowded to Jerusalem to await the coming of the Lord, lightened, as they imagined, of a load of sin by their weary pilgrimage. To increase the panic, the stars were observed to fall from heaven, earthquakes to shake the land, and violent hurricanes to blow down the forests. All of these, and more especially the meteoric phenomena, were looked upon as the forerunners of the approaching judgments. Not a meteor shot athwart the horizon that did not fill a district with alarm, and send away to Jerusalem a score of pilgrims, with staff in hand and wallet on their back, praying as they went for the remission of their sins. Men, women, and even children trudged in droves to the holy city in expectation of the day when the heavens would open and the Son of God descend in his glory. This extraordinary delusion, while it augmented the numbers, increased also the hardships of the pilgrims. Beggars became so numerous on all the highways between the west of Europe and Constantinople that the monks, the great almsgivers upon these occasions, would have brought starvation within sight of their own doors if they had not economized their resources and left the devotees to shift for themselves as they could. Hundreds of them were glad to subsist upon the berries that ripened by the road, who, before this great flux, might have shared the bread and flesh of the monasteries. But this was not the greatest of their difficulties. On their arrival in Jerusalem, they found that a sterner race had obtained possession of the Holy Land. The caliphs of Baghdad had been succeeded by the harsh Turks of the race of Seljuk, who looked upon the pilgrims with contempt and aversion. The Turks of the 11th century were more ferocious and less scrupulous than the Saracens of the 10th. They were annoyed at the immense number of pilgrims who overran the country, and still more so because they shewed no intention of quitting it. The hourly expectation of the last judgment kept them waiting, and the Turks, apprehensive of being at last driven from the soil by the swarms that were still arriving, heaped up difficulties in their way. Persecution of every kind awaited them. They were plundered and beaten with stripes, and kept in suspense for months at the gates of Jerusalem, unable to pay the golden bezant that was to procure them admission. When the first epidemic terror of the Day of Judgment began to subside, a few pilgrims ventured to return to Europe, their hearts big with indignation at the insults they had suffered. Everywhere as they passed, they related to a sympathizing auditory the wrongs of Christendom. Strange to say, even these recitals increased the mania for pilgrimage. The greater the dangers of the way, the fairer chance that sins of deep dye would be atoned for. Difficulty and suffering only heightened the merit, and fresh hordes issued from every town and village to win favor in the sight of heaven by a visit to the Holy Sepulchre. Thus did things continue during the whole of the 11th century. The train that was to explode so fearfully was now laid, and there wanted but the hand to apply the torch. At last the man appeared on the scene. Like all who had ever achieved so great an end, Peter the Hermit was exactly suited to the age, neither behind it nor in advance of it, but acute enough to penetrate its mystery ere it was discovered by any other. Enthusiastic, chivalrous, bigoted, and, if not insane, not far removed from insanity, he was the very prototype of the time. True enthusiasm is always persevering and always eloquent, and these two qualities were united in no common degree in the person of this extraordinary preacher. He was a monk of Amiens, and ere he assumed the hood and served as a soldier, he is represented of having been ill-favored and low in stature, but with an eye of surpassing brightness and intelligence. Having been seized with the mania of the age, he visited Jerusalem, and remained there till his blood boiled to see the cruel persecution heaped upon the devotees. On his return home, he shook the world by the eloquent story of their wrongs. Before entering into any further details of the marvelous results of his preaching, it will be advisable to cast a glance at the state of the mind of Europe, that we may understand all the better the causes of his success. First of all, there was the priesthood, which, exercising as it did the most conspicuous influence upon the fortunes of society, claims the largest share of attention. Religion was the ruling idea of that day, and the only civilizer capable of taming such wolves as then constituted the flock of the faithful. The clergy were all in all, and though they kept the popular mind in the most slavish subjection with regard to religious matters, they furnished it with the means of defense against all other oppression except their own. In the ecclesiastical ranks were concentrated all the true piety, all the learning, all the wisdom of the time, and as a natural consequence, a great portion of power, which their very wisdom perpetually incited them to expand. The people knew nothing of kings and nobles except in the way of injuries inflicted. The first ruled for, or more properly speaking, against, the barons, and the barons only existed to brave the power of the kings, or to trample with their iron heels upon the neck of prostrate democracy. The latter had no friend but the clergy, and these, though they necessarily instilled the superstition from which they themselves were not exempt, yet taught the cheering doctrine that all men were equal in the sight of heaven. Thus, while feudalism told them they had no rights in this world, religion told them they had every right in the next. With this consolation, they were for the time content, for political ideas had as yet taken no root. When the clergy, for other reasons, recommended the crusade, the people joined in it with enthusiasm. The subject of Palestine filled all minds. The pilgrims' tales of 2 centuries warmed every imagination. And when their friends, their guides, and their instructors preached a war so much in accordance with their own prejudices and modes of thinking, the enthusiasm rose into a frenzy. But while religion inspired the masses, another agent was at work upon the nobility. These were fierce and lawless, tainted with every vice, endowed with no virtue, and redeemed by one good quality alone, that of courage. The only religion they felt was the religion of fear. That and their overboiling turbulence alike combined to guide them to the Holy Land. Most of them had sins enough to answer for. They lived with their hand against every man, and with no law but their own passions. They set at defiance the secular power of the clergy, but their hearts quailed at the awful denunciations of the pulpit with regard to the life to come. War was the business and the delight of their existence, and when they were promised remission of all their sins upon the easy condition of following their favorite bent, it is not to be wondered that they rushed with enthusiasm to the onslaught, and became as zealous in the service of the cross as the great majority of the people, who were swayed by more purely religious motives. Fanaticism and the love of battle alike impelled them to the war, while the kings and princes of Europe still had another motive for encouraging their zeal. Policy opened their eyes to the great advantages which would accrue to themselves by the absence of so many restless, intriguing, and bloodthirsty men, whose insolence it required more than the small power of royalty to restrain within due bounds. Thus every motive was favorable to the Crusades. Every class of society was alike incited to join or encourage the war. Kings and the clergy by policy, the nobles by turbulence and the love of domination, and the people by religious zeal and the concentrated enthusiasm of 2 centuries, skillfully directed by their only instructors. It was in Palestine itself that Peter the Hermit first conceived the grand idea of rousing the powers of Christendom to rescue the Christians of the East from the thraldom of the Mussulmans, and the sepulchre of Jesus from the rude hands of the infidel. The subject engrossed his whole mind. Even in the visions of the night he was full of it. One dream made such an impression upon him that he devoutly believed the Savior of the world himself appeared before him, and promised him aid and protection in his holy undertaking. If his zeal had ever wavered before, this was sufficient to fix it forever. Peter, after he had performed all the penances and duties of his pilgrimage, demanded an interview with Simeon, the patriarch of the Greek church at Jerusalem. Though the latter was a heretic in Peter's eyes, yet he was still a Christian, and felt as acutely as himself for the persecutions heaped by the Turks upon the followers of Jesus. The good prelate entered fully into his views, and at his suggestion wrote letters to the Pope and to the most influential monarchs of Christendom, detailing the sorrows of the faithful and urging them to take up arms in their defiance. Peter was not a laggard in the work. Taking an affectionate farewell of the patriarch, he returned in all haste to Italy. Pope Urban II occupied the apostolic chair. It was at that time far from being an easy seat. His predecessor Gregory had bequeathed him a host of disputes with the Emperor Henry IV of Germany, and he had converted Philip I of France into an enemy by his strenuous opposition to an adulterous connection formed by that monarch. So many dangers encompassed him that the Vatican was no secure abode, and he had taken refuge in Apulia under the protection of the renowned Robert Guiscard. Thither Peter appears to have followed him, though in what spot their meeting took place is not stated with any precision by ancient chroniclers or modern historians. Urban received him most kindly, read with tears in his eyes the epistle from the Patriarch Simeon, and listened to the eloquent story of the hermit with an attention which shewed how deeply he sympathized with the woes of the Christian Church. Enthusiasm is contagious, and the Pope appears to have caught it instantly from one whose zeal was so unbounded. Giving the hermit full powers, he sent him abroad to preach the holy war to all the nations and potentates of Christendom. The hermit preached, and countless thousands answered to his call. France, Germany, and Italy started at his voice, and prepared for the deliverance of Zion. One of the early historians of the Crusade, who was himself an eyewitness of the rapture of Europe, describes the potential appearance of the hermit at this time. He says that there appeared to be something of divine in everything which he said or did. The people so highly reverenced him that they plucked hairs from the mane of his mule that they might keep them as relics. While preaching, he wore in general a woolen tunic with a dark-colored mantle which fell down to his heels. His arms and feet were bare, and he ate neither flesh nor bread, supporting himself chiefly upon fish and wine. He set out, says the chronicler, from whence I know not, but we saw him passing through the towns and villages, preaching everywhere, and the people surrounding him in crowds, loading him with offerings and celebrating his sanctity with such great praises that I never remember to have seen such honors bestowed upon anyone. Thus he went on, untired, inflexible, and full of devotion, communicating his own madness to his hearers until Europe was stirred from its very depths. While the hermit was appealing with such signal success to the people, the Pope appealed with as much success to those who were to become the chiefs and leaders of the expedition. His first step was to call a council at Placentia in the autumn of the year 1095. Here, in the assembly of the clergy, the Pope debated the grand scheme and gave audience to emissaries who had been sent from Constantinople by the Emperor of the East to detail the progress made by the Turks in their design of establishing themselves in Europe. The clergy were, of course, unanimous in support of the crusade, and the council separated, each individual member of it being empowered to preach it to his people. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Recording by Markgraf.
Chapter 1, Part 2 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY. Volume 2, Chapter 1. The Crusades, Part 2. But Italy could not be expected to furnish all the aid required, and the Pope crossed the Alps to inspire the fierce and powerful nobility and chivalrous population of Gaul. His boldness in entering the territory and placing himself in the power of his foe, King Philip of France, is not the least surprising feature of his mission. Some have imagined that cool policy alone actuated him, while others assert that it was mere zeal, as warm and as blind as that of Peter the Hermit. The latter opinion seems to be the true one. Society did not calculate the consequences of what it was doing. Every man seemed to act from impulse only, and the Pope, in throwing himself into the heart of France, acted as much from impulse as the thousands who responded to his call. A council was eventually summoned to meet him at Clermont, in Auvergne, to consider the state of the Church, reform abuses, and above all make preparations for the war. It was in the midst of an extremely cold winter, and the ground was covered with snow. During 7 days the council sat with closed doors, while immense crowds from all parts of France flocked into the town, in expectation that the Pope himself would address the people. All the towns and villages for miles around were filled with the multitude. Even the fields were encumbered with people, who, unable to procure lodging, pitched their tents under the trees and by the wayside. All the neighborhood presented the appearance of a vast camp. During the 7 days' deliberation, a sentence of excommunication was passed upon King Philip for adultery with Bertrande de Montfort, Countess of Anjou, and for disobedience to the supreme authority of the Apostolic See. This bold step impressed the people with reverence for so stern a church, which in the discharge of its duty showed itself no respecter of persons. Their love and their fear were alike increased, and they were prepared to listen with more intense devotion to the preaching of so righteous and inflexible a pastor. The great square before the cathedral church of Clermont became every instant more densely crowded as the hour drew nigh when the Pope was to address the populace. Issuing from the church in his full canonicals, surrounded by his cardinals and bishops in all the splendor of Romish ecclesiastical costume, the Pope stood before the populace on a high scaffolding erected for the occasion, and covered with scarlet cloth. A brilliant array of bishops and cardinals surrounded him, and among them, humbler in rank but more important in the world's eye, the hermit Peter, dressed in his simple and austere habiliments. Historians differ as to whether or not Peter addressed the crowd, but as all agree that he was present, it seems reasonable to suppose that he spoke. But it was the oration of the Pope that was most important. As he lifted up his hands to ensure attention, every voice immediately became still. He began by detailing the miseries endured by their brethren in the Holy Land, how the plains of Palestine were desolated by the outrageous heathen, who with the sword and the firebrand carried wailing into the dwellings and flames into the possessions of the faithful, how Christian wives and daughters were defiled by pagan lust, how the altars of the true God were desecrated and the relics of the saints trodden under foot. You, continued the eloquent pontiff, and Urban II was one of the most eloquent men of the day, you who hear me and who have received the true faith and been endowed by God with power and strength and greatness of soul, whose ancestors have been the prop of Christendom and whose kings have put a barrier against the progress of the infidel, I call upon you to wipe off these impurities from the face of the earth, and lift your oppressed fellow Christians from the depths into which they have been trampled. The sepulchre of Christ is possessed by the heathen, the sacred place is dishonored by their vileness. O brave knights and faithful people, offspring of invincible fathers, ye will not degenerate from your ancient renown. Ye will not be restrained from embarking in this great cause by the tender ties of wife or little ones, but will remember the words of the Saviour of the world himself. Whosoever loves father and mother more than me is not worthy of me. Whosoever shall abandon for my name's sake his house, or his brethren, or his sisters, or his father, or his mother, or his wife, or his children, or his lands, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit eternal life. The warmth of the pontiff communicated itself to the crowd, and the enthusiasm of the people broke out several times ere he concluded his address. He went on to portray not only the spiritual but the temporal advantages that would accrue to those who took up arms in the service of the cross. Palestine was, he said, a land flowing with milk and honey, and precious in the sight of God as the scene of the grand events which had saved mankind. That land, he promised, should be divided among them. Moreover, they should have full pardon for all their offences, either against God or man. Go then, he added, in expiation of your sins, and go assured that after this world shall have passed away, imperishable glory shall be yours in the world which is to come. The enthusiasm was no longer to be restrained, and loud shouts interrupted the speaker, the people exclaiming as if with one voice, "Dieu le veult! Dieu le veult!" With great presence of mind, Urban took advantage of the outburst, and as soon as silence was obtained, continued, "Dear brethren, today is shown forth in you that which the Lord has said by his evangelist, when 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there will I be in the midst of them to bless them. If the Lord God had not been in your souls, you would not all have pronounced the same words, or rather, God himself pronounced them by your lips, for it was he that put them in your hearts. Be they then your war cry in the combat, for those words came forth from God. Let the army of the Lord, when it rushes upon his enemies, shout but that one cry, Dieu le veult! Dieu le veult! Let whoever is inclined to devote himself to this holy cause make it a solemn engagement, and bear the cross of the Lord either on his breast or his brow till he set out. And let him who is ready to begin his march place the holy emblem on his shoulders in memory of that precept of our Saviour. He who does not take up his cross and follow me is not worthy of me." The news of this council spread to the remotest parts of Europe in an incredibly short space of time. Long before the fleetest horseman could have brought the intelligence, it was known by the people in distant provinces, a fact which was considered as nothing less than supernatural. But the subject was in everybody's mouth, and the minds of men were prepared for the result. The enthusiastic merely asserted what they wished, and the event tallied with their prediction. This was, however, quite enough in those days for a miracle, and as a miracle every one regarded it. For several months after the Council of Clermont, France and Germany presented a singular spectacle. The pious, the fanatic, the needy, the dissolute, the young and the old, even women and children, and the halt and the lame, enrolled themselves by hundreds. In every village the clergy were busied in keeping up the excitement, promising eternal rewards to those who assumed the red cross, and fulminating the most awful denunciations against all the worldly minded who refused or even hesitated. Every debtor who joined the crusade was freed by the papal edict from the claims of his creditors. Outlaws of every grade were made equal with the honest upon the same conditions. The property of those who went was placed under the protection of the Church, and St. Paul and St. Peter themselves were believed to descend from their high abode to watch over the chattels of the absent pilgrims. Signs and portents were seen in the air to increase the fervour of the multitude. An aurora borealis of unusual brilliancy appeared, and thousands of the Crusaders came out to gaze upon it, prostrating themselves upon the earth in adoration. It was thought to be a sure prognostic of the interposition of the Most High, and a representation of his armies fighting with and overthrowing the infidels. Reports of wonders were everywhere rife. A monk had seen two gigantic warriors on horseback, the one representing a Christian and the other a Turk, fighting in the sky with flaming swords, the Christian, of course, overcoming the Paynim. Myriads of stars were said to have fallen from heaven, each representing the fall of a pagan foe. It was believed at the same time that the Emperor Charlemagne would rise from the grave and lead on to victory the embattled armies of the Lord. A singular feature of the popular madness was the enthusiasm of the women. Everywhere they encouraged their lovers and husbands to forsake all things for the holy war. Many of them burned the sign of the cross upon their breasts and arms, and colored the wound with a red dye as a lasting memorial of their zeal. Others, still more zealous, impressed the mark by the same means upon the tender limbs of young children and infants at the breast. Giordano tells of a monk who made a large incision upon his forehead in the form of a cross, which he colored with some powerful ingredient, telling the people that an angel had done it when he was asleep. The monk appears to have been more of a rogue than a fool, for he contrived to fare more sumptuously than any of his brother pilgrims upon the strength of his sanctity. The Crusaders everywhere gave him presents of food and money, and he became quite fat ere he arrived at Jerusalem, notwithstanding the fatigues of the way. If he had acknowledged in the first place that he had made the wound himself, he would not have been thought more holy than his fellows. But the story of the angel was a clincher. All those who had property of any description rushed to the mart to change it into hard cash. Lands and houses could be had for a quarter of their value, while arms and accoutrements of war rose in the same proportion. Corn, which had been excessively dear in anticipation of a year of scarcity, suddenly became plentiful, and such was the diminution in value of provisions that 7 sheep were sold for 5 deniers. The nobles mortgaged their estates for mere trifles to Jews and unbelievers, or conferred charters of immunity upon the towns and communes within their fiefs, for sums which, a few years previously, they would have rejected with disdain. The farmer endeavoured to sell his plough and the artisan his tools to purchase a sword for the deliverance of Jerusalem. Women disposed of their trinkets for the same purpose. During the spring and summer of this year, 1096, the roads teemed with Crusaders, all hastening to the towns and villages appointed as the rendezvous of the district. Some were on horseback, some in carts, and some came down the rivers in boats and rafts, bringing their wives and children, all eager to go to Jerusalem. Very few knew where Jerusalem was. Some thought it 50,000 miles away, and others imagined it was but a month's journey. While at the sight of every town or castle, the children exclaimed, "Is that Jerusalem? Is that the city?" Parties of knights and nobles might be seen travelling eastward, and amusing themselves as they went with the nightly diversion of hawking to lighten the fatigues of the way. Giordano, who did not write from hearsay but from actual observation, said the enthusiasm was so contagious that when any one heard the orders of the pontiff, he went instantly to solicit his neighbours and friends to join with him in the way of God, for so they called the proposed expedition. The Counts Palatine were full of the desire to undertake the journey, and all the inferior knights were animated with the same zeal. Even the poor caught the flame so ardently that no one paused to think of the inadequacy of his means, or to consider whether he ought to yield up his farm, his vineyard, or his fields. Each one set about selling his property at as low a price as if he had been held in some horrible captivity, and sought to pay his ransom without loss of time. Those who had not determined upon the journey joked and laughed at those who were thus disposing of their goods at such ruinous prices, prophesying that the expedition would be miserable and their return worse. But they held this language only for a day. The next they were suddenly seized with the same frenzy as the rest. Those who had been loudest in their jeers gave up all their property for a few crowns, and set out with those they had laughed so hard at a few hours before. In most cases the laugh was turned against them, for when it became known that a man was hesitating, his more zealous neighbours sent him a present of a knitting needle, or a distaff, to show their contempt of him. There was no resisting this, so that the fear of ridicule contributed its fair contingent to the armies of the Lord. Another effect of the Crusade was the religious obedience with which it inspired the people and the nobility for that singular institution, the Truce of God. At the commencement of the 11th century, the clergy of France, sympathizing for the woes of the people, but unable to diminish them, by repressing the rapacity and insolence of the feudal chiefs, endeavored to promote universal goodwill by the promulgation of the famous peace of God. All who conformed to it bound themselves by oath not to take revenge for any injury, not to enjoy the fruits of prosperity usurped from others, nor to use deadly weapons, in reward of which they would receive remission of all their sins. However benevolent the intention of this peace, it led to nothing but perjury, and violence reigned as uncontrolled as before. In the year 1041 another attempt was made to soften the angry passions of the semi-barbarous chiefs, and the truce of God was solemnly proclaimed. The truce lasted from the Wednesday evening to the Monday morning of every week, in which interval it was strictly forbidden to recur to violence on any pretext, or to seek revenge for any injury. It was impossible to civilize men by these means. Few even promised to become peaceable for so unconscionable a period as 5 days a week, or if they did, they made ample amends on the 2 days left open to them. The truce was afterwards shortened from the Saturday evening to the Monday morning, but little or no diminution of violence and bloodshed was the consequence. At the Council of Clermont, Urban II again solemnly proclaimed the truce. So strong was the religious feeling that everyone hastened to obey. All the minor passions disappeared before the grand passion of crusading. The feudal chief ceased to oppress, the robber to plunder, the people to complain, but one idea was in all hearts, and there seemed to be no room for any other. The encampments of these heterogeneous multitudes offered a singular aspect. Those vassals who ranged themselves under the banners of their lord erected tents around his castle, while those who undertook the war on their own account constructed booths and huts in the neighbourhood of the towns or villages, preparatory to their joining some popular leader of the expedition. The meadows of France were covered with tents. As the belligerents were to have remission of all their sins on their arrival in Palestine, hundreds of them gave themselves up to the most unbounded licentiousness. The courtesan with the red cross upon her shoulders plied her shameless trade with sensual pilgrims without scruple on either side. The lover of good cheer gave loose rein to his appetite, and drunkenness and debauchery flourished. Their zeal in the service of the Lord was to wipe out all faults and follies, and they had the same surety of salvation as the rigid anchorite. This reasoning had charms for the ignorant, and the sounds of lewd revelry and the voice of prayer rose at the same instant from the camp. It is now time to speak of the leaders of the expedition. Great multitudes ranged themselves under the command of Peter the Hermit, whom as the originator they considered the most appropriate leader of the war. Others joined the banner of a bold adventurer, whom history has dignified with no other name than that of Gautier sans Avoir, or Walter the Penniless, but who is represented as having been of noble family and well skilled in the art of war. A third multitude from Germany flocked around the standard of a monk named Gottschalk, of whom nothing is known except that he was a fanatic of the deepest dye. All these bands, which together are said to have amounted to 300,000 men, women, and children, were composed of the vilest rascality of Europe. Without discipline, principle, or true courage, they rushed through the nations like a pestilence, spreading terror and death wherever they went. The first multitude that set forth was led by Walter the Penniless early in the spring of 1096, within a very few months after the Council of Clermont. Each man of that irregular host aspired to be his own master. Like their nominal leader, each was poor to penury, and trusted for subsistence on his journey to the chances of the road. Rolling through Germany like a tide, they entered Hungary, where at first they were received with some degree of kindness by the people. The latter had not yet caught sufficient of the fire of enthusiasm to join the crusade themselves, but were willing enough to forward the cause by aiding those embarked in it. Unfortunately, this good understanding did not last long. The swarm were not contented with food for their necessities, but craved for luxuries also. They attacked and plundered the dwellings of the country people, and thought nothing of murder where resistance was offered. On their arrival before Semlin, the outraged Hungarians collected in large numbers, and attacking the rear of the crusading host, slew a great many of the stragglers, and taking away their arms and crosses, affixed them as trophies to the walls of the city. Walter appears to have been in no mood or condition to make reprisals, for his army, destructive as a plague of locusts when plunder urged them on, were useless against any regular attack from a determined enemy. Their rear continued to be thus harassed by the wrathful Hungarians until they were fairly out of their territory. On his entrance into Bulgaria, Walter met with no better fate. The cities and towns refused to let him pass, the villages denied him provisions, and the citizens and the country people uniting slaughtered his followers by hundreds. The progress of the army was more like a retreat than an advance, but as it was impossible to stand still, Walter continued his course till he arrived at Constantinople with a force which famine and the sword had diminished to 1/3 of its original number. The greater multitude, led by the enthusiastic hermit, followed close upon his heels with a bulky train of baggage and women and children sufficient to form a host of themselves. If it were possible to find a rabble more vile than the army of Walter the Penniless, it was that led by Peter the Hermit. Being better provided with means, they were not reduced to the necessity of pillage in their progress through Hungary, and had they taken any other route than that which led through Semlin, might perhaps have traversed the country without molestation. On their arrival before that city, their fury was raised at seeing the arms and red crosses of their predecessors hanging as trophies over the gates. Their pent-up ferocity exploded at the sight. The city was tumultuously attacked, and the besiegers entering, not by dint of bravery, but of superior numbers, it was given up to all the horrors which follow when victory, brutality, and licentiousness are linked together. Every evil passion was allowed to revel with impunity, and revenge, lust, and avarice, each had its hundreds of victims in unhappy Semlin. Any maniac can kindle a conflagration, but it may require many wise men to put it out. Peter the Hermit had blown the popular fury into a flame, but to cool it again was beyond his power. His followers rioted unrestrained until the fear of retaliation warned them to desist. When the King of Hungary was informed of the disasters of Semlin, he marched with a sufficient force to chastise the Hermit, who at the news broke up his camp and retreated towards the Morava, a broad and rapid stream that joins the Danube a few miles to the eastward of Belgrade. Here a party of indignant Bulgarians awaited him, and so harassed him as to make the passage of the river a task both of difficulty and danger. Great numbers of his infatuated followers perished in the waters, and many fell under the swords of the Bulgarians. The ancient chronicles do not mention the amount of the hermit's loss at this passage, but represent it in general terms as very great. At Nisa the Duke of Bulgaria fortified himself in fear of an assault, but Peter, having learned a little wisdom from experience, thought it best to avoid hostilities. He passed 3 nights in quietness under the walls, and the Duke, not wishing to exasperate unnecessarily so fierce and rapacious a host, allowed the townspeople to supply them with provisions. Peter took his departure peaceably on the following morning, but some German vagabonds, falling behind the main body of the army, set fire to the mills and house of a Bulgarian, with whom it appears they had had some dispute on the previous evening. The citizens of Nisa, who had throughout mistrusted the Crusaders and were prepared for the worst, sallied out immediately and took signal vengeance. The spoilers were cut to pieces, and the townspeople, pursuing the Hermit, captured all the women and children who had lagged in the rear, and a great quantity of baggage. Peter hereupon turned round and marched back to Nisa, to demand an explanation of the Duke of Bulgaria. The latter fairly stated the provocation given, and the Hermit could urge nothing in palliation of so gross an outrage. A negotiation was entered into, which promised to be successful, and the Bulgarians were about to deliver up the women and children, when a party of undisciplined Crusaders, acting solely upon their own suggestion, endeavoured to scale the walls and seize upon the town. Peter in vain exerted his authority. The confusion became general, and after a short but desperate battle, the Crusaders threw down their arms and fled in all directions. Their vast host was completely routed, the slaughter being so great among them as to be counted not by hundreds, but by thousands. It is said that the Hermit fled from this fatal field to a forest a few miles from Nisa, abandoned by every human creature. It would be curious to know whether, after so dire a reverse, his impierced breast sharp sorrow did in 1,000 pieces rive, or whether his fiery zeal still rose superior to calamity, and pictured the eventual triumph of his cause. He, so lately the leader of 100,000 men, was now a solitary skulker in the forests, liable at every instant to be discovered by some pursuing Bulgarian and cut off in mid-career. Chance at last brought him within sight of an eminence, where 2 or 3 of his bravest knights had collected 500 of the stragglers. These gladly received the Hermit, and a consultation having taken place, it was resolved to gather together the scattered remnants of the army. Fires were lighted on the hill, and scouts sent out in all directions for the fugitives. Horns were sounded at intervals to make known that friends were near, and before nightfall the hermit saw himself at the head of 7,000 men. During the succeeding day he was joined by 20,000 more, and with this miserable remnant of his force he pursued his route towards Constantinople. The bones of the rest mouldered in the forests of Bulgaria. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Recording by DrPGould. Chapter 1, Part 3 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY. Volume 2, Chapter 1. The Crusades, Part 3. On his arrival at Constantinople, where he found Walter the Penniless awaiting him, he was hospitably received by the Emperor Alexius. It might have been expected that the sad reverses they had undergone would have taught his followers common prudence, but unhappily for them their turbulence and love of plunder was not to be restrained. Although they were surrounded by friends, by whom all their wants were liberally supplied, they could not refrain from rapine. In vain the hermit exhorted them to tranquillity. He possessed no more power over them in subduing their passions than the obscurest soldier of the host. They set fire to several public buildings in Constantinople out of pure mischief, and stripped the lead from the roofs of the churches, which they afterwards sold for old metal in the purlieus of the city. From this time may be dated the aversion which the Emperor Alexius entertained for the Crusaders, and which was afterwards manifested in all his actions, even when he had to deal with the chivalrous and more honourable armies which arrived after the hermit. He seems to have imagined that the Turks themselves were enemies less formidable to his power than these outpourings of the refuse of Europe. He soon found a pretext to hurry them into Asia Minor. Peter crossed the Bosphorus with Walter, but the excesses of his followers were such that, despairing of accomplishing any good end by remaining at their head, he left them to themselves, and returned to Constantinople on the pretext of making arrangements with the government of Alexius for a proper supply of provisions. The Crusaders, forgetting that they were in the enemy's country, and that union above all things was desirable, gave themselves up to dissensions. Violent disputes arose between the Lombards and Normans commanded by Walter the Penniless, and the Franks and Germans led out by Peter. The latter separated themselves from the former, and choosing for their leader one Rinaldo, or Reinhold, marched forward and took possession of the fortress of Exorogorgon. The Sultan Soliman was on the alert with a superior force. A party of Crusaders, which had been detached from the fort and stationed at a little distance as an ambuscade, were surprised and cut to pieces, and Exorogorgon invested on all sides. The siege was protracted for 8 days, during which the Christians suffered the most acute agony from the want of water. It is hard to say how long the hope of succour or the energy of despair would have enabled them to hold out. Their treacherous leader cut the matter short by renouncing the Christian faith, and delivering up the fort into the hands of the Sultan. He was followed by 2 or 3 of his officers. All the rest, refusing to become Mahometans, were ruthlessly put to the sword. Thus perished the last wretched remnant of the vast multitude which had traversed Europe with Peter the Hermit. Walter the Penniless and his multitude met as miserable a fate. On the news of the disasters of Exorogorgon, they demanded to be led instantly against the Turks. Walter, who only wanted good soldiers to have made a good general, was cooler of head, and saw all the dangers of such a step. His force was wholly insufficient to make any decisive movement in a country where the enemy was so much superior, and where in case of defeat he had no secure position to fall back upon, and he therefore expressed his opinion against advancing until the arrival of reinforcements. This prudent counsel found no favour. The army loudly expressed their dissatisfaction at their chief, and prepared to march forward without him. Upon this the brave Walter put himself at their head, and rushed to destruction. Proceeding towards Nice, the modern Iznik, he was intercepted by the army of the Sultan. A fierce battle ensued, in which the Turks made fearful havoc. Out of 25,000 Christians, 22,000 were slain, and among them Gautier himself, who fell pierced by 7 mortal wounds. The remaining 3,000 retreated upon Civitot, where they entrenched themselves. Disgusted as was Peter the Hermit at the excesses of the multitude, who at his call had forsaken Europe, his heart was moved with grief and pity at their misfortunes. All his former zeal revived. Casting himself at the feet of the Emperor Alexius, he implored him, with tears in his eyes, to send relief to the few survivors at Civitot. The Emperor consented, and a force was sent, which arrived just in time to save them from destruction. The Turks had beleaguered the place, and the Crusaders were reduced to the last extremity. Negotiations were entered into, and the last 3,000 were conducted in safety to Constantinople. Alexius had suffered too much by their former excesses to be very desirous of retaining them in his capital. He therefore caused them all to be disarmed, and furnishing each with a sum of money, he sent them back to their own country. While these events were taking place, fresh hordes were issuing from the woods and wilds of Germany, all bent for the Holy Land. They were commanded by a fanatical priest named Gottschalk, who, like Gautier and Peter the Hermit, took his way through Hungary. History is extremely meagre in her details of the conduct and fate of this host, which amounted to at least 100,000 men. Robbery and murder seem to have journeyed with them, and the poor Hungarians were rendered almost desperate by their numbers and rapacity. Carloman, the king of the country, made a bold effort to get rid of them, for the resentment of his people had arrived at such a height that nothing short of the total extermination of the Crusaders would satisfy them. Gottschalk had to pay the penalty, not only for the ravages of his own bands, but for those of the swarms that had come before him. He and his army were induced, by some means or other, to lay down their arms. The savage Hungarians, seeing them thus defenceless, set upon them, and slaughtered them in great numbers. How many escaped their arrows we are not informed, but not one of them reached Palestine. Other swarms, under nameless leaders, issued from Germany and France, more brutal and more fanatic than any that had preceded them. Their fanaticism surpassed by far the wildest freaks of the followers of the Hermit. In bands varying in number from 1 to 5,000, they traversed the country in all directions, bent upon plunder and massacre. They wore the symbol of the Crusade upon their shoulders, but inveighed against the folly of proceeding to the Holy Land to destroy the Turks, while they left behind them so many Jews, the still more inveterate enemies of Christ. They swore fierce vengeance against this unhappy race, and murdered all the Hebrews they could lay their hands on, first subjecting them to the most horrible mutilation. According to the testimony of Alberticensis, they lived among each other in the most shameless profligacy, and their vice was only exceeded by their superstition. Whenever they were in search of Jews, they were preceded by a goose and goat, which they believed to be holy, and animated with divine power to discover the retreats of the unbelievers. In Germany alone they slaughtered more than 1,000 Jews, notwithstanding all the efforts of the clergy to save them. So dreadful was the cruelty of their tormentors, that great numbers of Jews committed self-destruction to avoid falling into their hands. Again it fell to the lot of the Hungarians to deliver Europe from these pests. When there were no more Jews to murder, the bands collected in one body, and took the old route to the Holy Land, a route stained with the blood of 300,000 who had gone before, and destined also to receive theirs. The number of these swarms has never been stated, but so many of them perished in Hungary that contemporary writers, despairing of giving any adequate idea of their multitudes, state that the fields were actually heaped with their corpses, and that for miles in its course the waters of the Danube were dyed with their blood. It was at Mersburg on the Danube that the greatest slaughter took place, a slaughter so great as to amount almost to extermination. The Hungarians for a while disputed the passage of the river, but the Crusaders forced their way across, and attacking the city with the blind courage of madness, succeeded in making a breach in the walls. At this moment of victory an unaccountable fear came over them. Throwing down their arms, they fled panic-stricken, no one knew why, and no one knew whither. The Hungarians followed, sword in hand, and cut them down without remorse, and in such numbers that the stream of the Danube is said to have been choked up by their unburied bodies. This was the worst paroxysm of the madness of Europe, and this past, her chivalry stepped upon the scene. Men of cool heads, mature plans, and invincible courage stood forward to lead and direct the grand movement of Europe upon Asia. It is upon these men that romance has lavished her most admiring epithets, leaving to the condemnation of history the vileness and brutality of those who went before. Of these leaders the most distinguished were Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine, and Raymond, Count of Toulouse. 4 other chiefs of the royal blood of Europe also assumed the cross, and led each his army to the Holy Land. Hugh, Count of Vermandois, brother of the King of France; Robert, Duke of Normandy, the elder brother of William Rufus; Robert, Count of Flanders; and Bohemond, Prince of Tarentum, eldest son of the celebrated Robert Guiscard. These men were all tinged with the fanaticism of the age, but none of them acted entirely from religious motives. They were neither utterly reckless, like Gautier Sans-Avoix, crazy like Peter the Hermit, nor brutal like Gottschalk the monk, but possessed each of these qualities in a milder form, their valour being tempered by caution, their religious zeal by worldly views, and their ferocity by the spirit of chivalry. They saw whither led the torrent of the public will, and it being neither their wish nor their interest to stem it, they allowed themselves to be carried with it in the hope that it would lead them at last to a haven of aggrandizement. Around them congregated many minor chiefs, the flower of the nobility of France and Italy, with some few from Germany, England, and Spain. It was wisely conjectured that armies so numerous would find a difficulty in procuring provisions if they all journeyed by the same road. They therefore resolved to separate, Godfrey de Bouillon proceeding through Hungary and Bulgaria, the Count of Toulouse through Lombardy and Dalmatia, and the other leaders through Apulia to Constantinople, where the several divisions were to reunite. The forces under these leaders have been variously estimated. The Princess Anna Comnena talks of them of having been as numerous as the sands on the seashore, or the stars in the firmament. Fulcher of Chartres is more satisfactory, and exaggerates less magnificently, when he states that all the divisions, when they had sat down before Nice and Bithynia, amounted to 100,000 horsemen and 600,000 men on foot, exclusive of the priests, women, and children. Gibbon is of opinion that this amount is exaggerated, but thinks the actual numbers did not fall very far short of the calculation. The Princess Anna afterwards gives the number of those under Godfrey of Bouillon as 80,000 foot and horse, and supposing that each of the other chiefs led an army as numerous, the total would be nearly 500,000. This must be over rather than under the mark, as the army of Godfrey of Bouillon was confessedly the largest when it set out, and suffered less by the way than any other. The Count of Vermandois was the first who set foot on the Grecian territory. On his arrival at Durazzo he was received with every mark of respect and courtesy by the agents of the Emperor, and his followers were abundantly supplied with provisions. Suddenly, however, and without cause assigned, the Count was arrested by order of the Emperor Alexius, and conveyed a close prisoner to Constantinople. Various motives have been assigned by different authors as having induced the Emperor to this treacherous and imprudent proceeding. By every writer he has been condemned for so flagrant a breach of hospitality and justice. The most probable reason for his conduct appears to be that suggested by Guibert of Nogent, who states that Alexius, fearful of the designs of the Crusaders upon his throne, resorted to this extremity in order afterwards to force the Count to take the oath of allegiance to him as the price of his liberation. The example of a prince so eminent as the brother of the King of France would, he thought, be readily followed by the other chiefs of the Crusade. In the result he was woefully disappointed, as every man deserves to be who commits positive evil that doubtful good may ensue. But this line of policy accorded well enough with the narrow-mindedness of the Emperor, who, in the enervating atmosphere of his highly civilized and luxurious court, dreaded the influx of the hardy and ambitious warriors of the West, and strove to nibble away by unworthy means the power which he had not energy enough to confront. If danger to himself had existed from the residence of the chiefs in his dominions, he might easily have averted it by the simple means of placing himself at the head of the European movement, and directing its energies to their avowed object, the conquest of the Holy Land. But the Emperor, instead of being, as he might have been, the lord and leader of the Crusades, which he himself aided in no inconsiderable degree to suscitate by his embassies to the Pope, became the slave of men who hated and despised him. No doubt the barbarous successes of the followers of Gautier and Peter the Hermit made him look upon the whole body of them with disgust, but it was the disgust of a little mind which is glad of any excuse to palliate or justify its own irresolution and love of ease. Godfrey of Bouillon traversed Hungary in the most quiet and orderly manner. On his arrival at Meyersburg he found the country strewed with the mangled corpses of the Jew killers, and demanded of the King of Hungary for what reason his people had set upon them. The latter detailed the atrocities they had committed, and made it so evident to Godfrey that the Hungarians had only acted in self-defence, that the high-minded leader declared himself satisfied and passed on without giving or receiving molestation. On his arrival at Philippopoli, he was informed for the first time of the imprisonment of the Count of Vermandois. He immediately sent messengers to the Emperor, demanding the Count's release, and threatening, in case of refusal, to lay waste the country with fire and sword. After waiting a day at Philippopoli, he marched on to Adrianople, where he was met by his messengers returning with the Emperor's refusal. Godfrey, the bravest and most determined of the leaders of the Crusade, was not a man to swerve from his word, and the country was given up to pillage. Alexius here committed another blunder. No sooner did he learn from dire experience that the Crusader was not an utterer of idle threats, than he consented to the release of the prisoner. As he had been unjust in the first instance, he became cowardly in the second, and taught his enemies, for so the Crusaders were forced to consider themselves, a lesson which they took care to remember to his cost, that they could hope nothing from his sense of justice, but everything from his fears. Godfrey remained encamped for several weeks in the neighbourhood of Constantinople, to the great annoyance of Alexius, who sought by every means to extort from him the homage he had extorted from Vermandois. Sometimes he acted as if it opened and declared war with the Crusaders, and sent his troops against them. Sometimes he refused to supply them with food, and ordered the markets to be shut against them, while at other times he was all for peace and goodwill, and sent costly presents to Godfrey. The honest, straightforward Crusader was at last so wearied by his false kindness, and so pestered by his attacks, that, allowing his indignation to get the better of his judgment, he gave up the country around Constantinople to be plundered by his soldiers. For 6 days the flames of the farmhouses around struck terror into the heart of Alexius. But as Godfrey anticipated, they convinced him of his error. Fearing that Constantinople itself would be the next object of attack, he sent messengers to demand an interview with Godfrey, offering at the same time to leave his son as a hostage for his good faith. Godfrey agreed to meet him, and whether to put an end to these useless dissensions, or for some other unexplained reason, he rendered homage to Alexius as his liege lord. He was thereupon loaded with honours, and, according to a singular custom of that age, underwent the ceremony of the adoption of honour as son to the Emperor. Godfrey and his brother Baudouin de Bouillon conducted themselves with proper courtesy on this occasion, but were not able to restrain the insolence of their followers, who did not conceive themselves bound to keep any terms with a man so insincere as he had shown himself. One barbarous chieftain, Count Robert of Paris, carried his insolence so far as to seat himself upon the throne, an insult which Alexius merely resented with a sneer, but which did not induce him to look with less mistrust upon the hordes that were still advancing. It is impossible, notwithstanding his treachery, to avoid feeling some compassion for the Emperor, whose life at this time was rendered one long scene of misery by the presumption of the Crusaders, and his not altogether groundless fears of the evil they might inflict upon him, should any untoward circumstance force the current of their ambition to the conquest of his empire. His daughter, Anna Comnena, feelingly deplores his state of life at this time, and a learned German in a recent work describes it on the authority of the princess in the following manner: "To avoid all occasion of offence to the Crusaders, Alexius complied with all their whims and their on many occasions unreasonable demands, even at the expense of great bodily exertion, at a time when he was suffering severely under the gout, which eventually brought him to his grave. No Crusader who desired an interview with him was refused access. He listened with the utmost patience to the long-winded harangues which their loquacity or zeal continually wearied him with. He endured without expressing any impatience the unbecoming and haughty language which they permitted themselves to employ towards him, and severely reprimanded his officers when they undertook to defend the dignity of the imperial station from these rude assaults, for he trembled with apprehension at the slightest disputes, lest they might become the occasion of greater evil. Though the counts often appeared before him with trains altogether unsuitable to their dignity, and to his, sometimes with an entire troop, which completely filled the royal apartment, the Emperor held his peace. He listened to them at all hours. He often seated himself on his throne at daybreak to attend to their wishes and requests, and the evening twilight saw him still in the same place. Very frequently he could not snatch time to refresh himself with meat and drink. During many nights he could not obtain any repose, and was obliged to indulge in an unrefreshing sleep upon his throne, with his head resting on his hands. Even this slumber was continually disturbed by the appearance and harangues of some newly arrived rude knights. When all the courtiers, wearied out by the efforts of the day and by night watching, could no longer keep themselves on their feet, and sank down exhausted, some upon benches and others on the floor, Alexius still rallied his strength to listen with seeming attention to the wearisome chatter of the Latins, that they might have no occasion or pretext for discontent. In such a state of fear and anxiety, how could Alexius comport himself with dignity and like an emperor?" End of Chapter 1, Part 3. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 1, Part 4 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Bodwin. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 1, The Crusades, Part 4. Alexius, however, had himself to blame in a great measure for the indignities he suffered. Owing to his insincerity, the Crusaders mistrusted him so much that it became at last a common saying that the Turks and Saracens were not such inveterate foes to the Western or Latin Christians as the Emperor Alexius and the Greeks. It would be needless in this sketch, which does not profess to be so much a history of the Crusades as of the madness of Europe from which they sprang, to detail the various acts of bribery and intimidation, cajolery and hostility, by which Alexius contrived to make each of the leaders in succession, as they arrived, take the oath of allegiance to him as their suzerain. One way or another, he exacted from each the barren homage on which he had set his heart, and they were then allowed to proceed into Asia Minor. One only, Raymond de St. Gilles, Count of Toulouse, obstinately refused the homage. Their residence in Constantinople was productive of no good to the armies of the Cross. Bickerings and contentions on the one hand, and the influence of a depraved and luxurious court on the other, destroyed the elasticity of their spirits and cooled the first ardor of their enthusiasm. At one time, the army of the Count of Toulouse was on the point of disbanding itself, and had not their leader energetically removed them across the Bosphorus, this would have been the result. Once in Asia, their spirits in some degree revived, and the presence of danger and difficulty nerved them to the work they had undertaken. The first operation of the war was the siege of Nice, to gain possession of which all their efforts were directed. Godfrey of Bouillon and the Count of Vermandois were joined under its walls by each host in succession as it left Constantinople. Among the celebrated crusaders who fought at this siege we find, besides the leaders already mentioned, the brave and generous Tancred, whose name and fame have been immortalized in the Jerusalem Liberata, the valorous Bishop of Puy, Baldwin, afterwards King of Jerusalem, and Peter the Hermit, now an almost solitary soldier, shorn of all the power and influence he had formerly possessed. Kilij Aslan, the Sultan of Rome and the chief of the Seljukian Turks, whose deeds, surrounded by the false halo of romance, are familiar to the readers of Tasso, under the name of Solomon, marched to defend this city, but was defeated after several obstinate engagements, in which the Christians showed a degree of heroism that quite astonished him. The Turkish chief had expected to find a wild, undisciplined multitude, like that under Peter the Hermit, without leaders capable of enforcing obedience, instead of which he found the most experienced leaders of the age, at the head of armies that had just fanaticism enough to be ferocious, but not enough to render them ungovernable. In these engagements, many hundreds fell on both sides, and on both sides, the most revolting barbarity was practiced. The Crusaders cut off the heads of the fallen Mussulmans and sent them in panniers to Constantinople as trophies of their victory. After the temporary defeat of Kilij Aslan, the siege of Nice was carried on with redoubled vigor. The Turks defended themselves with the greatest obstinacy and discharged showers of poisoned arrows upon the Crusaders. When any unfortunate wretch was killed under the walls, they let down iron hooks from above and drew the body up, which, after stripping and mutilating, they threw back again at the besiegers. The latter were well supplied with provisions, and for 36 days the siege continued without any relaxation of the efforts on either side. Many tales are told of the almost superhuman heroism of the Christian leaders, how one man put 1,000 to flight, and how the arrows of the faithful never missed their mark. One anecdote of Godfrey of Bouillon, related by Albert of Aix, is worth recording, not only as showing the high opinion entertained of his valor, but as showing the contagious credulity of the armies, a credulity which as often led them to the very verge of defeat as it incited them to victory. One Turk of gigantic stature took his station day by day on the battlements of Nice, and, bearing an enormous bow, committed great havoc among the Christian host. Not a shaft he sped but bore death upon its point, and although the Crusaders aimed repeatedly at his breast, and he stood in the most exposed position, their arrows fell harmless at his feet. He seemed to be invulnerable to attack, and a report was soon spread abroad that he was no other than the arch-fiend himself, and that mortal hand could not prevail against him. Godfrey of Bouillon, who had no faith in the supernatural character of the Mussulman, determined, if possible, to put an end to the dismay which was rapidly paralyzing the exertions of his best soldiers. Taking a huge crossbow, he stood forward in front of the army to try the steadiness of his hand against the much-dreaded archer. The shaft was aimed directly at his heart and took fatal effect. The Moslem fell amid the groans of the besieged and the shouts of Deus adjuva, Deus adjuva, the war cry of the besiegers. At last, the Crusaders imagined that they had overcome all obstacles and were preparing to take possession of the city when, to their great astonishment, they saw the flag of the Emperor Alexius flying from the battlements. An emissary of the emperor, named Faticius, or Tatin, had contrived to gain admission with a body of Greek troops, at a point which the Crusaders had left unprotected, and had persuaded the Turks to surrender to him rather than to the crusading forces. The greatest indignation prevailed in the army when this stratagem was discovered, and the soldiers were, with the utmost difficulty, prevented from renewing the attack and besieging the Greek emissary. The army, however, continued its march, and by some means or other was broken into 2 divisions. Some historians say accidentally, while others affirm by mutual consent, and for the convenience of obtaining provisions on the way. The one division was composed of the forces under Bohemond, Tancred, and the Duke of Normandy, while the other, which took a route at some distance on the right, was commanded by Godfrey of Bouillon and the other chiefs. The Sultan of Rome, who, after his losses at Nice, had been silently making great efforts to crush the Crusaders at one blow, collected in a very short time all the multitudinous tribes that owed him allegiance, and with an army which, according to a moderate calculation, amounted to 200,000 men, chiefly cavalry, he fell upon the first division of the Christian host in the valley of Dorylaeum. It was early in the morning of the 1st of July, 1097, when the Crusaders saw the first companies of the Turkish horsemen pouring down upon them from the hills. Bohemond had hardly time to set himself in order and transport his sick and helpless to the rear when the overwhelming force of the Orientals was upon him. The Christian army, composed principally of men on foot, gave way on all sides, and the hoofs of the Turkish steeds and the poisoned arrows of their bowmen mowed them down by hundreds. After having lost the flower of their chivalry, the Christians retreated upon their baggage, when a dreadful slaughter took place. Neither women nor children, nor the sick were spared. Just as they were reduced to the last extremity, Godfrey of Bouillon and the Count of Toulouse made their appearance on the field, and turned the tide of the battle. After an obstinate engagement, the Turks fled, and their rich camp fell into the hands of the enemy. The loss of the Crusaders amounted to about 4,000 men, with several chiefs of renown, among whom were Count Robert of Paris and William, the brother of Tancred. The loss of the Turks, which did not exceed this number, taught them to pursue a different mode of warfare. The Sultan was far from being defeated. With his still gigantic army, he laid waste all the country on either side of the Crusaders. The latter, who were unaware of the tactics of the enemy, found plenty of provisions in the Turkish camp, but so far from economizing these resources, they gave themselves up for several days to the most unbounded extravagance. They soon paid dearly for their heedlessness. In the ravaged country of Phrygia, through which they advanced toward Antiochetta, they suffered dreadfully for want of food for themselves and pasture for their cattle. Above them was a scorching sun, almost sufficient of itself to dry up the freshness of the land, a task which the firebrands of the Sultan had but too surely effected, and water was not to be had after the first day of their march. The pilgrims died at the rate of 500 a day. The horses of the knights perished on the road, and the baggage which they had aided to transport was either placed upon dogs, sheep, and swine, or abandoned altogether. In some of the calamities that afterwards befell them, the Christians gave themselves up to the most reckless profligacy. But upon this occasion, the dissensions which prosperity had engendered were all forgotten. Religion, often disregarded, arose in the stern presence of misfortune, and cheered them as they died by the promises of eternal felicity. At length they reached Antiochetta, where they found water in abundance and pastures for their expiring cattle. Plenty once more surrounded them, and here they pitched their tents. Untaught by the bitter experience of famine, they again gave themselves up to luxury and waste. On the 18th of October, they sat down before the strong city of Antioch, the siege of which, and the events to which it gave rise, are among the most extraordinary incidents of the Crusade. The city, which is situated on an eminence, and washed by the river Orontes, is naturally a very strong position, and the Turkish garrison were well supplied with provisions to endure a long siege. In this respect, the Christians were also fortunate, but unlucky for themselves, unwise. Their force amounted to 300,000 fighting men, and we are informed by Raymond d'Argile that they had so much provision that they threw away the greater part of every animal they killed, being so dainty that they would only eat particular parts of the beast. So insane was their extravagance that in less than 10 days, famine began to stare them in the face. After making a fruitless attempt to gain possession of the city by a coup de main, they, starving themselves, sat down to starve out the enemy. But with want came a cooling of enthusiasm. The chiefs began to grow weary of the expedition. Baldwin had previously detached himself from the main body of the army, and, proceeding to Edessa, had intrigued himself into the supreme power in that little principality. The other leaders were animated with less zeal than heretofore. Stephen of Chartres and Hugh of Vermandois began to waver, unable to endure the privations which their own folly and profusion had brought upon them. Even Peter the Hermit became sick at heart ere all was over. When the famine had become so urgent that they were reduced to eat human flesh in the extremity of their hunger, Bohemond and Robert of Flanders set forth on an expedition to procure a supply. They were in a slight degree successful, but the relief they brought was not economized, and in 2 days they were as destitute as before. Faticius, the Greek commander and representative of Alexius, deserted with his division under pretense of seeking for food, and his example was followed by various bodies of crusaders. Misery was rife among those who remained, and they strove to alleviate it by diligent attention to signs and omens. These, with extraordinary visions seen by the enthusiastic, alternately cheered and depressed them according as they foretold the triumph or pictured the reverses of the cross. At one time a violent hurricane arose, leveling great trees with the ground, and blowing down the tents of the Christian leaders. At another time, an earthquake shook the camp, and was thought to prognosticate some great impending evil to the cause of Christendom. But a comet, which appeared shortly afterwards, raised them from the despondency into which they had fallen, their lively imaginations making it assume the form of a flaming cross leading them on to victory. Famine was not the least of the evils they endured. Unwholesome food and the impure air from the neighboring marshes engendered pestilential diseases, which carried them off more rapidly than the arrows of the enemy. 1,000 of them died in a day, and it became at last a matter of extreme difficulty to afford them burial. To add to their misery, each man grew suspicious of his neighbor, for the camp was infested by Turkish spies, who conveyed daily to the besieged intelligence of the movements and distresses of the enemy. With a ferocity engendered by despair, Bohemund caused 2 spies, whom he had detected, to be roasted alive in the presence of the army, and within sight of the battlements of Antioch. But even this example failed to reduce their numbers, and the Turks continued to be as well informed as the Christians themselves of all that was passing in the camp. The news of the arrival of a reinforcement of soldiers from Europe with an abundant stock of provisions came to cheer them when reduced to the last extremity. The welcome succor landed at St. Simeon, the port of Antioch, and about 6 miles from that city. Thitherwards the famishing crusaders proceeded in tumultuous bands, followed by Bohemund and the Count of Toulouse, with strong detachments of their retainers and vassals, to escort the supplies in safety to the camp. The garrison of Antioch, forewarned of this arrival, was on the alert, and a corps of Turkish archers was dispatched to lie in ambuscade among the mountains and intercept their return. Bohemund, laden with provisions, was encountered in the rocky passes by the Turkish host. Great numbers of his followers were slain, and he himself had just time to escape to the camp with news of his defeat. Godfrey of Bouillon, the Duke of Normandy, and the other leaders had heard the rumor of this battle, and were at that instant preparing for the rescue. The army was immediately in motion, animated both by zeal and by hunger, and marched so rapidly as to intercept the victorious Turks before they had time to reach Antioch with their spoil. A fierce battle ensued, which lasted from noon till the going down of the sun. The Christians gained and maintained the advantage, each man fighting as if upon himself alone had depended the fortune of the day. Hundreds of Turks perished in the Orontes, and more than 2,000 were left dead upon the field of battle. All the provision was recaptured and brought in safety to the camp, whither the Crusaders returned singing Alleluia or shouting Deus adjuva, Deus adjuva. This relief lasted for some days, and, had it been duly economized, would have lasted much longer, but the chiefs had no authority and were unable to exercise any control over its distribution. Famine again approached with rapid strides, and Stephen, Count of Blois, not liking the prospect, withdrew from the camp with 4,000 of his retainers, and established himself at Alexandretta. The moral influence of this desertion was highly prejudicial upon those who remained, and Bohemund, the most impatient and ambitious of the chiefs, foresaw that, unless speedily checked, it would lead to the utter failure of the expedition. It was necessary to act decisively. The army murmured at the length of the siege, and the Sultan was collecting his forces to crush them. Against the efforts of the Crusaders, Antioch might have held out for months, but treason within effected that which courage without might have striven for in vain. Bagasihan, the Turkish prince or emir of Antioch, had under his command an Armenian of the name of Firuz, whom he had entrusted with the defense of a tower on that part of the city wall which overlooked the passes of the mountains. Bohemund, by means of a spy who had embraced the Christian religion, and to whom he had given his own name at baptism, kept up a daily communication with this captain, and made him the most magnificent promises of reward, if he would deliver up his post to the Crusaders. Whether the proposal was first made by Bohemund or by the Armenian is uncertain, but that a good understanding soon existed between them is undoubted, and a night was fixed for the execution of the project. Bohemund communicated the scheme to Godfrey and the Count of Toulouse, with the stipulation that, if the city were won, he, as the soul of the enterprise, should enjoy the dignity of Prince of Antioch. The other leaders hesitated. Ambition and jealousy prompted them to refuse their aid in furthering the views of the intriguer. More mature consideration decided them to acquiesce, and 700 of the bravest knights were chosen for the expedition, the real object of which, for fear of spies, was kept a profound secret from the rest of the army. When all was ready, A report was promulgated that the 700 were intended to form an ambuscade for a division of the Sultan's army, which was stated to be approaching. Everything favored the treacherous project of the Armenian captain, who, on his solitary watchtower, received due intimation of the approach of the Crusaders. The night was dark and stormy. Not a star was visible above, and the wind howled so furiously as to overpower all other sounds. The rain fell in torrents, and the watchers on the towers adjoining to that of Firuz could not hear the tramp of the armed knights for the wind, nor see them for the obscurity of the night and the dismalness of the weather. When within shot of the walls, Bohemund sent forward an interpreter to confer with the Armenian. The latter urged them to make haste and seize the favorable interval, as armed men with lighted torches patrolled the battlements every half hour, and at that instant they had just passed. The chiefs were instantly at the foot of the wall. Firuz let down a rope. Bohemund attached it to the end of a ladder of hides, which was then raised by the Armenian, and held while the knights mounted. A momentary fear came over the spirit of the adventurers, and every one hesitated. At last Bohemund, encouraged by Firuz from above, ascended a few steps on the ladder, and was followed by Godfrey, Count Robert of Flanders, and a number of other knights. As they advanced, others pressed forward, until their weight became too great for the ladder, which, breaking, precipitated about a dozen of them to the ground, where they fell one upon the other, making a great clatter with their heavy coats of mail. For a moment they thought that all was lost, but the wind made so loud a howling as it swept in fierce gusts through the mountain gorges, and the Orontes, swollen by the rain, rushed so noisily along that the guards heard nothing. The ladder was easily repaired, and the knights ascended 2 at a time and reached the platform in safety. When 60 of them had thus ascended, the torch of the coming patrol was seen to gleam at the angle of the wall. Hiding themselves behind a buttress, they awaited his coming in breathless silence. As soon as he arrived at arm's length, he was suddenly seized, and, before he could open his lips to raise an alarm, the silence of death closed them up forever. They next descended rapidly the spiral staircase of the tower, and, opening the portal, admitted the whole of their companions. Raymond of Toulouse, who, cognizant of the whole plan, had been left behind with the main body of the army, heard at this instant the signal horn, which announced that an entry had been effected, and, leading on his legions, the town was attacked from within and without. Imagination cannot conceive a scene more dreadful than that presented by the devoted city of Antioch on that night of horror. The Crusaders fought with a blind fury, which fanaticism and suffering alike incited. Men, women, and children were indiscriminately slaughtered, till the streets ran with blood. Darkness increased the destruction, for when morning dawned, the Crusaders found themselves with their swords at the breasts of their fellow soldiers, whom they had mistaken for foes. The Turkish commander fled, first to the citadel, and that becoming insecure to the mountains, whither he was pursued and slain, and his grey head brought back to Antioch as a trophy. At daylight the massacre ceased, and the Crusaders gave themselves up to plunder. They found gold and jewels and silk and velvets in abundance, but of provisions, which were of more importance to them, they found but little of any kind. Corn was excessively scarce, and they discovered to their sorrow that in this respect the besieged had been but little better off than the besiegers. End of Chapter 1, Part 4. Recording by Angela Bodwin.
Chapter 1, Part 5 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY. Volume 2, Chapter 1, The Crusades, Part 5. Before they had time to install themselves in their new position and take the necessary measures for procuring a supply, the city was invested by the Turks. The Sultan of Persia had raised an immense army, which he entrusted to the command of Kerboga, the Emir of Mosul, with instructions to sweep the Christian locusts from the face of the land. The Emir effected a junction with Kilij Aslon, and the 2 armies surrounded the city. Discouragement took complete possession of the Christian hosts, and numbers of them contrived to elude the vigilance of the besiegers, and escaped to Count Stephen of Blois at Alexandretta, to whom they related the most exaggerated tales of the misery they had endured and the utter hopelessness of continuing the war. Stephen forthwith broke up his camp and retreated towards Constantinople. On his way he was met by the Emperor Alexius, at the head of a considerable force, hastening to take possession of the conquest made by the Christians in Asia. As soon as he heard of their woeful plight, he turned back, and proceeded with the Count of Blois to Constantinople, leaving the remnant of the Crusaders to shift for themselves. The news of this defection increased the discouragement at Antioch. All the useless horses of the army had been slain and eaten, and dogs, cats, and rats were sold at enormous prices. Even vermin were becoming scarce. With the increasing famine came a pestilence, so that in a short time but 60,000 remained of the 300,000 that had originally invested Antioch. But this bitter extremity, while it annihilated the energy of the host, only served to knit the leaders more firmly together, and Bohemond, Godfrey, and Tancred swore never to desert the cause as long as life lasted. The former strove in vain to reanimate the courage of his followers. They were weary and sick at heart, and his menaces and promises were alike thrown away. Some of them had shut themselves up in the houses, and refused to come forth. Bohemond, to drive them to their duty, set fire to the whole quarter, and many of them perished in the flames, while the rest of the army looked on with the utmost indifference. Bohemond, animated himself by a worldly spirit, did not know the true character of the Crusaders, nor understand the religious madness which had brought them in such shoals from Europe. A priest, more clear-sighted, devised a scheme which restored all their confidence, and inspired them with a courage so wonderful as to make the poor 60,000 emaciated, sick, and starving zealots put to flight the well-fed and 6 times as numerous legions of the Sultan of Persia. This priest, a native of Provence, was named Peter Bartholomew, and whether he were a knave or an enthusiast, or both, a principal or a tool in the hands of others, will ever remain a matter of doubt. Certain it is, however, that he was the means of raising the siege of Antioch, and causing the eventual triumph of the armies of the Cross. When the strength of the Crusaders was completely broken by their sufferings, and hope had fled from every bosom, Peter came to Count Raymond of Toulouse, and demanded an interview on matters of serious moment. He was immediately admitted. He said that some weeks previously, at the time the Christians were besieging Antioch, he was reposing alone in his tent, when he was startled by the shock of the earthquake, which had so alarmed the whole host. Through the violent terror of the shock, he could only ejaculate, "God help me!" when, turning round, he saw 2 men standing before him, whom he at once recognized by the halo of glory around them as beings of another world. One of them appeared to be an aged man, with reddish hair sprinkled with grey, black eyes, and a long flowing grey beard. The other was younger, larger, and handsomer, and had something more divine in his aspect. The elderly man alone spoke, and informed him that he was the holy apostle St. Andrew, and desired him to seek out the Count Raymond, the Bishop of Puy, and Raymond of Altapulto, and ask them why the bishop did not exhort the people and sign them with the cross which he bore. The apostle then took him, naked in his shirt as he was, and transported him through the air into the heart of the city of Antioch, where he led him into the church of St. Peter, at that time a Saracen mosque. The apostle made him stop by the pillar close to the steps by which they ascended on the south side to the altar, where hung 2 lamps, which gave out a light brighter than that of the noonday sun. The younger man, whom he did not at that time know, standing afar off near the steps of the altar. The apostle then descended into the ground and brought up a lance, which he gave into his hand, telling him that it was the very lance that had opened the side whence had flowed the salvation of the world. With tears of joy he held the holy lance, and implored the apostle to allow him to take it away, and delivered it into the hands of Count Raymond. The apostle refused, and buried the lance again in the ground, commanding him, when the city was won from the infidels, to go with 12 chosen men and dig it up again in the same place. The apostle then transported him back to his tent, and the 2 vanished from his sight. He had neglected, he said, to deliver this message, afraid that his wonderful tale would not obtain credence from men of such high rank. After some days he again saw the holy vision, as he was gone out of the camp to look for food. This time the divine eyes of the younger looked reproachfully upon him, he implored the apostle to choose someone else more fitted for the mission. But the apostle refused, and smote him with a disorder of the eyes as a punishment for his disobedience. With an obstinacy unaccountable even to himself, he had still delayed. A third time the apostle and his companion had appeared to him as he was in a tent with his master, William, at St. Simeon. On that occasion St. Andrew told him to bear his command to the Count of Toulouse, not to bathe in the waters of the Jordan when he came to it, but to cross over in a boat clad in a shirt and breeches of linen, which he should sprinkle with the sacred waters of the river. These clothes he was afterwards to preserve along with the Holy Lance. His master William, although he could not see the saint, distinctly heard the voice giving orders to that effect. Again he neglected to execute the commission, and again the saints appeared to him when he was at the port of Mamistra, about to sail for Cyprus. And St. Andrew threatened him with eternal perdition if he refused longer. Upon this he made up his mind to divulge all that had been revealed to him. The Count of Toulouse, who in all probability concocted this tale with the priest, appeared struck with the recital, and sent immediately for the Bishop of Puy and Raymond of Altopolto. The bishop at once expressed his disbelief of the whole story, and refused to have anything to do in the matter. The Count of Toulouse, on the contrary, saw abundant motives, if not for believing, for pretending to believe, and in the end he so impressed upon the mind of the bishop the advantage that might be derived from it in working up the popular mind to its former excitement, that the latter reluctantly agreed to make search in due form for the holy weapon. The day after the morrow was fixed upon for the ceremony, and in the meantime Peter was consigned to the care of Raymond, the Count's chaplain, in order that no profane curiosity might have an opportunity of cross-examining him and putting him to a nonplus. 12 devout men were forthwith chosen for the undertaking, among whom were the Count of Toulouse and his chaplain. They began digging at sunrise, and continued unwearied till near sunset, without finding the lance. They might have dug till this day with no better success, had not Peter himself sprung into the pit, praying to God to bring the lance to light, for the strengthening and victory of his people. Those who hide know where to find. And so it was with Peter, for both he and the lance found their way into the hole at the same time. On a sudden he and Raymond the chaplain beheld its point in the earth, and Raymond, drawing it forth, kissed it with tears of joy in sight of the multitude which had assembled in the church. It was immediately enveloped in a rich purple cloth, already prepared to receive it, and exhibited in this state to the faithful, who made the building resound with their shouts of gladness. Peter had another vision the same night, and became from that day forth dreamer of dreams in general to the army. He stated on the following day that the Apostle Andrew and the youth with the divine aspect appeared to him again, and directed that the Count of Toulouse, as a reward for his persevering piety, should carry the Holy Lance at the head of the army, and that the day on which it was found should be observed as a solemn festival throughout Christendom. St. Andrew showed him at the same time the holes in the feet and hands of his benign companion, and he became convinced that he stood in the awful presence of the Redeemer. Peter gained so much credit by his visions that dreaming became contagious. Other monks beside himself were visited by the saints, who promised victory to the host if it would valiantly hold out to the last, and crowns of eternal glory to those who fell in the fight. 2 deserters, wearied of the fatigues and privations of the war, who had stealthily left the camp, suddenly returned, and seeking Bohemund told him that they had been met by 2 apparitions, who with great anger had commanded them to return. The one of them said that he recognized his brother, who had been killed in battle some months before, and that he had a halo of glory around his head. The other, still more hardy, asserted that the apparition which had spoken to him was the Saviour himself, who had promised eternal happiness as his reward if he returned to his duty, but the pains of eternal fire if he rejected the cross. No one thought of disbelieving these men. The courage of the army immediately revived, despondency gave way to hope, every arm grew strong again, and the pangs of hunger were for a time disregarded. The enthusiasm which had led them from Europe burned forth once more as brightly as ever, and they demanded with loud cries to be led against the enemy. The leaders were not unwilling. In a battle lay their only chance of salvation. And although Godfrey, Bohemund, and Tancred received the story of the lance with much suspicion, they were too wise to throw discredit upon an imposture which bade fair to open the gates of victory. Peter the Hermit was previously sent to the camp of Kerboga to propose that the quarrel between the two religions should be decided by a chosen number of the bravest soldiers of each army. Kerboga turned from him with a look of contempt, and said he could agree to no proposals from a set of such miserable beggars and robbers. With this uncourteous answer Peter returned to Antioch. Preparations were immediately commenced for an attack upon the enemy. The latter continued to be perfectly well informed of all the proceedings of the Christian camp. The citadel of Antioch, which remained in their possession, overlooked the town, and the commander of the fortress could distinctly see all that was passing within. On the morning of the 28th of June, 1098, a black flag hoisted from its highest tower announced to the besieging army that the Christians were about to sally forth. The Moslem leaders knew the sad inroads that famine and disease had made upon the numbers of the foe. They knew that not above 200 of the knights had horses to ride upon, and that the foot soldiers were sick and emaciated, but they did not know the almost incredible valour which superstition had infused into their hearts. The story of the lance they treated with the most supreme contempt, and, secure of an easy victory, they gave themselves no trouble in preparing for the onslaught. It is related that Kerboga was playing a game at chess, when the black flag on the citadel gave warning of the enemy's approach, and that with true Oriental coolness he insisted upon finishing the game ere he bestowed any of his attention upon a foe so unworthy. The defeat of his advanced post of 2,000 men aroused him from his apathy. The Crusaders, after this first victory, advanced joyfully towards the mountains, hoping to draw the Turks to a place where their cavalry would be unable to manoeuvre. Their spirits were light, and their courage high, as, led on by the Duke of Normandy, Count Robert of Flanders, and Hugh of Vermandois, they came within sight of the splendid camp of the enemy. Godfrey of Bouillon and Adhemar, Bishop of Puy, followed immediately after. These leaders, the latter clad in complete armour and bearing the Holy Lance within sight of the whole army, Bohemund and Tancred brought up the rear. Kerboga, aware at last that his enemy was not so despicable, took vigorous measures to remedy his mistake, and preparing himself to meet the Christians in front, he dispatched the Sultan Soliman of Roum to attack them in the rear. To conceal this movement he set fire to the dried weeds and grass with which the ground was covered, and Soliman, taking a wide circuit with his cavalry, succeeded under cover of the smoke in making good his position in the rear. The battle raged furiously in front. The arrows of the Turks fell thick as hail, and their well-trained squadrons trod the Crusaders under their hoofs like stubble. Still, the affray was doubtful, for the Christians had the advantage of the ground, and were rapidly gaining upon the enemy, when the overwhelming forces of Soliman arrived in the rear. Godfrey and Tancred flew to the rescue of Bohemund, spreading dismay in the Turkish ranks by their fierce impetuosity. The Bishop of Puy was left almost alone with the Provençals to oppose the legions commanded by Kerboga in person, but the presence of the Holy Lance made a hero of the meanest soldier in his train. Still, however, the numbers of the enemy seemed interminable. The Christians, attacked on every side, began at last to give way, and the Turks made sure of victory. At this moment a cry was raised in the Christian host that the saints were fighting on their side. The battlefield was clear of the smoke from the burning weeds, which had curled away and hung in white clouds of fantastic shape on the brow of the distant mountains. Some imaginative zealot, seeing this dimly through the dust of the battle, called out to his fellows to look at the army of saints clothed in white, and riding upon white horses that were pouring over the hills to the rescue. All eyes were immediately turned to the distant smoke. Faith was in every heart, and the old battle cry, "God wills it! God wills it!" resounded through the field, as every soldier, believing that God was visibly sending his armies to his aid, fought with an energy unfelt before. A panic seized the Persian and Turkish hosts, and they gave way in all directions. In vain Kerboga tried to rally them. Fear is more contagious than enthusiasm, and they fled over the mountains like deer pursued by the hounds. The two leaders, seeing the uselessness of further efforts, fled with the rest, and that immense army was scattered over Palestine, leaving nearly 70,000 of its dead upon the field of battle. Their magnificent camp fell into the hands of the enemy, with its rich stores of corn, and its droves of sheep and oxen. Jewels, gold, and rich velvets in abundance were distributed among the army. Tancred followed the fugitives over the hills, and reaped as much plunder as those who had remained in the camp. The way, as they fled, was covered with valuables, and horses of the finest breed of Arabia became so plentiful that every knight of the Christians was provided with a steed. The Crusaders in this battle acknowledged to have lost nearly 10,000 men. Their return to Antioch was one of joy indeed. The citadel was surrendered at once, and many of the Turkish garrison embraced the Christian faith, and the rest were suffered to depart. A solemn thanksgiving was offered up by the Bishop of Puy, in which the whole army joined, and the Holy Lance was visited by every soldier. The enthusiasm lasted for some days, and the army loudly demanded to be led forward to Jerusalem, the grand goal of all their wishes. But none of their leaders was anxious to move. The more prudent among them, such as Godfrey and Tancred, for reasons of expediency, and the more ambitious, such as the Count of Toulouse and Bohemond, for reasons of self-interest. Violent dissensions sprang up again between all the chiefs. Raymond of Toulouse, who was left at Antioch to guard the town, had summoned the citadel to surrender as soon as he saw that there was no fear of any attack upon the part of the Persians, and the other chiefs found upon their return his banner waving on its walls. This had given great offence to Bohemond, who had stipulated the principality of Antioch as his reward for winning the town in the first instance. Godfrey and Tancred supported his claim, and after a great deal of bickering, the flag of Raymond was lowered from the tower, and that of Bohemond hoisted in its stead, who assumed from that time the title of Prince of Antioch. Raymond, however, persisted in retaining possessions of one of the city gates and its adjacent towers, which he held for several months, to the great annoyance of Bohemond and the scandal of the army. The Count became in consequence extremely unpopular, although his ambition was not a whit more unreasonable than that of Bohemond himself, nor of Baldwin, who had taken up his quarters at Edessa, where he exercised the functions of a petty sovereign. The fate of Peter Bartholomew deserves to be recorded. Honours and consideration had come thick upon him after the affair of the lance, and he consequently felt bound in conscience to continue the dreams which had made him a personage of so much importance. The mischief of it was that, like many other liars, he had a very bad memory, and he contrived to make his dreams contradict each other in the most palpable manner. St. John one night appeared to him and told one tale, while, a week after, St. Paul told a totally different story, and held out hopes quite incompatible with those of his apostolic brother. The credulity of that age had a wide maw, and Peter's visions must have been absurd and outrageous indeed, when the very men who had believed in the lance refused to swallow any more of his wonders. Bohemond at last, for the purpose of annoying the Count of Toulouse, challenged poor Peter to prove the truth of his story of the lance by the fiery ordeal. Peter could not refuse a trial so common in that age, and being besides encouraged by the Count and his chaplain Raymond, an early day was appointed for the ceremony. The previous night was spent in prayer and fasting according to custom, and Peter came forth in the morning bearing the lance in his hand, and walked boldly up to the fire. The whole army gathered round, impatient for the result, many thousands still believing that the lance was genuine, and Peter a holy man. Prayers having been said by Raymond DrPGould, Peter walked into the flames and nearly got through, when pain caused him to lose his presence of mind. The heat too affected his eyes, and in his anguish he turned round unwittingly, and passed through the fire again, instead of stepping out of it, as he should have done. The result was that he was burned so severely that he never recovered, and after lingering for some days he expired in great agony. Most of the soldiers were suffering either from wounds, disease, or of weariness, and it was resolved by Godfrey, the tacitly acknowledged chief of the enterprise, that the army should have time to refresh itself ere they advanced upon Jerusalem. It was now July, and he proposed that they should pass the hot months of August and September within the walls of Antioch, and march forward in October with renewed vigour, and numbers increased by fresh arrivals from Europe. This advice was finally adopted, although the enthusiasts of the army continued to murmur at the delay. In the meantime, the Count of Vermandois was sent upon an embassy to the Emperor Alexius at Constantinople, to reproach him for his base desertion of the cause, and urge him to send the reinforcements he had promised. The Count faithfully executed his mission, of which, by the way, Alexius took no notice whatever, and remained for some time at Constantinople, till his zeal, never very violent, totally evaporated. He then returned to France, sick of the Crusade, and determined to intermeddle with it no more. The chiefs, though they had determined to stay at Antioch for 2 months, could not remain quiet for so long a time. They would in all probability have fallen upon each other, had there been no Turks in Palestine upon whom they might vent their impetuosity. Godfrey proceeded to Edessa to aid his brother Baldwin in expelling the Saracens from his principality, and the other leaders carried on separate hostilities against them as caprice or ambition dictated. At length the impatience of the army to be led against Jerusalem became so great that the chiefs could no longer delay, and Raymond, Tancred, and Robert of Normandy marched forward with their divisions, and laid siege to the small but strong town of Marah. With their usual improvidence, they had not food enough to last a belingering army for a week. They suffered great privations in consequence, till Bohemond came to their aid and took the town by storm. In connection with this siege, the chronicler Raymond DrPGould, the same Raymond the chaplain who figured in the affair of the Holy Lance, relates a legend in the truth of which he devoutly believed, and upon which Tasso has founded one of the most beautiful passages of his poem. It is worth preserving as showing the spirit of the age and the source of the extraordinary courage manifested by the Crusaders on occasions of extreme difficulty. "One day," says Raymond, "Anselm de Robeaumont beheld young Ingelram, the son of the Count de St. Paul, who had been killed at Marah, enter his tent. 'How is it,' said Anselm to him, 'that you, whom I saw lying dead on the field of battle, are full of life?' 'You must know,' replied Ingelram, 'that those who fight for Jesus Christ never die.' 'But whence,' resumed Anselm, 'comes that strange brightness that surrounds you?' Upon this Ingelram pointed to the sky, where Anselm saw a palace of diamond and crystal. 'It is thence,' said he, 'that I derive the beauty which surprises you. My dwelling is there. A still finer one is prepared for you, and you shall come to inhabit it. Farewell, we shall meet again to-morrow.' With these words Ingelram returned to heaven. Anselm, struck by the vision, sent the next morning for the priests, received the sacrament, and although full of health, took a last farewell of all his friends, telling them that he was about to leave this world. A few hours afterwards, the enemy having made a sortie, Anselm went out against them, sword in hand, and was struck on the forehead by a stone from a Turkish sling, which sent him to heaven, to the beautiful palace that was prepared for him. New disputes arose between the Prince of Antioch and the Count of Toulouse with regard to the capture of this town, which were with the utmost difficulty appeased by the other chiefs. Delays also took place in the progress of the army, especially before Arcus, and the soldiery were so exasperated that they were on the point of choosing new leaders to conduct them to Jerusalem. Godfrey, upon this, sent fire to his camp at Arcus, and marched forward. He was immediately joined by hundreds of the Provençals of the Count of Toulouse. The latter, seeing the turn affairs were taking, hastened after them, and the whole host proceeded towards the holy city, so long desired amid sorrow and suffering and danger. At Emmaus they were met by a deputation from the Christians of Bethlehem, praying for immediate aid against the oppression of the infidels. The very name of Bethlehem, the birthplace of the Saviour, was music to their ears, and many of them wept with joy to think they were approaching a spot so hallowed. Albert of Aix informs us that their hearts were so touched that sleep was banished from the camp, and that instead of waiting till the morning's dawn to recommence their march, they set out shortly after midnight, full of hope and enthusiasm. For upwards of 4 hours the mail-clad legions tramped steadfastly forward in the dark, and when the sun arose in unclouded splendour, the towers and pinnacles of Jerusalem gleamed upon their sight. All the tender feelings of their nature were touched. No longer brutal fanatics, but meek and humble pilgrims, they knelt down upon the sod, and with tears in their eyes exclaimed to one another, "Jerusalem! Jerusalem!" Some of them kissed the holy ground, others stretched themselves at full length upon it in order that their bodies might come in contact with the greatest possible extent of it, and others prayed aloud, The women and children who had followed the camp from Europe, and shared in all its dangers, fatigues, and privations, were more boisterous in their joy; the former from long-nourished enthusiasm, and the latter from mere imitation, and prayed, and wept, and laughed, till they almost put the more sober to the blush. [Footnote: Guibert de Nogent relates a curious instance of the imitativeness of these juvenile Crusaders. He says that during the siege of Antioch the Christian and Saracen boys used to issue forth every evening from the town and camp in great numbers, under the command of captains chosen from among themselves. Armed with sticks instead of swords, and stones instead of arrows, they ranged themselves in battle order, and, shouting each the war cry of their country, fought with the utmost desperation. Some of them lost their eyes, and many became cripples for life from the injuries they received on these occasions. The first ebullition of their gladness having subsided, the army marched forward, and invested the city on all sides. The assault was almost immediately begun, but after the Christians had lost some of their bravest knights, that mode of attack was abandoned, and the army commenced its preparations for a regular siege. Mangonels, movable towers, and battering rams, together with a machine called a sow, made of wood and covered with rawhides, inside of which miners worked to undermine the walls, were forthwith constructed; and to restore the courage and discipline of the army, which had suffered from the unworthy dissensions of the chiefs, the latter held out the hand of friendship to each other, and Tancred and the Count of Toulouse embraced in the sight of the whole camp. The clergy aided the cause with their powerful voice, and preached union and goodwill to the highest and the lowest. A solemn procession was also ordered round the city, in which the entire army joined, prayers being offered up at every spot which Gospel records had taught them to consider as peculiarly sacred. End of Chapter 1, Part 5. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 1, Part 6 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2. Chapter 1, The Crusades, Part 6. The Saracens upon the ramparts beheld all these manifestations without alarm. To incense the Christians, whom they despised, they constructed rude crosses, and fixed them upon the walls, and spat upon and pelted them with dirt and stones. This insult to the symbol of their faith raised the wrath of the Crusaders to that height that bravery became ferocity, and enthusiasm madness. When all the engines of war were completed, the attack was recommenced, and every soldier of the Christian army fought with a vigour which the sense of private wrong invariably inspires. Every man had been personally outraged, and the knights worked at the battering rams with as much readiness as the meanest soldiers. The Saracen arrows and balls of fire fell thick and fast among them, but the tremendous rams still heaved against the walls, while the best marksmen of the host were busily employed in the several floors of the movable towers in dealing death among the Turks upon the battlements. Godfrey, Raymond, Tancred, and Robert of Normandy, each upon his tower, fought for hours with unwearied energy, often repulsed, but ever ready to renew the struggle. The Turks, no longer despising the enemy, defended themselves with the utmost skill and bravery till darkness brought a cessation of hostilities. Short was the sleep that night in the Christian camp. The priests offered up solemn prayers in the midst of the attentive soldiery for the triumph of the cross in this last great struggle, and as soon as morning dawned, everyone was in readiness for the affray. The women and children lent their aid, the latter running unconcerned to and fro while the arrows fell fast around them, bearing water to the thirsty combatants. The saints were believed to be aiding their efforts, and the army, impressed with this idea, surmounted difficulties under which a force thrice as numerous, but without their faith, would have quailed and been defeated. Raymond of Toulouse at last forced his way into the city by escalade, while at the very same moment Tancred and Robert of Normandy succeeded in bursting open one of the gates. The Turks flew to repair the mischief, and Godfrey of Bouillon, seeing the battlements comparatively deserted, let down the drawbridge of his movable tower and sprang forward, followed by all the knights of his train. In an instant after, the banner of the cross floated upon the walls of Jerusalem. The Crusaders, raising once more their redoubtable war cry, rushed on from every side, and the city was taken. The battle raged in the streets for several hours, and the Christians, remembering their insulted faith, gave no quarter to young or old, male or female, sick or strong. Not one of the leaders thought himself at liberty to issue orders for staying the carnage, and if he had, he would not have been obeyed. The Saracens fled in great numbers to the Mosque of Soliman, but they had not time to fortify themselves within it ere the Christians were upon them. 10,000 persons are said to have perished in that building alone. Peter the Hermit, who had remained so long under the veil of neglect, was repaid that day for all his zeal and all his sufferings. As soon as the battle was over, the Christians of Jerusalem issued forth from their hiding places to welcome their deliverers. They instantly recognized the hermit as the pilgrim who, years before, had spoken to them so eloquently of the wrongs and insults they had endured, and promised to stir up the princes and people of Europe in their behalf. They clung to the skirts of his garments in the fervor of their gratitude, and vowed to remember him forever in their prayers. Many of them shed tears about his neck, and attributed the deliverance of Jerusalem solely to his courage and perseverance. Peter afterwards held some ecclesiastical office in the Holy City, but what it was, or what was his ultimate fate, history has forgotten to inform us. Some say that he returned to France and founded a monastery, but the story does not rest upon sufficient authority. The grand object, for which the popular swarms of Europe had forsaken their homes, was now accomplished. The Moslem mosques of Jerusalem were converted into churches for a purer faith, and the Mount of Calvary and the sepulchre of Christ were profaned no longer by the presence or the power of the infidel. Popular frenzy had fulfilled its mission, and, as a natural consequence, it began to subside from that time forth. The news of the capture of Jerusalem brought numbers of pilgrims from Europe, and among others, Stephen, Count of Chartres, and Hugh of Vermandois, to atone for their desertion. But nothing like the former enthusiasm existed among the nations. Thus then ends the history of the First Crusade. For the better understanding of the second, it will be necessary to describe the interval between them, and to enter into a slight sketch of the history of Jerusalem under its Latin kings, the long and fruitless wars they continued to wage with the unvanquished Saracens, and the poor and miserable results which sprang from so vast an expenditure of zeal and so deplorable a waste of human life. The necessity of having some recognized chief was soon felt by the Crusaders, and Godfrey de Bouillon, less ambitious than Bohemund or Raymond of Toulouse, gave his cold consent to wield a sceptre, which the latter chiefs would have clutched with eagerness. He was hardly invested with the royal mantle before the Saracens menaced his capital. With much vigour and judgment, he exerted himself to follow up the advantages he had gained, and marching out to meet the enemy before they had time to besiege him in Jerusalem, he gave them battle at Ascalon, and defeated them with great loss. He did not, however, live long to enjoy his new dignity, being seized with a fatal illness when he had only reigned 9 months. To him succeeded his brother, Baldwin of Edessa. The latter monarch did much to improve the condition of Jerusalem and to extend its territory, but was not able to make a firm footing for his successors. For 50 years, in which the history of Jerusalem is full of interest to the historical student, the Crusaders were exposed to fierce and constant hostilities, often gaining battles and territory, and as often losing them, but becoming every day weaker and more divided, while the Saracens became stronger and more united to harass and root them out. The battles of this period were of the most chivalrous character, and deeds of heroism were done by the handful of brave knights that remained in Syria, which have hardly their parallel in the annals of war. In the course of time, however, the Christians could not avoid feeling some respect for the courage and admiration for the polished manners and advanced civilization of the Saracens, so much superior to the rudeness and semi-barbarism of Europe at that day. Difference of faith did not prevent them from forming alliances with the dark-eyed maidens of the East. One of the first to set the example of taking a Paynim spouse was King Baldwin himself, and these connections in time became not only frequent, but almost universal, among such of the knights as had resolved to spend their lives in Palestine. These Eastern ladies were obliged, however, to submit to the ceremony of baptism before they could be received to the arms of a Christian lord. These, and their offspring, naturally looked upon the Saracens with less hatred than did the zealots who conquered Jerusalem, and who thought it a sin deserving the wrath of God to spare an unbeliever. We find, in consequence, that the most obstinate battles waged during the reigns of the later kings of Jerusalem were fought by the new and raw levies, who from time to time arrived from Europe, lured by the hope of glory, or spurred by fanaticism. The latter broke without scruple the truces established between the original settlers and the Saracens, and drew down severe retaliation upon many thousands of their brethren in the faith, whose prudence was stronger than their zeal, and whose chief desire was to live in peace. Things remained in this unsatisfactory state till the close of the year 1145, when Edessa, the strong frontier town of the Christian kingdom, fell into the hands of the Saracens. The latter were commanded by Zengi, a powerful and enterprising monarch, and after his death by his son Nourheddin, as powerful and enterprising as his father. An unsuccessful attempt was made by the Count of Edessa to regain the fortress, but Nourheddin, with a large army, came to the rescue, and after defeating the Count with great slaughter, marched into Edessa and caused its fortifications to be razed to the ground, that the town might never more be a bulwark of defence for the kingdom of Jerusalem. The road to the capital was now open, and consternation seized the hearts of the Christians. Nourheddin, it was known, was only waiting for a favourable opportunity to advance upon Jerusalem, and the armies of the cross, weakened and divided, were not in a condition to make any available resistance. The clergy were filled with grief and alarm, and wrote repeated letters to the Pope and the sovereigns of Europe, urging the expediency of a new crusade for the relief of Jerusalem. By far the greater number of the priests of Palestine were natives of France, and these naturally looked first to their own country. The solicitations they sent to Louis VII were urgent and oft repeated, and the chivalry of France began to talk once more of arming in defence of the birthplace of Jesus. The kings of Europe, whose interest it had not been to take any part in the First Crusade, began to bestir themselves in this, and a man appeared, eloquent as Peter the Hermit, to arouse the people as that preacher had done. We find, however, that the enthusiasm of the second did not equal that of the first Crusade. In fact, the mania had reached its climax in the time of Peter the Hermit, and decreased regularly from that period. The third Crusade was less general than the second, and the fourth than the third, and so on, until the public enthusiasm was quite extinct, and Jerusalem returned at last to the dominion of its old masters without a convulsion in Christendom. Various reasons have been assigned for this, and one very generally put forward is that Europe was wearied with continued struggles and had become sick of precipitating itself upon Asia. M. Guizot, in his admirable lectures upon European civilization, successfully combats this opinion, and offers one of his own, which is far more satisfactory. He says in his 8th lecture, quote, "It has been often repeated that Europe was tired of continually invading Asia. This expression appears to me exceedingly incorrect. It is not possible that human beings can be wearied with what they have not done, that the labors of their forefathers can fatigue them. Weariness is a personal, not an inherited feeling. The men of the 13th century were not fatigued by the Crusades of the 12th. They were influenced by another cause. A great change had taken place in ideas, sentiments, and social conditions. The same desires and the same wants were no longer felt. The same things were no longer believed. The people refused to believe what their ancestors were persuaded of." End quote. This is, in fact, the secret of the change, and its truth becomes more apparent as we advance in the history of the Crusades, and compare the state of the public mind at the different periods when Godfrey of Bouillon, Louis VII., and Richard I. were chiefs and leaders of the movement. The Crusades themselves were the means of operating a great change in national ideas, and advancing the civilization of Europe. In the time of Godfrey, the nobles were all powerful and all oppressive, and equally obnoxious to kings and people. During their absence, along with that portion of the community the deepest sunk in ignorance and superstition, both kings and people fortified themselves against the renewal of aristocratic tyranny, and in proportion as they became free, became civilized. It was during this period that, in France, the grand centre of the crusading madness, the communes began to acquire strength, and the monarch to possess a practical and not a merely theoretic authority. Order and comfort began to take root, and when the Second Crusade was preached, men were, in consequence, much less willing to abandon their homes than they had been during the first. Such pilgrims as had returned from the Holy Land came back with minds more liberal and expanded than when they set out. They had come in contact with a people more civilized than themselves. They had seen something more of the world, and had lost some portion, however small, of the prejudice and bigotry of ignorance. The institution of chivalry had also exercised its humanizing influence, and coming bright and fresh through the ordeal of the Crusades, had softened the character and improved the hearts of the aristocratic order. The trouvères and troubadours, singing of love and war in strains pleasing to every class of society, helped to root out the gloomy superstitions which, at the First Crusade, filled the minds of all those who were able to think. Men became, in consequence, less exclusively under the mental thraldom of the priesthood, and lost much of the credulity which formerly distinguished them. The Crusades appear never to have excited so much attention in England as on the continent of Europe, not because the people were less fanatical than their neighbours, but because they were occupied in matters of graver interest. The English were suffering too severely from the recent successful invasion of their soil to have much sympathy to bestow upon the distresses of people so far away as the Christians of Palestine, and we find that they took no part in the First Crusade and very little in the Second. Even then, those who engaged in it were chiefly Norman knights and their vassals, and not the Saxon franklins and population, who no doubt thought in their sorrow, as many wise men have thought since, that charity should begin at home. Germany was productive of more zeal in the cause, and her raw, uncivilized hordes continued to issue forth under the banners of the cross in numbers apparently undiminished, when the enthusiasm had long been on the wane in other countries. They were sunk at that time in a deeper slough of barbarism than the livelier nations around them, and took, in consequence, a longer period to free themselves from their prejudices. In fact, the Second Crusade drew its chief supplies of men from that quarter, where alone the expedition can be said to have retained any portion of popularity. Such was the state of mind of Europe when Pope Eugenius, moved by the reiterated entreaties of the Christians of Syria, commissioned St. Bernard to preach a new crusade. St. Bernard was a man eminently qualified for the mission. He was endowed with an eloquence of the highest order, could move an auditory to tears or laughter or fury as it pleased him, and had led a life of such rigid and self-denying virtue that not even calumny could lift her finger and point it at him. He had renounced high prospects in the church, and contented himself with the simple abbacy of Clairvaux, in order that he might have the leisure he desired to raise his powerful voice against abuses wherever he found them. Vice met in him an austere and uncompromising reprover. No man was too high for his reproach, and none too low for his sympathy. He was just as well suited for his age as Peter the Hermit had been for the age preceding. He appealed more to the reason, his predecessor to the passions. Peter the Hermit collected a mob, while St. Bernard collected an army. Both were endowed with equal zeal and perseverance, springing in the one from impulse and in the other from conviction, and a desire to increase the influence of the Church, that great body of which he was a pillar and an ornament. One of the first converts he made was in himself a host. Louis VII was both superstitious and tyrannical, and in a fit of remorse for the infamous slaughter he had authorized at the sacking of Vitry, he made a vow to undertake the journey to the Holy Land. Footnote: the sacking of Vitry reflects indelible disgrace upon Louis VII. His predecessors had been long engaged in resistance to the outrageous powers assumed by the popes, and Louis continued the same policy. The ecclesiastical chapter of Bourges having elected an archbishop without his consent, he proclaimed the election to be invalid, and took severe and prompt measures against the refractory clergy. Thibaut, Count de Champagne, took up arms in defence of the papal authority, and entrenched himself in the town of Vitry. Louis immediately took the field to chastise the rebel, and he besieged the town with so much vigour that the count was forced to surrender. Upwards of 1,300 of the inhabitants, fully one half of whom were women and children, took refuge in the church, and when the gates of the city were opened, and all resistance had ceased, Louis inhumanly gave orders to set fire to the sacred edifice, and 1,000 persons perished in the flames. End footnote. He was in this disposition when St. Bernard began to preach, and wanted but little persuasion to embark in the cause. His example had great influence upon the nobility, who, impoverished as many of them were by the sacrifices made by their fathers in the holy wars, were anxious to repair their ruined fortunes by conquests on a foreign shore. These took the field with such vassals as they could command, and in a very short time an army was raised amounting to 200,000 men. At Vézelay, the monarch received the cross from the hands of St. Bernard, on a platform elevated in sight of all the people. Several nobles, 3 bishops, and his queen, Eleanor of Aquitaine, were present at this ceremony, and enrolled themselves under the banner of the cross, St. Bernard cutting up his red sacerdotal vestments and making crosses of them to be sewn on the shoulders of the people. An exhortation from the Pope was read to the multitude, granting remission of their sins to all who should join the crusade, and directing that no man on that holy pilgrimage should encumber himself with heavy baggage and vain superfluities, and that the nobles should not travel with dogs or falcons to lead them from the direct road, as had happened to so many during the first crusade. The command of the army was offered to St. Bernard, but he wisely refused to accept a station for which his habits had unqualified him. After consecrating Louis with great solemnity at Saint-Denis as chief of the expedition, he continued his course through the country, stirring up the people wherever he went. So high an opinion was entertained of his sanctity that he was thought to be animated by the spirit of prophecy, and to be gifted with the power of working miracles. Many women, excited by his eloquence and encouraged by his predictions, forsook their husbands and children, and, clothing themselves in male attire, hastened to the war. St. Bernard himself wrote a letter to the Pope detailing his success, and stating that in several towns there did not remain a single male inhabitant capable of bearing arms, and that everywhere castles and towns were to be seen, filled with women weeping for their absent husbands. But in spite of this apparent enthusiasm, the numbers who really took up arms were inconsiderable, and not to be compared to the swarms of the First Crusade. A levy of no more than 200,000 men, which was the utmost the number amounted to, could hardly have depopulated a country like France to the extent mentioned by St. Bernard. His description of the state of the country appears, therefore, to have been much more poetical than true. Suger, the able minister of Louis, endeavoured to dissuade him from undertaking so long a journey at a time when his own dominions so much needed his presence. But the king was pricked in his conscience by the cruelties of Vitry, and was anxious to make the only reparation which the religion of that day considered sufficient. He was desirous, moreover, of testifying to the world that, though he could brave the temporal power of the Church when it encroached upon his prerogatives, he could render all due obedience to its spiritual decrees whenever it suited his interest, or tallied with his prejudices to do so. Suger, therefore, implored in vain, and Louis received the pilgrim's staff at Saint-Denis, and made all preparations for his pilgrimage. End of Chapter 1, Part 6. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 1, Part 7 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 1, The Crusades, Part 7. In the meantime, St. Bernard passed into Germany, where similar success attended his preaching. The renown of his sanctity had gone before him, and he found everywhere an admiring audience. Thousands of people, who could not understand a word he said, flocked around him to catch a glimpse of so holy a man, and the knights enrolled themselves in great numbers in the service of the cross, each receiving from his hands the symbol of the cause. But the people were not led away as in the days of Gottschalk. We do not find that they rose in such tremendous masses of 200,000 and 300,000 men, swarming over the country like a plague of locusts. Still, the enthusiasm was very great. The extraordinary tales that were told and believed of the miracles worked by the preacher brought the country people from far and near. Devils were said to vanish at his sight, and diseases of the most malignant nature to be cured by his touch. Footnote: Philip, archdeacon of the Cathedral of Liege, wrote a detailed account of all the miracles performed by St. Bernard during 34 days of his mission. They averaged about 10 per day. The disciples of St. Bernard complained bitterly that the people flocked around their master in such numbers that they could not see half the miracles he performed. But they willingly trusted the eyes of others as far as faith in the miracles went, and seemed to vie with each other whose credulity should be greatest. End footnote. The Emperor Conrad caught at last the contagion from his subjects, and declared his intention to follow the cross. The preparations were carried on so vigorously under the orders of Conrad that in less than 3 months he found himself at the head of an army containing at least 150,000 effective men, besides a great number of women who followed their husbands and lovers to the war. One troop of them rode in the attitude and armor of men. Their chief wore gilt spurs and buskins, and thence acquired the epithet of the golden-footed lady. Conrad was ready to set out long before the French monarch, and in the month of June 1147 he arrived before Constantinople, having passed through Hungary and Bulgaria without offence to the inhabitants. Manuel Comnenus, the Greek emperor, successor not only to the throne but to the policy of Alexius, looked with alarm upon the new levies who had come to eat up his capital and imperil its tranquillity. Too weak to refuse them a passage through his dominions, too distrustful of them to make them welcome when they came, and too little assured of the advantages likely to result to himself from the war, to feign a friendship which he did not feel, the Greek emperor gave offence at the very outset. His subjects, in the pride of superior civilization, called the Germans barbarians, while the latter, who, if semi-barbarous, were at least honest and straightforward, retorted upon the Greeks by calling them double-faced knaves and traitors. Disputes continually arose between them, and Conrad, who had preserved so much good order among his followers during their passage, was unable to restrain their indignation when they arrived at Constantinople. For some offence or other which the Greeks had given them, but which is rather hinted at than stated by the scanty historians of the day, the Germans broke into the magnificent pleasure garden of the emperor, where he had a valuable collection of tame animals, for which the grounds had been laid out in woods, caverns, groves, and streams that each might follow, in captivity, his natural habits. The enraged Germans, meriting the name of barbarians that had been bestowed upon them, laid waste this pleasant retreat, and killed or let loose the valuable animals it contained. Manuel, who is said to have beheld the devastation from his palace windows, without power or courage to prevent it, was completely disgusted with his guests, and resolved, like his predecessor Alexius, to get rid of them on the first opportunity. He sent a message to Conrad respectfully desiring an interview, but the German refused to trust himself within the walls of Constantinople. The Greek emperor, on his part, thought it compatible neither with his dignity nor his safety to seek the German, and several days were spent in insincere negotiations. Manuel at length agreed to furnish the crusading army with guides to conduct it through Asia Minor, and Conrad passed over the Hellespont with his forces, the advanced guard being commanded by himself, and the rear by the warlike bishop of Freisingen. Historians are almost unanimous in their belief that the wily Greek gave instructions to his guides to lead the army of the German emperor into dangers and difficulties. It is certain that instead of guiding them through such districts of Asia Minor as afforded water and provisions, they led them into the wilds of Cappadocia, where neither was to be procured, and where they were suddenly attacked by the Sultan of the Seljukian Turks at the head of an immense force. The guides, whose treachery is apparent from this fact alone, fled at the first sight of the Turkish army, and the Christians were left to wage unequal warfare with their enemy, entangled and bewildered in desert wilds. Toiling in their heavy mail, the Germans could make but little effective resistance to the attacks of the Turkish light horse, who were down upon them one instant and out of sight the next. Now in the front and now in the rear, the agile foe showered his arrows upon them, enticing them into swamps and hollows from which they could only extricate themselves after long struggles and great losses. The Germans, confounded by this mode of warfare, lost all conception of the direction they were pursuing, and went back instead of forward. Suffering at the same time for want of provisions, they fell an easy prey to their pursuers. Count Bernhard, one of the bravest leaders of the German expedition, was surrounded, with his whole division, not one of whom escaped the Turkish arrows. The emperor himself had nearly fallen a victim, and was twice severely wounded. So persevering was the enemy, and so little able were the Germans to make even a shew of resistance, that when Conrad at last reached the city of Nice, he found that, instead of being at the head of an imposing force of 100,000 foot and 70,000 horse, he had but 50 or 60,000 men, and these in the most worn and wearied condition. Totally ignorant of the treachery of the Greek emperor, although he had been warned to beware of it, Louis VII proceeded at the head of his army, through Worms and Ratisbon, towards Constantinople. At Ratisbon he was met by a deputation from Manuel, bearing letters so full of hyperbole and flattery that Louis is reported to have blushed when they were read to him by the Bishop of Langres. The object of the deputation was to obtain from the French king a promise to pass through the Grecian territories in a peaceable and friendly manner, and to yield to the Greek emperor any conquest he might make in Asia Minor. The first part of the proposition was immediately acceded to, but no notice was taken of the second, and more unreasonable. Louis marched on, and, passing through Hungary, pitched his tents in the outskirts of Constantinople. On his arrival, Manuel sent him a friendly invitation to enter the city at the head of a small train. Louis at once accepted it, and was met by the emperor at the porch of his palace. The fairest promises were made. Every art that flattery could suggest was resorted to, and every argument employed to induce him to yield his future conquests to the Greek. Louis obstinately refused to pledge himself, and returned to his army, convinced that the emperor was a man not to be trusted. Negotiations were, however, continued for several days, to the great dissatisfaction of the French army. The news that arrived of a treaty entered into between Manuel and the Turkish Sultan changed their dissatisfaction into fury, and the leaders demanded to be led against Constantinople, swearing that they would raze the treacherous city to the ground. Louis did not feel inclined to accede to this proposal, and, breaking up his camp, he crossed over into Asia. Here he heard for the first time of the mishaps of the German emperor, whom he found in a woeful plight under the walls of Nice. The two monarchs united their forces and marched together along the sea-coast to Ephesus, but Conrad, jealous, it would appear, of the superior numbers of the French, and not liking to sink into a vassal, for the time being, of his rival, withdrew abruptly with the remnant of his legions, and returned to Constantinople. Manuel was all smiles and courtesy. He condoled with the Germans so feelingly upon his losses, and cursed the stupidity or treachery of the guides with such apparent heartiness, that Conrad was half inclined to believe in his sincerity. Louis, marching onward in the direction of Jerusalem, came up with the enemy on the banks of the Meander. The Turks contested the passage of the river, but the French bribed a peasant to point out a ford lower down. Crossing the river without difficulty, they attacked the Turks with much vigor and put them to flight. Whether the Turks were really defeated, or merely pretended to be so, is doubtful, but the latter supposition seems to be the true one. It is probable that it was part of a concerted plan to draw the invaders onwards to more unfavorable ground, where their destruction might be more certain. If such were the scheme, it succeeded to the heart's wish of its projectors. The Crusaders, on the third day after their victory, arrived at a steep mountain pass, on the summit of which the Turkish host lay concealed so artfully that not the slightest vestige of their presence could be perceived. "With labouring steps and slow," they toiled up the steep ascent, when suddenly a tremendous fragment of rock came bounding down the precipices with an awful crash, bearing dismay and death before it. At the same instant, the Turkish archers started from their hiding places and discharged a shower of arrows upon the foot soldiers, who fell by hundreds at a time. The arrows rebounded harmlessly against the iron mail of the knights, which the Turks, observing, took aim at their steeds, and horse and rider fell down the steep into the rapid torrent which rushed below. Louis, who commanded the rear guard, received the first intimation of the onslaught from the sight of the wounded and flying soldiers, and, not knowing the numbers of the enemy, he pushed vigorously forward to stay, by his presence, the panic which had taken possession of his army. All his efforts were in vain. Immense stones continued to be hurled upon them as they advanced, bearing men and horse before them, and those who succeeded in forcing their way to the top were met hand to hand by the Turks, and cast down headlong upon their companions. Louis himself fought with the energy of desperation, but had great difficulty to avoid falling into the enemy's hands. He escaped at last under cover of the night, with the remnant of his forces, and took up his position before Attalia. Here he restored the discipline and the courage of his disorganized and disheartened followers, and debated with his captains the plan that was to be pursued. After suffering severely both from disease and famine, it was resolved that they should march to Antioch, which still remained an independent principality under the successors of Bohemond of Tarentum. At this time the sovereignty was vested in the person of Raymond, the uncle of Eleanor of Aquitaine. This prince, presuming upon his relationship to the French queen, endeavored to withdraw Louis from the grand object of the Crusade, the defense of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and secure his cooperation in extending the limits and the power of his Principality of Antioch. The Prince of Tripoli formed a similar design, but Louis rejected the offers of both and marched, after a short delay, to Jerusalem. The Emperor Conrad was there before him, having left Constantinople with promises of assistance from Manuel Comnenus, assistance which never arrived and was never intended. A great council of the Christian princes of Palestine and the leaders of the Crusade was then summoned to discuss the future operations of the war. It was ultimately determined that it would further the cause of the cross in a greater degree if the united armies, instead of proceeding to Edessa, laid siege to the city of Damascus and drove the Saracens from that strong position. This was a bold scheme, and, had it been boldly followed out, would have ensured in all probability the success of the war. But the Christian leaders never learned from experience the necessity of union, that very soul of great enterprises. Though they all agreed upon the policy of the plan, yet everyone had his own notions as to the means of executing it. The princes of Antioch and Tripoli were jealous of each other, and of the King of Jerusalem. The Emperor Conrad was jealous of the King of France, and the King of France was disgusted with them all. But he had come out to Palestine in accordance with a solemn vow. His religion, though it may be called bigotry, was sincere, and he determined to remain to the very last moment that a chance was left of effecting any good for the cause he had set his heart on. The siege of Damascus was accordingly commenced, and with so much ability and vigour that the Christians gained a considerable advantage at the very outset. For weeks the siege was pressed, till the shattered fortifications and diminishing resistance of the besieged gave evidence that the city could not hold out much longer. At that moment, the insane jealousy of the leaders led to dissensions that soon caused the utter failure not only of the siege, but of the crusade. A modern cookery book, in giving a recipe for cooking a hare, says, quote, "First catch your hare, and then kill it," end quote, a maxim of indisputable wisdom. The Christian chiefs, on this occasion, had not so much sagacity, for they began a violent dispute among themselves for the possession of a city which was still unconquered. There being already a prince of Antioch and a prince of Tripoli, 20 claimants started for the Principality of Damascus, and a grand council of the leaders was held to determine the individual on whom the honour should devolve. Many valuable days were wasted in this discussion, the enemy in the meanwhile gaining strength from their inactivity. It was at length, after a stormy deliberation, agreed that Count Robert of Flanders, who had twice visited the Holy Land, should be invested with the dignity. The other claimants refused to recognize him or to cooperate in the siege until a more equitable arrangement had been made. Suspicion filled the camp. The most sinister rumors of intrigues and treachery were set afloat, and the discontented candidates withdrew at last to the other side of the city and commenced operations on their own account, without a probability of success. They were soon joined by the rest of the army. The consequence was that the weakest side of the city, and that on which they had already made considerable progress in the work of demolition, was left uncovered. The enemy was prompt to profit by the mistake, and received an abundant supply of provisions, and refortified the walls before the Crusaders came to their senses again. When this desirable event happened, it was too late. Saf Eddin, The powerful emir of Mosul was in the neighborhood at the head of a large army, advancing by forced marches to the relief of the city. The siege was abruptly abandoned, and the foolish crusaders returned to Jerusalem, having done nothing to weaken the enemy, but everything to weaken themselves. The freshness of enthusiasm had now completely subsided. Even the meanest soldiers were sick at heart. Conrad, from whose fierce zeal at the outset so much might have been expected, was wearied with reverses and returned to Europe with the poor remnant of his host. Louis lingered a short time longer, for very shame, but the pressing solicitations of his minister Suger induced him to return to France. Thus ended the Second Crusade. Its history is but a chronicle of defeats. It left the kingdom of Jerusalem in a worse state than when it quitted Europe, and gained nothing but disgrace for its leaders, and discouragement for all concerned. Saint Bernard, who had prophesied a result so different, fell after this into some disrepute, and experienced, like many other prophets, the fate of being without honor in his own country. What made the matter worse, he could not obtain it in any other. Still, however, there were not wanting zealous advocates to stand forward in his behalf and stem the tide of incredulity which, unopposed, would have carried away his reputation. The Bishop of Freisingen declared that prophets were not always able to prophesy, and that the vices of the Crusaders drew down the wrath of heaven upon them. But the most ingenious excuse ever made for Saint Bernard is to be found in his life by Geoffroy de Clairvaux, where he pertinaciously insists that the crusade was not unfortunate. Saint Bernard, he says, had prophesied a happy result, and that result could not be considered other than happy, which had peopled heaven with so glorious an army of martyrs. Geoffroy was a cunning pleader, and, no doubt, convinced a few of the zealous. But plain people, who were not wanting even in those days, retained their own opinion, or, what amounts to the same thing, quote, were convinced against their will. End quote. We now come to the consideration of the Third Crusade and of the causes which rendered it necessary. The epidemic frenzy, which had been cooling ever since the issue of the first expedition, was now extinct, or very nearly so, and the nations of Europe looked with cold indifference upon the armaments of their princes. But chivalry had flourished in its natural element of war, and was now in all its glory. It continued to supply armies for the Holy Land when the popular ranks refused to deliver up their able-bodied swarms. Poetry, which more than religion inspired the Third Crusade, was then but, quote, caviar to the million, end quote, who had other matters of sterner import to claim all their attention. But the knights and their retainers listened with delight to the martial and amatory strains of the minstrels, minnesingers, trouvères, and troubadours, and burned to win favour in ladies' eyes by shewing prowess in the Holy Land. The third was truly the romantic era of the Crusades. Men fought then not so much for the sepulchre of Jesus and the maintenance of a Christian kingdom in the East, as to gain glory for themselves in the best and almost only field where glory could be obtained. They fought not as zealots, but as soldiers, not for religion, but for honor, not for the crown of martyrdom, but for the favor of the lovely. It is not necessary to enter into a detail of the events by which Saladin attained the sovereignty of the East, or how, after a succession of engagements, he planted the Moslem banner once more upon the battlements of Jerusalem. The Christian knights and population, including the grand orders of St. John, the Hospitallers, and the Templars, were sunk in an abyss of vice, and, torn by unworthy jealousies and dissensions, were unable to resist the well-trained armies which the wise and mighty Saladin brought forward to crush them. But the news of their fall created a painful sensation among the chivalry of Europe, whose noblest members were linked to the dwellers in Palestine by many ties, both of blood and friendship. The news of the great battle of Tiberias, in which Saladin defeated the Christian host with terrible slaughter, arrived first in Europe, and was followed in quick succession by that of the capture of Jerusalem, Antioch, Tripoli, and other cities. Dismay seized upon the clergy. The Pope, Urban III, was so affected by the news that he pined away for grief, and was scarcely seen to smile again, until he sank into the sleep of death. His successor, Gregory VIII, felt the loss as acutely, but had better strength to bear it, and instructed all the clergy of the Christian world to stir up the people to arms for the recovery of the Holy Sepulchre. William, Archbishop of Tyre, a humble follower in the path of Peter the Hermit, left Palestine to preach to the kings of Europe the miseries he had witnessed, and to incite them to the rescue. The renowned Frederick Barbarossa, the Emperor of Germany, speedily collected an army, and passing over into Syria with less delay than had ever before awaited a crusading force, defeated the Saracens and took possession of the city of Iconium. He was unfortunately cut off in the middle of his successful career by imprudently bathing in the Cydnus. Footnote: the desire of comparing two great men has tempted many writers to drown Frederick in the river Cydnus, in which Alexander so imprudently bathed, but from the march of the emperor I rather judge that his Salif is the Calicadnus, a stream of less fame, but of a longer course. Gibbon. End footnote. While he was overheated, and the Duke of Swabia took the command of the expedition. The latter did not prove so able a general, and met with nothing but reverses, although he was enabled to maintain a footing at Antioch until assistance arrived from Europe. End of Chapter 1, Part 7. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 1, Part 8 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 1, The Crusades, Part 8. Henry II of England and Philip Augustus of France, at the head of their chivalry, supported the Crusade with all their influence until wars and dissensions nearer home estranged them from it for a time. The two kings met at Gisors in Normandy in the month of January 1188, accompanied by a brilliant train of knights and warriors. William of Tyre was present, and expounded the cause of the cross with considerable eloquence, and the whole assembly bound themselves by oath to proceed to Jerusalem. It was agreed at the same time that a tax, called Saladin's tithe, and consisting of the 10th part of all possessions, whether landed or personal, should be enforced over Christendom, upon every one who was either unable or unwilling to assume the cross. The lord of every fief, whether lay or ecclesiastical, was charged to raise the tithe within his own jurisdiction, and anyone who refused to pay his quota became by that act the bondsman and absolute property of his lord. At the same time, the greatest indulgence was shown to those who assumed the cross. No man was at liberty to stay them by process of any kind, whether for debt or robbery or murder. The King of France, at the breaking up of the conference, summoned a parliament at Paris, where these resolutions were solemnly confirmed, while Henry II did the same for his Norman possessions at Rouen, and for England at Geddington in Northamptonshire. To use the words of an ancient chronicler, he held a parliament about the voyage into the Holy Land, and troubled the whole land with the paying of tithes towards it. But it was not England alone that was troubled by the tax. The people of France also looked upon it with no pleasant feelings, and appear from that time forth to have changed their indifference for the Crusade into aversion. Even the clergy, who were exceedingly willing that other people should contribute half or even all their goods in furtherance of their favourite scheme, were not at all anxious to contribute a single sou themselves. Millot relates that several of them cried out against the impost. Among the rest, the clergy of Rheims were called upon to pay their quota, but sent a deputation to the king, begging him to be contented with the aid of their prayers, as they were too poor to contribute in any other shape. Philip Augustus knew better, and by way of giving them a lesson, employed 3 nobles of the vicinity to lay waste the church lands. The clergy, informed of the outrage, applied to the king for redress. "I will aid you with my prayers," said the monarch condescendingly, "and will entreat those gentlemen to let the church alone." He did as he had promised, but in such a manner that the nobles, who appreciated the joke, continued their devastations as before. Again the clergy applied to the king. "What would you have of me?" he replied, in answer to their remonstrances. "You gave me your prayers in my necessity, and I have given you mine in yours." The clergy understood the argument, and thought it the wiser course to pay their quota of Saladin's tithe without further parley. This anecdote shows the unpopularity of the Crusade. If the clergy disliked to contribute, it is no wonder that the people felt still greater antipathy. But the chivalry of Europe was eager for the affray. The tithe was rigorously collected, and armies from England, France, Burgundy, Italy, Flanders, and Germany were soon in the field. The 2 kings, who were to have led it, were, however, drawn into broils by an aggression of Richard, Duke of Guyenne, better known as Richard Coeur de Lion, upon the territory of the Count of Toulouse, and the proposed journey to Palestine was delayed. War continued to rage between France and England, and with so little probability of a speedy termination, that many of the nobles, bound to the Crusade, left the 2 monarchs to settle the differences at their leisure, and proceeded to Palestine without them. Death at last stepped in, and removed Henry II from the hostility of his foes, and the treachery and ingratitude of his children. His son Richard immediately concluded an alliance with Philip Augustus, and the 2 young, valiant, and impetuous monarchs united all their energies to forward the Crusade. They met with a numerous and brilliant retinue at Nonancourt in Normandy, where, in sight of their assembled chivalry, they embraced as brothers, and swore to live as friends and true allies until a period of 40 days after their return from the Holy Land. With a view of purging their camp from the follies and vices which had proved so ruinous to preceding expeditions, they drew up a code of laws for the government of the army. Gambling had been carried to a great extent, and proved the fruitful source of quarrels and bloodshed, and one of their laws prohibited any person in the army beneath the degree of a knight from playing at any game for money. Knights and clergymen might play for money, but no one was permitted to lose or gain more than 20 shillings in a day, under a penalty of 100 shillings. The personal attendants of the monarchs were also allowed to play to the same extent. The penalty in their case for infraction was that they should be whipped naked through the army for the space of 3 days. Any crusader who struck another and drew blood was ordered to have his hand cut off, and whoever slew a brother crusader was condemned to be tied alive to the corpse of his victim and buried with him. No young women were allowed to follow the army, to the great sorrow of many vicious and of many virtuous dames, who had not courage to elude the decree by dressing in male attire. But many high-minded and affectionate maidens and matrons, bearing the sword or the spear, followed their husbands and lovers to the war in spite of King Richard and in defiance of danger. The only women allowed to accompany the army in their own habiliments were washerwomen of 50 years complete, and any others of the fair sex who had reached the same age. These rules having been promulgated, the two monarchs marched together to Lyons, where they separated, agreeing to meet again at Messina. Philip proceeded across the Alps to Genoa, where he took ship, and was conveyed in safety to the place of rendezvous. Richard turned in the direction of Marseilles, where he also took ship for Messina. His impetuous disposition hurried him into many squabbles by the way, and his knights and followers, for the most part as brave and as foolish as himself, imitated him very zealously in this particular. At Messina, the Sicilians charged the most exorbitant prices for every necessary of life. Richard's army in vain remonstrated. From words they came to blows, and, as a last resource, plundered the Sicilians, since they could not trade with them. Continual battles were the consequence, in one of which Lebrun, the favourite attendant of Richard, lost his life. The peasantry from far and near came flocking to the aid of the townspeople, and the battle soon became general. Richard, irritated at the loss of his favourite, and incited by report that Tancred, the king of Sicily, was fighting at the head of his own people, joined the mêlée with his boldest knights, and, beating back the Sicilians, attacked the city sword in hand, stormed the battlements, tore down the flag of Sicily, and planted his own in its stead. This collision gave great offence to the King of France, who became from that time jealous of Richard, and apprehensive that his design was not so much to re-establish the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem as to make conquests for himself. He, however, exerted his influence to restore peace between the English and Sicilians, and shortly afterwards set sail for Acre, with distrust of his ally germinating in his heart. Richard remained behind for some weeks in a state of inactivity quite unaccountable in one of his temperament. He appears to have had no more squabbles with the Sicilians, but to have lived an easy, luxurious life, forgetting, in the lap of pleasure, the objects for which he had quitted his own dominions, and the dangerous laxity he was introducing into his army. The superstition of his soldiers recalled him at length to a sense of his duty. A comet was seen for several successive nights, which was thought to menace them with the vengeance of heaven for their delay. Shooting stars gave them similar warning, and a fanatic of the name of Joachim, with his drawn sword in his hand, and his long hair streaming wildly over his shoulders, went through the camp, howling all night long, and predicting plague, famine, and every other calamity, if they did not set out immediately. Richard did not deem it prudent to neglect the intimations, and, after doing humble penance for his remissness, he set sail for Acre. A violent storm dispersed his fleet, but he arrived safely at Rhodes with the principal part of the armament. Here he learned that 3 of his ships had been stranded on the rocky coasts of Cyprus, and that the ruler of the island, Isaac Comnenus, had permitted his people to pillage the unfortunate crews, and had refused shelter to his betrothed bride, the Princess Berengaria, and his sister, who, in one of the vessels, had been driven by stress of weather into the port of Limisso. The fiery monarch swore to be revenged, and, collecting all his vessels, sailed back to Limisso. Isaac Comnenus refused to apologize or explain, and Richard, in no mood to be trifled with, landed on the island, routed with great loss the forces sent to oppose him, and laid the whole country under contribution. On his arrival at Acre, he found the whole of the chivalry of Europe there before him. Guy of Lusignan, the king of Jerusalem, had long before collected the bold knights of the Temple, the Hospital, and St. John, and had laid siege to Acre, which was resolutely defended by the Sultan Saladin, with an army magnificent both for its numbers and its discipline. For nearly 2 years the Crusaders had pushed the siege, and made efforts almost superhuman to dislodge the enemy. Various battles had taken place in the open fields with no decisive advantage to either party, and Guy of Lusignan had begun to despair of taking that strong position without aid from Europe. His joy was extreme on the arrival of Philip with all his chivalry, and he only awaited the coming of Coeur de Lion to make one last decisive attack upon the town. When the fleet of England was first seen approaching the shores of Syria, a universal shout arose from the Christian camp, and when Richard landed with his train, one louder still pierced to the very mountains of the south, where Saladin lay with all his army. It may be remarked as characteristic of this crusade that the Christians and the Moslems no longer looked upon each other as barbarians to whom mercy was a crime. Each host entertained the highest admiration for the bravery and magnanimity of the other, and in their occasional truces met upon the most friendly terms. The Moslem warriors were full of courtesy to the Christian knights, and had no other regret than to think that such fine fellows were not Mohammedans. The Christians, with a feeling precisely similar, extolled to the skies the nobleness of the Saracens, and sighed to think that such generosity and valour should be sullied by disbelief in the gospel of Jesus. But when the strife began, all these feelings disappeared, and the struggle became mortal. The jealousy excited in the mind of Philip by the events of Messina still rankled, and the 2 monarchs refused to act in concert. Instead of making a joint attack upon the town, the French monarch assailed it alone, and was repulsed. Richard did the same, and with the same result. Philip tried to seduce the soldiers of Richard from their allegiance by the offer of 3 gold pieces per month to every knight who would forsake the banners of England for those of France. Richard endeavoured to neutralize the offer by a larger one, and promised 4 pieces to every French knight who should join the Lion of England. In this unworthy rivalry their time was wasted, to the great detriment of the discipline and efficiency of their followers. Some good was nevertheless effected, for the mere presence of 2 such armies prevented the besieged city from receiving supplies, and the inhabitants were reduced by famine to the most woeful straits. Saladin did not deem it prudent to risk a general engagement by coming to their relief, but preferred to wait till dissension had weakened his enemy and made him an easy prey. Perhaps if he had been aware of the real extent of the extremity in Acre, he would have changed his plan, but, cut off from the town, he did not know its misery till it was too late. After a short truce, the city capitulated upon terms so severe that Saladin afterwards refused to ratify them. The chief conditions were that the precious wood of the true cross captured by the Moslems in Jerusalem should be restored, that a sum of 200,000 gold pieces should be paid, and that all the Christian prisoners in Acre should be released, together with 200 knights and 1,000 soldiers detained in captivity by Saladin. The Eastern monarch, as may be well conceived, did not set much store on the wood of the cross, but was nevertheless anxious to keep it, as he knew its possession by the Christians would do more than a victory to restore their courage. He refused, therefore, to deliver it up, or to accede to any of the conditions, and Richard, as he had previously threatened, barbarously ordered all the Saracen prisoners in his power to be put to death. The possession of the city only caused new and unhappy dissensions between the Christian leaders. The Archduke of Austria unjustifiably hoisted his flag on one of the towers of Acre, which Richard no sooner saw than he tore it down with his own hands and trampled it under his feet. Philip, though he did not sympathize with the Archduke, was piqued at the assumption of Richard, and the breach between the two monarchs became wider than ever. A foolish dispute arose at the same time between Guy of Lusignan and Conrad of Montferrat for the crown of Jerusalem. The inferior knights were not slow to imitate the pernicious example, and jealousy, distrust, and ill will reigned in the Christian camp. In the midst of this confusion, the King of France suddenly announced his intention to return to his own country. Richard was filled with indignation, and exclaimed, "Eternal shame light on him and on all France, if, for any cause, he leave this work unfinished!" But Philip was not to be stayed. His health had suffered by his residence in the East, and, ambitious of playing a first part, he preferred to play none at all than to play second to King Richard. Leaving a small detachment of Burgundians behind, he returned to France with the remainder of his army, and Coeur de Lion, without feeling, in the multitude of his rivals, that he had lost the greatest, became painfully convinced that the right arm of the enterprise was lopped off. After his departure, Richard refortified Acre, restored the Christian worship in the churches, and, leaving a Christian garrison to protect it, marched along the seacoast towards Ascalon. Saladin was on the alert, and sent his light horse to attack the rear of the Christian army, while he himself, miscalculating their weakness since the defection of Philip, endeavoured to force them to a general engagement. The rival armies met near Azotus. A fierce battle ensued, in which Saladin was defeated and put to flight, and the road to Jerusalem left free for the Crusaders. Again, discord exerted its baleful influence, and prevented Richard from following up his victory. His opinion was constantly opposed by the other leaders, all jealous of his bravery and influence, and the army, instead of marching to Jerusalem, or even to Ascalon as was first intended, proceeded to Jaffa, and remained in idleness until Saladin was again in a condition to wage war against them. Many months were spent in fruitless hostilities and as fruitless negotiations. Richard's wish was to recapture Jerusalem, but there were difficulties in the way, which even his bold spirit could not conquer. His own intolerable pride was not the least cause of the evil, for it estranged many a generous spirit, who would have been willing to cooperate with him in all cordiality. At length it was agreed to march to the Holy City, but the progress made was so slow and painful that the soldiers murmured and the leaders meditated retreat. The weather was hot and dry, and there was little water to be procured. Saladin had choked up the wells and cisterns on the route, and the army had not zeal enough to push forward amid such privation. At Bethlehem a council was held to debate whether they should retreat or advance. Retreat was decided upon, and immediately commenced. It is said that Richard was first led to a hill, whence he could obtain a sight of the towers of Jerusalem, and that he was so affected at being so near it, and so unable to relieve it, that he hid his face behind his shield and sobbed aloud. End of Chapter 1, Part 8. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 1, Part 9 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2. Chapter 1. The Crusades, Part 9. The army separated into two divisions, the smaller falling back upon Jaffa, and the larger, commanded by Richard and the Duke of Burgundy, returning to Acre. Before the English monarch had made all his preparations for his return to Europe, a messenger reached Acre with the intelligence that Jaffa was besieged by Saladin, and that unless relieved immediately, the city would be taken. The French, under the Duke of Burgundy, were so wearied with the war that they refused to aid their brethren in Jaffa. Richard, blushing with shame at their pusillanimity, called his English to the rescue, and arrived just in time to save the city. His very name put the Saracens to flight, so great was their dread of his prowess. Saladin regarded him with the warmest admiration, and when Richard, after his victory, demanded peace, willingly acceded. A truce was concluded for 3 years and 8 months, during which Christian pilgrims were to enjoy the liberty of visiting Jerusalem without hindrance or payment of any tax. The Crusaders were allowed to retain the cities of Tyre and Jaffa, with the country intervening. Saladin, with a princely generosity, invited many of the Christians to visit Jerusalem, and several of the leaders took advantage of his offer to feast their eyes upon a spot which all considered so sacred. Many of them were entertained for days in the Sultan's own palace, from which they returned with their tongues laden with the praises of the noble infidel. Richard and Saladin never met, though the impression that they did will remain on many minds, who have been dazzled by the glorious fiction of Sir Walter Scott. But each admired the prowess and nobleness of soul of his rival, and agreed to terms far less onerous than either would have accepted, had this mutual admiration not existed. Footnote: Richard left a high reputation in Palestine. So much terror did his name occasion, that the women of Syria used it to frighten their children for ages afterwards. Every disobedient child became still when told that King Richard was coming. Even men shared the panic that his name created, and 100 years afterwards, whenever a horse shied at any object in the way, his rider would exclaim, "What! Dost thou think King Richard is in the bush?" End footnote. The King of England no longer delayed his departure, for messengers from his own country brought imperative news that his presence was required to defeat the intrigues that were fomenting against his crown. His long imprisonment in the Austrian dominions and final ransom are too well known to be dwelt upon. And thus ended the Third Crusade, less destructive of human life than the first two, but quite as useless. The flame of popular enthusiasm now burned pale indeed, and all the efforts of popes and potentates were insufficient to rekindle it. At last, after flickering unsteadily, like a lamp expiring in the socket, It burned up brightly for one final instant and was extinguished forever. The Fourth Crusade, as connected with popular feeling, requires little or no notice. At the death of Saladin, which happened a year after the conclusion of his truce with Richard of England, his vast empire fell to pieces. His brother Saif ed-Din, or Safaddin, seized upon Syria, in the possession of which he was troubled by the sons of Saladin. When this intelligence reached Europe, the Pope, Celestine III, judged the moment favourable for preaching a new crusade. But every nation in Europe was unwilling and cold towards it. The people had no ardour, and kings were occupied with more weighty matters at home. The only monarch of Europe who encouraged it was the Emperor Henry of Germany, under whose auspices the Dukes of Saxony and Bavaria took the field at the head of a considerable force. They landed in Palestine, and found anything but a welcome from the Christian inhabitants. Under the mild sway of Saladin, they had enjoyed repose and toleration, and both were endangered by the arrival of the Germans. They looked upon them in consequence as over-officious intruders, and gave them no encouragement in the warfare against Safaddin. The result of this crusade was even more disastrous than the last, for the Germans contrived not only to embitter the Saracens against the Christians of Judea, but to lose the strong city of Jaffa, and cause the destruction of 9/10 of the army with which they had quitted Europe. And so ended the Fourth Crusade. The Fifth was more important, and had a result which its projectors never dreamed of, no less than the sacking of Constantinople, and the placing of a French dynasty upon the imperial throne of the Eastern Caesars. Each succeeding pope, however much he may have differed from his predecessors on other points, zealously agreed in one, that of maintaining by every possible means the papal ascendancy. No scheme was so likely to aid in this endeavour as the Crusades. As long as they could persuade the kings and nobles of Europe to fight and die in Syria, their own sway was secured over the minds of men at home. Such being their object, they never inquired whether a crusade was or was not likely to be successful, whether the time were well or ill chosen, or whether men and money could be procured in sufficient abundance. Pope Innocent III would have been proud if he could have bent the refractory monarchs of England and France into so much submission. But John and Philip Augustus were both engaged. Both had deeply offended the Church, and had been laid under her ban, and both were occupied in important reforms at home. Philip in bestowing immunities upon his subjects, and John in having them forced from him. The emissaries of the Pope, therefore, plied them in vain, but, as in the First and Second Crusades, the eloquence of a powerful preacher incited the nobility, and through them a certain portion of the people. Foulques, Bishop of Neuilly, an ambitious and enterprising prelate, entered fully into the views of the court of Rome, and preached the crusade wherever he could find an audience. Chance favoured him to a degree he did not himself expect, for he had in general found but few proselytes, and those few but cold in the cause. Theobald, Count of Champagne, had instituted a grand tournament, to which he had invited all the nobles from far and near. Upwards of 2,000 knights were present with their retainers, besides a vast concourse of people to witness the sports. In the midst of the festivities, Foulques arrived on the spot, and, conceiving the opportunity to be a favourable one, he addressed the multitude in eloquent language, and passionately called upon them to enrol themselves for the new crusade. The Count de Champagne, young, ardent, and easily excited, received the cross at his hands. The enthusiasm spread rapidly. Charles, Count of Blois, followed the example, and of the 2,000 knights present, scarcely 150 refused. The popular frenzy seemed on the point of breaking out as in the days of yore. The Count of Flanders, the Count of Bar, the Duke of Burgundy, and the Marquis of Montferrat brought all their vassals to swell the train, and in a very short space of time an effective army was on foot and ready to march to Palestine. The dangers of an overland journey were too well understood, and the Crusaders endeavoured to make a contract with some of the Italian states to convey them over in their vessels. Dandolo, the aged Doge of Venice, offered them the galleys of the Republic, but the Crusaders, on their arrival in that city, found themselves too poor to pay even half the sum demanded. Every means was tried to raise money. The Crusaders melted down their plate, and ladies gave up their trinkets. Contributions were solicited from the faithful, but came in so slowly as to make it evident to all concerned that the faithful of Europe were outnumbered by the prudent. As a last resource, Dandolo offered to convey them to Palestine at the expense of the Republic, if they would previously aid in the recapture of the city of Zara, which had been seized from the Venetians a short time previously by the King of Hungary. The Crusaders consented, much to the displeasure of the Pope, who threatened excommunication upon all who should be turned aside from the voyage to Jerusalem. But, notwithstanding the fulminations of the Church, the expedition never reached Palestine. The siege of Zara was speedily undertaken. After a long and brave defence, the city surrendered at discretion, and the Crusaders were free, if they had so chosen it, to use their swords against the Saracens. But the ambition of the chiefs had been directed, by unforeseen circumstances, elsewhere. After the death of Manuel Comnenus, the Greek Empire had fallen a prey to intestine divisions. His son, Alexius II, had succeeded him, but was murdered after a short reign by his uncle Andronicus, who seized upon the throne. His reign also was but of short duration. Isaac Angelos, a member of the same family, took up arms against the usurper, and, having defeated and captured him in a pitched battle, had him put to death. He also mounted the throne, only to be cast down from it. His brother Alexius deposed him, and, to incapacitate him from reigning, put out his eyes, and shut him up in a dungeon. Neither was Alexius III allowed to remain in peaceable possession of the throne. The son of the unhappy Isaac, whose name also was Alexius, fled from Constantinople, and, hearing that the Crusaders had undertaken the siege of Zara, made them the most magnificent offers if they would afterwards aid him in deposing his uncle. His offers were, that if by their means he was re-established in his father's dominions, he would place the Greek Church under the authority of the Pope of Rome, lend the whole force of the Greek Empire to the conquest of Palestine, and distribute 200,000 marks of silver among the crusading army. The offer was accepted, with a proviso on the part of some of the leaders that they should be free to abandon the design if it met with the disapproval of the Pope. But this was not to be feared. The submission of the schismatic Greeks to the See of Rome was a greater bribe to the pontiff than the utter annihilation of the Saracen power in Palestine would have been. The Crusaders were soon in movement for the imperial city. Their operations were skilfully and courageously directed, and spread such dismay as to paralyze the efforts of the usurper to retain possession of his throne. After a vain resistance, he abandoned the city to its fate, and fled no one knew whither. The aged and blind Isaac was taken from his dungeon by his subjects, and placed upon the throne ere the Crusaders were apprised of the flight of his rival. His son, Alexius IV., was afterwards associated with him in the sovereignty. But the conditions of the treaty gave offence to the Grecian people, whose prelates refused to place themselves under the dominion of the See of Rome. Alexius at first endeavoured to persuade his subjects to admission, and prayed the Crusaders to remain in Constantinople until they had fortified him in the possession of a throne which was yet far from secure. He soon became unpopular with his subjects, and, breaking faith with regard to the subsidies, he offended the Crusaders. War was at length declared upon him by both parties, by his people for his tyranny, and by his former friends for his treachery. He was seized in his palace by his own guards and thrown into prison, while the Crusaders were making ready to besiege his capital. The Greeks immediately proceeded to the election of a new monarch, and, looking about for a man of courage, energy, and perseverance, they fixed upon Alexius Ducas, who, with almost every bad quality, was possessed of the virtues they needed. He ascended the throne under the name of Murzuphlis. One of his first acts was to rid himself of his youngest predecessor. A broken heart had already removed the blind old Isaac, no longer a stumbling block in his way, and the young Alexius was soon after put to death in his prison. War to the knife was now declared between the Greeks and the Franks, and early in the spring of the year 1204, preparations were commenced for an assault upon Constantinople. The French and Venetians entered into a treaty for the division of the spoils among their soldiery, for so confident were they of success that failure never once entered into their calculations. This confidence led them on to victory, while the Greeks, cowardly as treacherous people always are, were paralyzed by a foreboding of evil. It has been a matter of astonishment to all historians that Murzuphlis, with the reputation for courage which he had acquired and the immense resources at his disposal, took no better measures to repel the onset of the Crusaders. Their numbers were as a mere handful in comparison with those which he could have brought against them, and, if they had the hopes of plunder to lead them on, the Greeks had their homes to fight for, and their very existence as a nation to protect. After an impetuous assault, repulsed for one day, but renewed with double impetuosity on another, the Crusaders lashed their vessels against the walls, slew every man who opposed them, and, with little loss to themselves, entered the city. Murzuphlis fled, and Constantinople was given over to be pillaged by the victors. The wealth they found was enormous. In money alone there was sufficient to distribute 20 marks of silver to each knight, 10 to each squire or servant at arms, and 5 to each archer. Jewels, velvets, silks, and every luxury of attire, with rare wines and fruits, and valuable merchandise of every description, also fell into their hands, and were bought by the trading Venetians, and the proceeds distributed among the army. 2,000 persons were put to the sword, but had there been less plunder to take up the attention of the victors, the slaughter would in all probability have been much greater. In many of the bloody wars which defile the page of history, we find that soldiers, utterly reckless of the works of God, will destroy his masterpiece. Man, with unsparing brutality, but linger with respect round the beautiful works of art. They will slaughter women and children, but spare a picture; will hew down the sick, the helpless, and the hoary-headed, but refrain from injuring a fine piece of sculpture. The Latins, on their entrance into Constantinople, respected neither the works of God nor man, but vented their brutal ferocity upon the one, and satisfied their avarice upon the other. Many beautiful bronze statues, above all price as works of art, were broken into pieces to be sold as old metal. The finely chiselled marble, which could be put to no such vile uses, was also destroyed with a recklessness, if possible, still more atrocious. Footnote. The following is a list of some of the works of art thus destroyed, from Nicetas, a contemporary Greek author. First, a colossal Juno, from the Forum of Constantine, the head of which was so large that 4 horses could scarcely draw it from the place where it stood to the palace. Second, the statue of Paris, presenting the apple to Venus. Third, an immense bronze pyramid, crowned by a female figure, which turned with the wind. Fourth, the colossal statue of Bellerophon, in bronze, which was broken down and cast into the furnace. Under the inner nail of the horse's hind foot on the left side was found a seal wrapped in a woolen cloth. Fifth, a figure of Hercules by Lysimachus, of such vast dimensions that the thumb was equal in circumference to the waist of a man. Sixth, the ass and his driver, cast by order of Augustus after the Battle of Actium, in commemoration of his having discovered the position of Anthony through the means of an ass-driver. Seventh, the wolf suckling the twins of Rome. Eighth, the gladiator in combat with a lion. Ninth, the hippopotamus. 10th, the sphinxes. 11th, an eagle fighting with a serpent. 12th, a beautiful statue of Helen. 13th, a group with a monster somewhat resembling a bull, engaged in deadly conflict with a serpent, and many other works of art too numerous to mention. End footnote. The carnage being over and the spoil distributed, 6 persons were chosen from among the Franks and 6 from among the Venetians, who were to meet and elect an emperor, previously binding themselves by oath to select the individual best qualified among the candidates. The choice wavered between Baldwin, Count of Flanders, and Boniface, Marquis of Montferrat, but fell eventually upon the former. He was straightway robed in the imperial purple, and became the founder of a new dynasty. He did not live long to enjoy his power, or to consolidate it for his successors, who, in their turn, were soon swept away. In less than 60 years, the rule of the Franks at Constantinople was brought to as sudden and disastrous a termination as the reign of Murzuphlis, and this was the grand result of the 5th Crusade. Pope Innocent III, although he had looked with no very unfavourable eye upon these proceedings, regretted that nothing had been done for the relief of the Holy Land. Still, upon every convenient occasion, he enforced the necessity of a new crusade. Until the year 1213, his exhortations had no other effect than to keep the subject in the mind of Europe. Every spring and summer, detachments of pilgrims continued to set out for Palestine to the aid of their brethren, but not in sufficient numbers to be of much service. These periodical passages were called the Passagium Martii, or the Passage of March, and the Passagium Johannis, or the Passage of the Festival of St. John. These did not consist entirely of soldiers, armed against the Saracen, but of pilgrims led by devotion, and in performance of their vows, bearing nothing with them but their staff and their wallet. Early in the spring of 1213, a more extraordinary body of crusaders was raised in France and Germany. An immense number of boys and girls, amounting, according to some accounts, to 30,000, were incited by the persuasion of 2 monks to undertake the journey to Palestine. They were no doubt composed of the idle and deserted children who generally swarm in great cities, nurtured in vice and daring, and ready for anything. The object of the monks seems to have been the atrocious one of inveigling them into slave ships on pretence of sending them to Syria and selling them for slaves on the coast of Africa. Great numbers of these poor victims were shipped at Marseilles, but the vessels, with the exception of 2 or 3, were wrecked on the shores of Italy, and every soul perished. The remainder arrived safely in Africa, and were bought up as slaves and sent off into the interior of the country. Another detachment arrived at Genoa, but the accomplices in this horrid plot, having taken no measures at that port, expecting them all at Marseilles, they were induced to return to their homes by the Genoese. End of Chapter 1, Part 9. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 1, Part 10 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY. Volume 2. Chapter 1. The Crusades. Part 10. Fuller, in his quaint history of the Holy War, says that this crusade was done by the instinct of the devil, and he adds a reason which may provoke mirth now, but which was put forth by the worthy historian in all soberness and sincerity. He says, quote, "The devil, being cloyed with the murdering of men, desired a cordial of children's blood to comfort his weak stomach." End quote. As epicures, when tired of mutton, resort to lamb for a change. It appears from other authors that the preaching of the vile monks had such an effect upon these deluded children that they ran about the country exclaiming, quote, "O Lord Jesus, restore thy cross to us," end quote, and that neither bolts nor bars, the fear of fathers, nor the love of mothers, was sufficient to restrain them from journeying to Jerusalem. The details of these strange proceedings are exceedingly meagre and confused, and none of the contemporary writers who mention the subject have thought it worth while to state the names of the monks who originated the scheme, or the fate they met for their wickedness. 2 merchants of Marseilles, who were to have shared in the profits, were, it is said, brought to justice for some other crime, and suffered death, but we are not informed whether they divulged any circumstances relating to this matter. Pope Innocent III does not seem to have been aware that the causes of this juvenile crusade were such as have been stated, for, upon being informed that numbers of them had taken the cross and were marching to the Holy Land, he exclaimed, quote, "These children are awake while we sleep." End quote. He imagined, apparently, that the mind of Europe was still bent on the recovery of Palestine, and that the zeal of these children implied a sort of reproach upon his own lukewarmness. Very soon afterwards, he bestirred himself with more activity, and sent an encyclical letter to the clergy of Christendom, urging them to preach a new crusade. As usual, a number of adventurous nobles, who had nothing else to do, enrolled themselves with their retainers. At a council of Lateran, which was held while these bands were collecting, Innocent announced that he himself would take the cross and lead the armies of Christ to the defense of his sepulchre. In all probability he would have done so, for he was zealous enough, but death stepped in and destroyed his project ere it was ripe. His successor encouraged the crusade, though he refused to accompany it, and the armament continued in France, England, and Germany. No leaders of any importance joined it from the former countries. Andrew, King of Hungary, was the only monarch who had leisure or inclination to leave his dominions. The Dukes of Austria and Bavaria joined him with a considerable army of Germans, and marching to Spalatro, took ship for Cyprus, and from thence to Acre. The whole conduct of the King of Hungary was marked by pusillanimity and irresolution. He found himself in the Holy Land at the head of a very efficient army. The Saracens were taken by surprise, and were for some weeks unprepared to offer any resistance to his arms. He defeated the first body sent to oppose him, and marched towards Mount Tabor, with the intention of seizing upon an important fortress which the Saracens had recently constructed. He arrived without impediment at the mount, and might have easily taken it, but a sudden fit of cowardice came over him, and he returned to Acre without striking a blow. He very soon afterwards abandoned the enterprise altogether, and returned to his own country. Tardy reinforcements arrived at intervals from Europe, and the Duke of Austria, now the chief leader of the expedition, had still sufficient forces at his command to trouble the Saracens very seriously. It was resolved by him, in council with the other chiefs, that the whole energy of the crusade should be directed upon Egypt, the seat of the Saracen power, in its relationship to Palestine, and from whence were drawn the continual levies that were brought against them by the Sultan. Damietta, which commanded the river Nile, and was one of the most important cities of Egypt, was chosen as the first point of attack. The siege was forthwith commenced, and carried on with considerable energy, until the Crusaders gained possession of a tower, which projected into the middle of the stream, and was looked upon as the very key of the city. While congratulating themselves upon this success, and wasting in revelry the time which should have been employed in turning it to further advantage, they received the news of the death of the wise Sultan Safaddin. His two sons, Kamel and Cohreddin, divided his empire between them. Syria and Palestine fell to the share of Cohreddin, while Egypt was consigned to the other brother, who had for some time exercised the functions of lieutenant of that country. Being unpopular among the Egyptians, they revolted against him, giving the Crusaders a finer opportunity for making a conquest than they had ever enjoyed before. But, quarrelsome and licentious as they had been from time immemorial, they did not see that the favourable moment had come, or, seeing, could not profit by it. While they were revelling or fighting among themselves under the walls of Damietta, the revolt was suppressed, and Kamel firmly established on the throne of Egypt. In conjunction with his brother Cohreddin, his next care was to drive the Christians from Damietta, and for upwards of 3 months they bent all their efforts to throw in supplies to the besieged, or draw on the besiegers to a general engagement. In neither were they successful, and the famine in Damietta became so dreadful that vermin of every description were thought luxuries, and sold for exorbitant prices. A dead dog became more valuable than a live ox in time of prosperity. Unwholesome food brought on disease, and the city could hold out no longer for absolute want of men to defend the walls. Cohreddin and Kamel were alike interested in the preservation of so important a position, and, convinced of the certain fate of the city, they opened a conference with the crusading chiefs, offering to yield the whole of Palestine to the Christians upon the sole condition of the evacuation of Egypt. With a blindness and a wrong-headedness almost incredible, these advantageous terms were refused, chiefly through the persuasion of Cardinal Pelagius, an ignorant and obstinate fanatic, who urged upon the Duke of Austria and the French and English leaders that infidels never kept their word, that their offers were deceptive, and merely intended to betray. The conferences were brought to an abrupt termination by the Crusaders, and a last attack made upon the walls of Damietta. The besieged made but slight resistance, for they had no hope, and the Christians entered the city, and found, out of 70,000 people, but 3,000 remaining. so fearful had been the ravages of the twin fiends, plague and famine. Several months were spent in Damietta. The climate either weakened the frames or obscured the understandings of the Christians, for, after their conquest, they lost all energy, and abandoned themselves more unscrupulously than ever to riot and debauchery. John of Brienne, who, by right of his wife, was the nominal sovereign of Jerusalem, was so disgusted with the pusillanimity, arrogance, and dissensions of the chiefs, that he withdrew entirely from them and retired to Acre. Large bodies also returned to Europe, and Cardinal Pelagius was left at liberty to blast the whole enterprise whenever it pleased him. He managed to conciliate John of Brienne, and marched forward with these combined forces to attack Cairo. It was only when he had approached within a few hours' march of that city that he discovered the inadequacy of his army. He turned back immediately, but the Nile had risen since his departure, the sluices were opened, and there was no means of reaching Damietta. In this strait he sued for the peace he had formerly spurned, and, happily for himself, found the generous brothers Camel and Coredrin still willing to grant it. Damietta was soon afterwards given up, and the cardinal returned to Europe. John of Brienne retired to Acre to mourn the loss of his kingdom, embittered against the folly of his pretended friends, who had ruined where they should have aided him, and thus ended the Sixth Crusade. The Seventh was more successful. Frederick II, Emperor of Germany, had often vowed to lead his armies to the defence of Palestine, but was as often deterred from the journey by matters of more pressing importance. Coredrin was a mild and enlightened monarch, and the Christians of Syria enjoyed repose and toleration under his rule, but John of Brienne was not willing to lose his kingdom without an effort, and the popes in Europe were ever willing to embroil the nations for the sake of extending their own power. No monarch of that age was capable of rendering more effective assistance than Frederick of Germany. To inspire him with more zeal, it was proposed that he should wed the young Princess Violante, daughter of John of Brienne, and heiress of the kingdom of Jerusalem. Frederick consented with joy and eagerness. The princess was brought from Acre to Rome without delay, and her marriage celebrated on a scale of great magnificence. Her father, John of Brienne, abdicated all his rights in favour of his son-in-law, and Jerusalem had once more a king, who had not only the will but the power to enforce his claims. Preparations for the new crusade were immediately commenced, and in the course of 6 months the emperor was at the head of a well-disciplined army of 60,000 men. Matthew Paris informs us that an army of the same amount was gathered in England, and most of the writers upon the Crusades adopt his statement. When John of Brienne was in England, before his daughter's marriage with the emperor was thought of, praying for the aid of Henry III and his nobles to recover his lost kingdom, he did not meet with much encouragement. Grafton, in his Chronicle, says, quote, "He departed again without any great comfort." But when a man of more influence in European politics appeared upon the scene, the English nobles were as ready to sacrifice themselves in the cause as they had been in the time of Coeur de Lion. The army of Frederick encamped at Brundusium, but a pestilential disease having made its appearance among them, their departure was delayed for several months. In the meantime, the Empress Violante died in childbed. John of Brienne, who had already repented of his abdication, and was besides incensed against Frederick for many acts of neglect and insult, no sooner saw the only tie which bound them severed by the death of his daughter, than he began to bestir himself and to make interest with the Pope to undo what he had done, and regain the honorary crown he had renounced. Pope Gregory IX, a man of a proud, unconciliating, and revengeful character, owed the emperor a grudge for many an act of disobedience to his authority, and encouraged the overtures of John of Brienne more than he should have done. Frederick, however, despised them both, and, as soon as his army was convalescent, set sail for Acre. He had not been many days at sea when he was himself attacked with a malady and obliged to return to Otranto, the nearest port. Gregory, who had by this time decided in the interest of John of Brienne, excommunicated the emperor for returning from so holy an expedition on any pretext whatever. Frederick at first treated the excommunication with supreme contempt, but when he got well, he gave his holiness to understand that he was not to be outraged with impunity, and sent some of his troops to ravage the papal territories. This, however, only made the matter worse, and Gregory dispatched messengers to Palestine, forbidding the faithful, under severe pains and penalties, to hold any intercourse with the excommunicated emperor. Thus, between them both, the scheme which they had so much at heart bade fair to be as effectually ruined as even the Saracens could have wished. Frederick still continued his zeal in the Crusade, for he was now King of Jerusalem, and fought for himself, and not for Christendom, or its representative, Pope Gregory. Hearing that John of Brienne was preparing to leave Europe, he lost no time in taking his own departure, and arrived safely at Acre. It was here that he first experienced the evil effects of excommunication. The Christians of Palestine refused to aid him in any way, and looked with distrust, if not abhorrence, upon him. The Templars, Hospitallers, and other knights shared at first the general feeling, but they were not men to yield a blind obedience to a distant potentate, especially when it compromised their own interests. When therefore Frederick prepared to march upon Jerusalem without them, they joined his banners to a man. It is said that, previous to quitting Europe, the German emperor had commenced a negotiation with the Sultan Kamel for the restoration of the Holy Land, and that Kamel, who was jealous of the ambition of his brother Cohreddin, was willing to stipulate to that effect, on condition of being secured by Frederick in the possession of the more important territory of Egypt. But before the Crusaders reached Palestine, Kamel was relieved from all fears by the death of his brother. He nevertheless did not think it worth while to contest with the Crusaders the barren corner of the earth which had already been dyed with so much Christian and Saracen blood, and proposed a truce of 3 years, only stipulating, in addition, that the Moslems should be allowed to worship freely in the Temple of Jerusalem. This happy termination did not satisfy the bigoted Christians of Palestine. The tolerance they sought for themselves they were not willing to extend to others, and they complained bitterly of the privilege of free worship allowed to their opponents. Unmerited good fortune had made them insolent, and they contested the right of the emperor to become a party to any treaty, as long as he remained under the ecclesiastical ban. Frederick was disgusted with his new subjects, but, as the Templars and Hospitallers remained true to him, he marched to Jerusalem to be crowned. All the churches were shut against him, and he could not even find a priest to officiate at his coronation. He had despised the papal authority too long to quail at it now, when it was so unjustifiably exerted, and, as there was nobody to crown him, he very wisely crowned himself. He took the royal diadem from the altar with his own hands, and boldly and proudly placed it on his brow. No shouts of an applauding populace made the welkin ring. No hymns of praise and triumph resounded from the ministers of religion, but 1,000 swords started from their scabbards to testify that their owners would defend the new monarch to the death. It was hardly to be expected that he would renounce for any long period the dominion of his native land for the uneasy crown and barren soil of Palestine. He had seen quite enough of his new subjects before he was 6 months among them, and more important interests called him home. John of Brienne, openly leagued with Pope Gregory against him, was actually employed in ravaging his territories at the head of a papal army. This intelligence decided his return. As a preliminary step, he made those who had condemned his authority feel, to their sorrow, that he was their master. He then set sail, loaded with the curses of Palestine, and thus ended the 7th Crusade, which, in spite of every obstacle and disadvantage, had been productive of more real service to the Holy Land than any that had gone before, a result solely attributable to the bravery of Frederick and the generosity of the Sultan Kamel. End of Chapter 1, Part 10. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 1, Part 11 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY. Volume 2. Chapter 1. The Crusades. Part 11. Soon after the Emperor's departure, a new claimant started for the throne of Jerusalem, in the person of Alice, Queen of Cyprus, and half-sister of the Mary who, by her marriage, had transferred her right to John of Brienne. The grand military orders, however, clung to Frederick, and Alice was obliged to withdraw. So peaceful a termination to the crusade did not give unmixed pleasure in Europe. The chivalry of France and England were unable to rest, and long before the conclusion of the truce were collecting their armies for an 8th expedition. In Palestine also the contentment was far from universal. Many petty Mohammedan states in the immediate vicinity were not parties to the truce, and harassed the frontier towns incessantly. The Templars, ever turbulent, waged bitter war with the Sultan of Aleppo, and in the end were almost exterminated. So great was the slaughter among them that Europe resounded with the sad story of their fate, and many a noble knight took arms to prevent the total destruction of an order associated with so many high and inspiring remembrances. Kamel, seeing the preparations that were making, thought that his generosity had been sufficiently shewn, and the very day the truce was at an end, assumed the offensive, and marching forward to Jerusalem, took possession of it, after routing the scanty forces of the Christians. Before this intelligence reached Europe, a large body of Crusaders was on the march, headed by the King of Navarre, the Duke of Burgundy, the Count de Bretagne, and other leaders. On their arrival they learned that Jerusalem had been taken, but that the Sultan was dead, and his kingdom torn by rival claimants to the supreme power. The dissensions of their foes ought to have made them united, but, as in all previous crusades, each feudal chief was master of his own host, and acted upon his own responsibility, and without reference to any general plan. The consequence was that nothing could be done. A temporary advantage was gained by one leader, who had no means of improving it, while another was defeated, without means of retrieving himself. Thus the war lingered till the battle of Gaza, when the King of Navarre was defeated with great loss, and compelled to save himself from total destruction by entering into a hard and oppressive treaty with the Emir of Kerak. At this crisis aid arrived from England, commanded by Richard, Earl of Cornwall, the namesake of Coeur de Lion, an inheritor of his valour. His army was strong and full of hope. They had confidence in themselves and in their leader, and looked like men accustomed to victory. Their coming changed the aspect of affairs. The new Sultan of Egypt was at war with the Sultan of Damascus, and had not forces to oppose two armies so powerful. He therefore sent messengers to meet the English Earl, offering an exchange of prisoners and the complete cession of the Holy Land. Richard, who had not come to fight for the mere sake of fighting, agreed at once to terms so advantageous, and became the deliverer of Palestine without striking a blow. The Sultan of Egypt then turned his whole force against his Moslem enemies, and the Earl of Cornwall returned to Europe. Thus ended the 8th Crusade, the most beneficial of all. Christendom had no further pretence for sending her fierce levies to the east. To all appearance, the holy wars were at an end. The Christians had entire possession of Jerusalem, Tripoli, Antioch, Edessa, Acre, Jaffa, and in fact of nearly all Judea, and, could they have been at peace among themselves, they might have overcome, without great difficulty, the jealousy and hostility of their neighbors. A circumstance as unforeseen as it was disastrous blasted this fair prospect, and re-illumed for the first time the fervor and fury of the Crusades. Genghis Khan and his successors had swept over Asia like a tropical storm, overturning in their progress the landmarks of ages. Kingdom after kingdom was cast down as they issued innumerable from the far recesses of the north and east, and, among others, the empire of Khorassan was overrun by these all-conquering hordes. The Khorassamans, a fierce, uncivilized race, thus driven from their homes, spread themselves in their turn over the south of Asia with fire and sword, in search of a resting place. In their impetuous course they directed themselves towards Egypt, whose sultan, unable to withstand the swarm that had cast their longing eyes on the fertile valleys of the Nile, endeavored to turn them from their course. For this purpose he sent emissaries to Barbachan, their leader, inviting them to settle in Palestine, and the offer being accepted by the wild horde, they entered the country before the Christians received the slightest intimation of their coming. It was as sudden as it was overwhelming. Onwards, like the Simoom, they came, burning and slaying, and were at the walls of Jerusalem before the inhabitants had time to look round them. They spared neither life nor property. They slew women and children and priests at the altar, and profaned even the graves of those who had slept for ages. They tore down every vestige of the Christian faith, and committed horrors unparalleled in the history of warfare. About 7,000 of the inhabitants of Jerusalem sought safety in retreat, but before they were out of sight, the banner of the cross was hoisted upon the walls by the savage foe to decoy them back. The artifice was but too successful. The poor fugitives imagined that help had arrived from another direction, and turned back to regain their homes. Nearly the whole of them were massacred, and the streets of Jerusalem ran with blood. Jaffa. The Templars, Hospitallers, and Teutonic Knights forgot their long and bitter animosities, and joined hand in hand to rout out this desolating foe. They entrenched themselves in Jaffa with all the chivalry of Palestine that yet remained, and endeavored to engage the sultans of Emesa and Damascus to assist them against the common enemy. The aid obtained from the Moslems amounted at first to only 4,000 men, but with these reinforcements, Walter of Brienne, the lord of Jaffa, resolved to give battle to the Khorassamans. The conflict was as deadly as despair on the one side, and unmitigated ferocity on the other could make it. It lasted with varying fortune for 2 days, when the Sultan of Emesa fled to his fortifications, and Walter of Brienne fell into the enemy's hands. The brave knight was suspended by the arms to a cross in the sight of the walls of Jaffa, and the Khorassamanian leader declared that he should remain in that position until the city surrendered. Walter raised his feeble voice, not to advise surrender, but to command his soldiers to hold out to the last. But his gallantry was unavailing. So great had been the slaughter, that out of the grand array of knights there now remained but 16 Hospitallers, 33 Templars, and 3 Teutonic cavaliers. These with the sad remnant of the army fled to Acre, and the Khorassamans were masters of Palestine. The sultans of Syria preferred the Christians to this fierce horde for their neighbors. Even the Sultan of Egypt began to regret the aid he had given to such barbarous foes, and united with those of Emesa and Damascus to root them from the land. The Khorassamans amounted to but 20,000 men, and were unable to resist the determined hostility which encompassed them on every side. The sultans defeated them in several engagements, and the peasantry rose up in masses to take vengeance upon them. Gradually their numbers were diminished. No mercy was shown them in defeat. Barbaquan, their leader, was slain, and after 5 years of desperate struggles, they were finally extirpated, and Palestine became once more the territory of the Mussulmans. William Longsword. A short time previous to this devastating eruption, Louis IX. Fell sick in Paris, and dreamed in the delirium of his fever that he saw the Christian and Moslem host fighting before Jerusalem, and the Christians defeated with great slaughter. The dream made a great impression on his superstitious mind, and he made a solemn vow that if he ever recovered his health, he would take a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. When the news of the misfortunes of Palestine and the awful massacres at Jerusalem and Jaffa arrived in Europe, St. Louis remembered him of his dreams. More persuaded than ever that it was an intimation direct from heaven, he prepared to take the cross at the head of his armies and march to the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre. From that moment he doffed the royal mantle of purple and ermine, and dressed in the sober serge becoming a pilgrim. All his thoughts were directed to the fulfilment of his design, and although his kingdom could but ill spare him, he made every preparation to leave it. Pope Innocent IV. Applauded his zeal and afforded him every assistance. He wrote to Henry III. Of England to forward the cause in his dominions, and called upon the clergy and laity all over Europe to contribute towards it. William Longsword, the celebrated Earl of Salisbury, took the cross at the head of a great number of valiant knights and soldiers. But the fanaticism of the people was not to be awakened either in France or England. Great armies were raised, but the masses no longer sympathized. Taxation had been the great cooler of zeal. It was no longer a disgrace even to a knight if he refused to take the cross. Rouzebeuf, a French minstrel, who flourished about this time, 1250, composed a dialogue between a crusader and a non-crusader, which the reader will find translated in Way's Fabliaux. The crusader uses every argument to persuade the non-crusader to take up arms, and forsake everything in the holy cause. But it is evident from the greater force of the arguments used by the non-crusader, that he was the favourite of the minstrel. To a most urgent solicitation of his friend the crusader he replies, quote, "I rede thee right, thou holdest good, to this same land I straight should hie, and win it back with mickle blood, nor gain 1 foot of soil thereby. While here dejected and forlorn, my wife and babes are left to mourn. My goodly mansion rudely marred, all trusted to my dogs to guard. But I, fair comrade, well I wot, an ancient saw of pregnant wit doth bid us keep what we have got, and troth I mean to follow it." End quote. This being the general feeling, it is not to be wondered at that Louis IX. Was occupied fully 3 years in organizing his forces, and in making the necessary preparations for his departure. When all was ready he set sail for Cyprus, accompanied by his queen, his 2 brothers, the Counts d'Anjou and d'Artois, and a long train of the noblest chivalry of France. His 3rd brother, the Count de Poitiers, remained behind to collect another corps of crusaders, and followed him in a few months afterwards. The army united at Cyprus, and amounted to 50,000 men, exclusive of the English crusaders under William Longsword. Again, a pestilential disease made its appearance, to which many hundreds fell victims. It was in consequence found necessary to remain in Cyprus until the spring. Louis then embarked for Egypt with his whole host, but a violent tempest separated his fleet, and he arrived before Damietta with only a few thousand men. They were, however, impetuous and full of hope, and although the Sultan Melik Shah was drawn up on the shore with a force infinitely superior, it was resolved to attempt a landing without waiting the arrival of the rest of the army. Louis himself, in wild impatience, sprang from his boat and waited on shore, while his army, inspired by his enthusiastic bravery, followed, shouting the old war cry of the first Crusaders, Du levet! Du levet!" A panic seized the Turks. A body of their cavalry attempted to bear down upon the Crusaders, but the knights fixed their large shields deep in the sands of the shore, and rested their lances upon them, so that they projected above, and formed a barrier so imposing that the Turks, afraid to breast it, turned round and fairly took to flight. At the moment of this panic, a false report was spread in the Saracen host that the Sultan had been slain. The confusion immediately became general. The déroute was complete. Damietta itself was abandoned, and the same night the victorious Crusaders fixed their headquarters in that city. The soldiers who had been separated from their chief by the tempest arrived shortly afterwards, and Louis was in a position to justify the hope, not only of the conquest of Palestine, but of Egypt itself. End of Chapter 1, Part 11. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 1, Part 12 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY. Volume 2, Chapter 1, The Crusades, Part 12. But too much confidence proved the bane of his army. They thought, as they had accomplished so much, that nothing more remained to be done, and gave themselves up to ease and luxury. When, by the command of Louis, they marched toward Cairo, they were no longer the same men. Success, instead of inspiring, had unnerved them. Debauchery had brought on disease, and disease was aggravated by the heat of a climate to which none of them were accustomed. Their progress towards Massoura, on the road to Cairo, was checked by the Thanisian Canal, on the banks of which the Saracens were drawn up to dispute the passage. Louis gave orders that a bridge should be thrown across, and the operations commenced under cover of 2 cat castles, or high movable towers. The Saracens soon destroyed them by throwing quantities of Greek fire, the artillery of that day, upon them, and Louis was forced to think of some other means of effecting his design. A peasant agreed, for a considerable bribe, to point out a ford where the army might wade across, and the Count d'Artois was dispatched with 1,400 men to attempt it, while Louis remained to face the Saracens with the main body of the army. The Count d'Artois got safely over, and defeated the detachment that had been sent to oppose his landing. Flushed with the victory, the brave Count forgot the inferiority of his numbers, and pursued the panic-stricken enemy into Massoura. He was now completely cut off from the aid of his brother Crusaders, which the Moslems perceiving, took courage, and returned upon him with a force swollen by the garrison of Massoura, and by reinforcements from the surrounding districts. The battle now became hand to hand. The Christians fought with the energy of desperate men, but the continually increasing numbers of the foe surrounded them completely, and cut off all hope, either of victory or escape. The Count d'Artois was among the foremost of the slain, and when Louis arrived to the rescue, the brave advanced guard was nearly cut to pieces. Of the 1,400, but 300 remained. The fury of the battle now increased threefold. The French king and his troops performed prodigies of valour, and the Saracens, under the command of the Emir Kekadun, fought as if they were determined to exterminate, in one last decisive effort, the new European swarm that had settled upon their coast. At the fall of the evening dews, the Christians were masters of the field of Massoura, and flattered themselves that they were the victors. Self-love would not suffer them to confess that the Saracens had withdrawn and not retreated, but their leaders were too woefully convinced that the fatal field had completed the disorganization of the Christian army, and that all hopes of future conquest were at an end. Impressed with this truth, the Crusaders sued for peace. The Sultan insisted upon the immediate evacuation of Damietta, and that Louis himself should be delivered as hostage for the fulfilment of the condition. His army at once refused, and the negotiations were broken off. It was now resolved to attempt a retreat, but the agile Saracens, now in the front and now in the rear, rendered it a matter of extreme difficulty, and cut off the stragglers in great numbers. Hundreds of them were drowned in the Nile, and sickness and famine worked sad ravages upon those who escaped all other casualties. Louis himself was so weakened by disease, fatigue, and discouragement, that he was hardly able to sit upon his horse. In the confusion of the flight, he was separated from his attendants, and left a total stranger upon the sands of Egypt, sick, weary, and almost friendless. One night Geoffrey de Surgines alone attended him, and led him to a miserable hut in a small village, where for several days he lay in the hourly expectation of death. He was at last discovered and taken prisoner by the Saracens, who treated him with all the honour due to his rank and all the pity due to his misfortunes. Under their care his health rapidly improved, and the next consideration was that of his ransom. The Saracens demanded, besides money, the cession of Acre, Tripoli, and other cities of Palestine. Louis unhesitatingly refused, and conducted himself with so much pride and courage, that the Sultan declared he was the proudest infidel he had ever beheld. After a good deal of haggling, the Sultan agreed to waive these conditions, and a treaty was finally concluded. The city of Damietta was restored, a truce of 10 years agreed upon, and 10,000 golden bezants paid for the release of Louis and the liberation of all the captives. Louis then withdrew to Jaffa, and spent 2 years in putting that city and Caesarea, with the other possessions of the Christians in Palestine, into a proper state of defence. He then returned to his own country with great reputation as a saint, but very little as a soldier. Matthew Paris informs us that in the year 1250, while Louis was in Egypt, thousands of the English were resolved to go to the Holy War, had not the king strictly guarded his ports and kept his people from running out of doors. When the news arrived of the reverses and captivity of the French king, their ardour cooled, and the Crusade was sung of only, but not spoken of. In France a very different feeling was the result. The news of the king's capture spread consternation through the country. A fanatic monk of Citeaux suddenly appeared in the villages, preaching to the people and announcing that the Holy Virgin, accompanied by a whole army of saints and martyrs, had appeared to him and commanded him to stir up the shepherds and farm labourers to the defence of the cross. To them only was his discourse addressed, and his eloquence was such that thousands flocked around him, ready to follow wherever he should leave. The pastures and the cornfields were deserted, and the shepherds, or pastoreaux as they were termed, became at last so numerous as to amount to upwards of 50,000. Millot says 100,000 men. The Queen Blanche, who governed as regent during the absence of the king, encouraged at first the armies of the pastoreaux, but they soon gave way to such vile excesses that the peaceably disposed were driven to resistance. Robbery, murder, and violation marked their path, and all good men, assisted by the government, united in putting them down. They were finally dispersed, but not before 3,000 of them had been massacred. Many authors say the slaughter was still greater. The 10 years' truce concluded in 1264, and St. Louis was urged by 2 powerful motives to undertake a second expedition for the relief of Palestine. These were fanaticism on the one hand, and a desire of retrieving his military fame on the other, which had suffered more than his parasites liked to remind him of. The Pope, of course, encouraged his design, and once more the chivalry of Europe began to bestir themselves. In 1268, Edward, the heir of the English monarchy, announced his determination to join the Crusade, and the Pope, Clement IV, wrote to the prelates and clergy to aid the cause by their persuasions and their revenues. In England they agreed to contribute 1/10 of their possessions, and by a parliamentary order 1/20 was taken from the corn and movables of all the laity at Michaelmas. In spite of the remonstrances of the few clear-headed statesmen who surrounded him, urging the ruin that might in consequence fall upon his then prosperous kingdom, Louis made every preparation for his departure. The warlike nobility were nothing loath, and in the spring of 1270 the king set sail with an army of 60,000 men. He was driven by stress of weather into Sardinia, and while there a change in his plans took place. Instead of proceeding to Acre as he originally intended, he shaped his course for Tunis, on the African coast. The King of Tunis had some time previously expressed himself favourably disposed towards the Christians and their religion, and Louis, it appears, had hopes of converting him and securing his aid against the Sultan of Egypt. "What honour would be mine," he used to say, "if I could become godfather to this Mussulman king!" Filled with this idea, he landed in Africa, near the site of the city of Carthage, but found that he had reckoned without his host. The King of Tunis had no thoughts of renouncing his religion, nor intention of aiding the Crusaders in any way. On the contrary, he opposed their landing with all the forces that could be collected on so sudden an emergency. The French, however, made good their first position, and defeated the Moslems with considerable loss. They also gained some advantage over the reinforcements that were sent to oppose them, but an infectious flux appeared in the army, and put a stop to all future victories. The soldiers died at the rate of 100 in a day. The enemy at the same time made as great havoc as the plague. St. Louis himself was one of the first attacked by the disease. His constitution had been weakened by fatigues, and even before he left France he was unable to bear the full weight of his armour. It was soon evident to his sorrowing soldier that their beloved monarch could not long survive. He lingered for some days, and died in Carthage in the 56th year of his age, deeply regretted by his army and his subjects, and leaving behind him one of the most singular reputations in history. He is the model king of ecclesiastical writers, in whose eyes his very defects became virtues, because they were manifested in furtherance of their cause. More unprejudiced historians, while they condemn his fanaticism, admit that he was endowed with many high and rare qualities, that he was in no one point behind his age, and in many in advance of it. His brother, Charles of Anjou, in consequence of a revolution in Sicily, had become king of that country. Before he heard of the death of Louis, he had sailed from Messina with large reinforcements. On his landing near Carthage, he advanced at the head of his army amid the martial music of drums and trumpets. He was soon informed how inopportune was his rejoicing, and shed tears before his whole army, such as no warrior would have been ashamed to shed. A peace was speedily agreed upon with the King of Tunis, and the armies of France and Sicily returned to their homes. So little favour had the Crusade found in England, that even the exertions of the heir to the throne had only collected a small force of 1,500 men. With these few, Prince Edward sailed from Dover to Bordeaux, in the expectation that he would find the French king in that city. St. Louis, however, had left a few weeks previously, upon which Edward followed him to Sardinia, and afterwards to Tunis. Before his arrival in Africa, St. Louis was no more, and peace had been concluded between France and Tunis. He determined, however, not to relinquish the Crusade. Returning to Sicily, he passed the winter in that country, and endeavoured to augment his little army. In the spring he set sail for Palestine, and arrived in safety at Acre. The Christians were torn as usual by mutual jealousies and animosities. The two great military orders were as virulent and as intractable as ever, opposed to each other and to all the world. The arrival of Edward had the effect of causing them to lay aside their unworthy contention, and of uniting heart to heart in one last effort for the deliverance of their adopted country. A force of 6,000 effective warriors was soon formed to join those of the English prince, and preparations were made for the renewal of hostilities. The Sultan Bibars, or Bendakdar, (Footnote: Mills, in his history, gives the name of this chief as Al-Malik, Al-Dakar, Rokneddin, Abulfeth, Bibars, Al-Ali, Al-Bundukare, Al-Saleh. End footnote. A fierce Mamluk, who had been placed on the throne by a bloody revolution, was at war with all his neighbours, and unable for that reason to concentrate his whole strength against them. Edward took advantage of this, and marching forward boldly to Nazareth, defeated the Turks and gained possession of that city. This was the whole amount of his successes. The hot weather engendered disease among his troops, and he himself, the life and soul of the expedition, fell sick among the first. He had been ill for some time, and was slowly recovering, when a messenger desired to speak with him on important matters, and to deliver some dispatches into his own hand. While the prince was occupied in examining them, the traitorous messenger drew a dagger from his belt and stabbed him in the breast. The wound fortunately was not deep, and Edward had regained a portion of his strength. He struggled with the assassin and put him to death with his own dagger, at the same time calling loudly for assistance. The reader will recognize the incident which Sir Walter Scott has introduced into his beautiful romance, The Talisman, and which, with the license claimed by poets and romancers, he represents as having befallen King Richard I. His attendants came at his call, and found him bleeding profusely, and ascertained on inspection that the dagger was poisoned. Means were instantly taken to purify the wound, and an antidote was sent by the Grand Master of the Templars, which removed all danger from the effects of the poison. Camden, in his history, has adopted the more popular, and certainly more beautiful version of this story, which says that the Princess Eleonora, in her love for her gallant husband, sucked the poison from his wound at the risk of her own life. To use the words of old Fuller, "It is a pity so pretty a story should not be true, and that so sovereign a remedy as a woman's tongue, anointed with the virtue of loving affection, should not have performed the good deed." Edward suspected, and doubtless not without reason, that the assassin was employed by the Sultan of Egypt. But it amounted to suspicion only, and by the sudden death of the assassin the principal clue to the discovery of the truth was lost for ever. Edward, on his recovery, prepared to resume the offensive, but the Sultan, embarrassed by the defensive interests which, for the time being, he considered of more importance, made offers of peace to the Crusaders. This proof of weakness on the part of the enemy was calculated to render a man of Edward's temperament more anxious to prosecute the war. But he had also other interests to defend. News arrived in Palestine of the death of his father, King Henry III., and his presence being necessary in England, he agreed to the terms of the Sultan. These were that the Christians should be allowed to retain their possessions in the Holy Land, and that a truce of 10 years should be proclaimed. Edward then set sail for England, and thus ended the last Crusade. The after fate of the Holy Land may be told in a few words. The Christians, unmindful of their past sufferings and of the jealous neighbours they had to deal with, first broke the truce by plundering some Egyptian traders near Margat. The Sultan immediately revenged the outrage by taking possession of Margat, and war once more raged between the nations. Margat made a gallant defence, but no reinforcements arrived from Europe to prevent its fall. Tripoli was the next, and other cities in succession, till at last Acre was the only city of Palestine that remained in possession of the Christians. The Grand Master of the Templars collected together his small and devoted band, and with the trifling aid afforded by the King of Cyprus, prepared to defend to the death the last possession of his order. Europe was deaf to his cry for aid. The numbers of the foe were overwhelming, and devoted bravery was of no avail. In that disastrous siege the Christians were all but exterminated. The King of Cyprus fled when he saw that resistance was vain, and the Grand Master fell at the head of his knights, pierced with 100 wounds. 7 Templars and as many Hospitallers alone escaped from the dreadful carnage. The victorious Moslems then set fire to the city, and the rule of the Christians in Palestine was brought to a close for ever. This intelligence spread alarm and sorrow among the clergy of Europe, who endeavoured to rouse once more the energy and enthusiasm of the nations in the cause of the Holy Land. But the popular mania had run its career, the spark of zeal had burned its appointed time, and was never again to be re-illumined. Here and there a solitary knight announced his determination to take up arms, and now and then a king gave cold encouragement to the scheme, but it dropped almost as soon as spoken of, to be renewed again, still more feebly at some longer interval. Now what was the grand result of all these struggles? Europe expended millions of her treasures, and the blood of 2 millions of her children, and a handful of quarrelsome knights retained possession of Palestine for about 100 years. Even had Christendom retained it to this day, the advantage, if confined to that, would have been too dearly purchased. But notwithstanding the fanaticism that originated and the folly that conducted them, the Crusades were not productive of unmitigated evil. The feudal chiefs became better members of society by coming in contact in Asia with a civilization superior to their own. The people secured some small instalments of their rights. Kings, no longer at war with their nobility, had time to pass some good laws. The human mind learned some little wisdom from hard experience, and casting off the slough of superstition in which the Roman clergy had so long enveloped it, became prepared to receive the seeds of the approaching Reformation. Thus did the all-wise disposer of events bring good out of evil, and advance the civilization and ultimate happiness of the nations of the West, by means of the very fanaticism that had led them against the East. But the whole subject is one of absorbing interest, and if carried fully out in all its bearings, would consume more space than the plan of this work will allow. The philosophic student will draw his own conclusions, and he can have no better field for the exercise of his powers than this European madness, its advantages and disadvantages, its causes and results. End of Chapter 1, Part 12. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kish. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 2. The Witch Mania, Part 1. What wrath of gods, or wicked influence of tears, conspiring wretched men to afflict, hath poured on earth this noyous pestilence, that mortal minds doth inwardly infect with love of blindness and of ignorance? Spenser's Tears of the Muses. Countryman. Hang her, beat her, kill her. Justice. How now? Forbear this violence. Mother Sawyer. A crew of villains, a knot of bloody hangmen, set to torment me, I know not why. Justice. Alas, neighbour Banks, are you a ringleader in mischief? Fie, to abuse an aged woman. Banks. Woman! A she-hell-cat, a witch! To prove her one, we no sooner set fire on the thatch of her house, but in she came running, as if the devil had sent her in a barrel of gunpowder. Ford's Witch of Edmonton. The belief that disembodied spirits may be permitted to revisit this world has its foundation upon that sublime hope of immortality which is at once the chief solace and greatest triumph of our reason. Even if revelation did not teach us, we feel that we have that within us which shall never die, and all our experience of this life but makes us cling the more fondly to that one repaying hope. But in the early days of little knowledge, this grand belief became the source of a whole train of superstitions which, in their turn, became the fount from whence flowed a deluge of blood and horror. Europe, for a period of 2 centuries and a half, brooded upon the idea, not only that parted spirits walked the earth to meddle in the affairs of men, but that men had power to summon evil spirits to their aid to work woe upon their fellows. An epidemic terror seized upon the nations. No man thought himself secure, either in his person or possessions, from the machinations of the devil and his agents. Every calamity that befell him he attributed to a witch. If a storm arose and blew down his barn, it was witchcraft. If his cattle died of a murrain, if disease fastened upon his limbs, or death entered suddenly and snatched a beloved face from his hearth, they were not visitations of Providence, but the works of some neighboring hag, whose wretchedness or insanity caused the ignorant to raise their finger and point at her as a witch. The word was upon everybody's tongue. France, Italy, Germany, England, Scotland, and the far north successively ran mad upon this subject, and for a long series of years furnished their tribunals with so many trials for witchcraft that other crimes were seldom or never spoken of. Thousands upon thousands of unhappy persons fell victims to this cruel and absurd delusion. In many cities of Germany, as will be shown more fully in its due place hereafter, the average number of executions for this pretended crime was 600 annually, or 2 every day, if we leave out the Sundays, when it is to be supposed that even this madness refrained from its work. A misunderstanding of the famous text of the Mosaic law, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," no doubt led many conscientious men astray, whose superstition, warm enough before, wanted but a little corroboration to blaze out with desolating fury. In all ages of the world, men have tried to hold converse with superior beings, and to pierce by their means the secrets of futurity. In the time of Moses, it is evident that there were impostors who trafficked upon the credulity of mankind, and insulted the supreme majesty of the true God by pretending to the power of divination. Hence the law which Moses, by divine command, promulgated against these criminals. But it did not follow, as the superstitious monomaniacs of the Middle Ages imagined, that the Bible established the existence of the power of divination by its edicts against those who pretended to it. From the best authorities, it appears that the Hebrew word, which has been rendered venefica and witch, means a poisoner and a divineress, a dabbler in spells or fortune-teller. The modern witch was a very different character, and joined to her pretended power of foretelling future events, that of working evil upon the life, limbs, and possessions of mankind. This power was only to be acquired by an express compact signed in blood with the devil himself, by which the wizard or witch renounced baptism, and sold his or her immortal soul to the evil one, without any saving clause of redemption. There are so many wondrous appearances in nature for which science and philosophy cannot even now account, that it is not surprising that, when natural laws were still less understood, men should have attributed to supernatural agency every appearance which they could not otherwise explain. The merest tyro now understands various phenomena which the wisest of old could not fathom. The schoolboy knows why, upon high mountains, there should on certain occasions appear 3 or 4 suns in the firmament at once, and why the figure of a traveller upon one eminence should be reproduced, inverted, and of a gigantic stature upon another. We all know the strange pranks which imagination can play in certain diseases, that the hypochondriac can see visions in spectres, and that there have been cases in which men were perfectly persuaded that they were teapots. Science has lifted up the veil, and rolled away all the fantastic horrors in which our forefathers shrouded these and similar cases. The man who now imagines himself a wolf is sent to the hospital instead of the stake, as in the days of the witch mania, and earth, air, and sea are unpeopled of the grotesque spirits that were once believed to haunt them. Before entering further into the history of witchcraft, it may be as well if we consider the absurd impersonation of the evil principle formed by the monks and their legends. We must make acquaintance with the primum mobile, and understand what sort of personage it was who gave the witches, in exchange for their souls, the power to torment their fellow creatures. The popular notion of the devil was that he was a large, ill-formed, hairy sprite, with horns, a long tail, cloven feet, and dragon's wings. In this shape he was constantly brought on the stage by the monks in their early miracles and mysteries. In these representations he was an important personage, and answered the purpose of the clown in the modern pantomime. The great fun for the people was to see him well belaboured by the saints with clubs or cudgels, and to hear him howl with pain as he limped off, maimed by the blow of some vigorous anchorite. St. Dunstan generally served him the glorious trick for which he is renowned, catching hold of his nose with a pair of red-hot pincers, till rocks and distant dells resounded with his cries. Some of the saints spat in his face to his very great annoyance, and others chopped off pieces of his tail, which, however, always grew on again. This was paying him in his own coin, and amused the populace mightily, for they all remembered the scurvy tricks he had played on them and their forefathers. It was believed that he endeavored to trip people up by laying his long, invisible tail in their way, and giving it a sudden whisk when their legs were over it; that he used to get drunk and swear like a trooper, and be so mischievous in his cups as to raise tempests and earthquakes, to destroy the fruits of the earth, and the barns and homesteads of true believers; that he used to run invisible spits into people by way of amusing himself in the long winter evenings, and to proceed to taverns and regale himself with the best, offering in payment pieces of gold which, on the dawn of the following morning, invariably turned into slates. Sometimes, disguised as a large drake, he used to lurk among the bulrushes, and frighten the weary traveler out of his wits by his awful quack. The reader will remember the lines of Burns in his address to the Devil, which so well express the popular notion on this point. A dreary, windy winter night, the stars shot down with skeleton light. With you myself I got a fright, ayont the low. Yea, like a rash bush, stood in sight, with wavering sough. The cudgel in my nave did shake, each bristled hair stood like a stake. When with an eldritch stowl, quake, quake among the springs, away ye squattered like a drake on whistling wings. In all the stories circulated and believed about him, he was represented as an ugly, petty, mischievous spirit who rejoiced in playing off all manner of fantastic tricks upon poor humanity. Milton seems to have been the first who succeeded in giving any but a ludicrous description of him. The sublime pride, which is the quintessence of evil, was unconceived before his time. All other limners made him merely grotesque, but Milton made him awful. In this the monks showed themselves but miserable romancers, for their object undoubtedly was to represent the fiend as terrible as possible. But there was nothing grand about their Satan. On the contrary, he was a low, mean devil, whom it was easy to circumvent, and fine fun to play tricks with. But, as is well and eloquently remarked by a modern writer, the subject also has its serious side. An Indian deity, with its wild, distorted shape and grotesque attitude, appears merely ridiculous when separated from its accessories and viewed by daylight in a museum. But restore it to the darkness of its own hideous temple, bring back to our recollection the victims that have bled upon its altar or been crushed beneath its car, and our sense of the ridiculous subsides into aversion and horror. So, while the superstitious dreams of former times are regarded as mere speculative insanities, we may be for a moment amused with the wild incoherencies of the patients. But when we reflect that out of these hideous misconceptions of the principle of evil arose the belief in witchcraft, that this was no dead faith, but one operating on the whole being of society, urging on the wisest and the mildest to deeds of murder, or cruelties scarcely less than murder, that the learned and the beautiful, young and old, male and female, were devoted by its influence to the stake and the scaffold, every feeling disappears, except that of astonishment that such things could be, and humiliation at the thought that the delusion was as lasting as it was universal. Besides this chief personage, there was an infinite number of inferior demons, who played conspicuous parts in the creed of witchcraft. The pages of Becker, Leloyer, Bodin, Del Rio, and de Lancre abound with descriptions of the qualities of these imps, and the functions which were assigned them. From these authors, 3 of whom were commissioners for the trial of witches, and who wrote from the confessions made by the supposed criminals and the evidence delivered against them, and from the more recent work of Monsieur Jules Garnet, the following summary of the creed has been, with great pains, extracted. The student who is desirous of knowing more is referred to the works in question. He will find enough in every leaf to make his blood curdle with shame and horror. But the purity of these pages shall not be soiled by anything so ineffably humiliating and disgusting as a complete exposition of them. What is here culled will be a sufficient sample of the popular belief, and the reader would but lose time who should seek in the writings of these demonologists for more ample details. He will gain nothing by lifting the veil which covers their unutterable obscenities, unless, like Sterne, he wishes to gather fresh evidence of what a beast man is. In that case he will find plenty there to convince him that the beast would be libeled by the comparison. It was thought that the earth swarmed with millions of demons of both sexes, many of whom, like the human race, traced their lineage up to Adam, who after the fall was led astray by devils, assuming the forms of beautiful women to deceive him. These demons increased and multiplied among themselves with the most extraordinary rapidity. Their bodies were of the thin air, and they could pass through the hardest substances with the greatest ease. They had no fixed residence or abiding place, but were tossed to and fro in the immensity of space. When thrown together in great multitudes, they excited whirlwinds in the air and tempests in the waters, and took delight in destroying the beauty of nature and the monuments of the industry of man. Although they increased among themselves like ordinary creatures, their numbers were daily augmented by the souls of wicked men, of children stillborn, of women who died in childbed, and of persons killed in duels. The whole air was supposed to be full of them, and many unfortunate men and women drew them by the thousands into their mouths and nostrils at every inspiration, and the demons, lodging in their bowels or other parts of their bodies, tormented them with pains and diseases of every kind, and sent them frightful dreams. St. Gregory of Nice relates a story of a nun who forgot to say her Benedicti and make the sign of the cross before she sat down to supper, and who, in consequence, swallowed a demon concealed among the leaves of a lettuce. Most persons said the number of these demons was so great that they could not be counted, but Wierus asserted that they amounted to no more than 7,405,926, and that they were divided into 72 companies or battalions, to each of which there was a prince or captain. They could assume any shape they pleased. When they were male, they were called incubi, and when female, succubi. They sometimes made themselves hideous, and at other times they assumed shapes of such transcendent loveliness that mortal eyes never saw beauty to compete with theirs. Although the devil and his legions could appear to mankind at any time, it was generally understood that he preferred the night between Friday and Saturday. If Satan himself appeared in human shape, he was never perfectly and in all respects like a man. He was either too black or too white, too large or too small, or some of his limbs were out of proportion to the rest of his body. Most commonly his feet were deformed, and he was obliged to curl up and conceal his tail in some part of his habiliments, for, take what shape he would, he could not get rid of that encumbrance. He sometimes changed himself into a tree or a river, and upon one occasion he transformed himself into a barrister, as we learn from Wierus, Book 4, Chapter 9. In the reign of Philippe le Bel, he appeared to a monk in the shape of a dark man riding a tall black horse, then as a friar, afterwards as an ass, and finally as a coach-wheel. Instances are not rare in which both he and his inferior demons have taken the form of handsome young men, and, successfully concealing their tails, have married beautiful young women, who have had children by them. Such children were easily recognizable by their continual shrieking, by their requiring 5 nurses to suckle them, and by their never growing fat. All these demons were at the command of any individual who would give up his immortal soul to the Prince of Evil for the privilege of enjoying their services for a stated period. The wizard or witch could send them to execute the most difficult missions. Whatever the witch commanded was performed, except it was a good action, in which case the order was disobeyed, and evil worked upon it herself instead. At intervals, according to the pleasure of Satan, there was a general meeting of the demons and all the witches. This meeting was called the Sabbath, from its taking place on the Saturday, or immediately after midnight on Fridays. These Sabbaths were sometimes held for one district, sometimes for another, and once at least every year it was held on the Brocken, or among other high mountains, as a general Sabbath of the fiends for the whole of Christendom. The devil generally chose a place where 4 roads met as the scene of this assembly, or, if that was not convenient, the neighborhood of a lake. Upon this spot nothing would ever afterwards grow, as the hot feet of the demons and witches burnt the principle of fecundity from the earth, and rendered it barren forever. When orders had been once issued for the meeting of the Sabbath, all the wizards and witches who failed to attend it were lashed by demons with a rod made of serpents or scorpions, as a punishment for their inattention or want of punctuality. In France and England the witches were supposed to ride uniformly upon broomsticks, but in Italy and Spain the devil himself, in the shape of a goat, used to transport them on his back, which lengthened or shortened according to the number of witches he was desirous of accommodating. No witch, when proceeding to the Sabbath, could get out by a door or window, were she to try ever so much. Their general mode of ingress was by the keyhole, and of egress by the chimney, up which they flew, broom and all, with the greatest ease. To prevent the absence of the witches from being noticed by their neighbors, some inferior demon was commanded to assume their shapes and lie in their beds, feigning illness, until the Sabbath was over. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Recording by Kish.
Chapter 2, Part 2 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY. Volume 2, Chapter 2, The Witch Mania, Part 2. When all the wizards and witches had arrived at the place of rendezvous, the infernal ceremonies of the Sabbath began. Satan, having assumed his favorite shape of a large he-goat with a face in front and another in his haunches, took his seat upon a throne, and all present in succession paid their respects to him and kissed him in his face behind. This done, he appointed a master of the ceremonies, in company with whom he made a personal examination of all the wizards and witches, to see whether they had the secret mark about them by which they were stamped as the devil's own. This mark was always insensible to pain. Those who had not yet been marked received the mark from the master of the ceremonies, the devil at the same time bestowing nicknames upon them. This done, they all began to sing and dance in the most furious manner, until someone arrived who was anxious to be admitted into their society. They were then silent for a while, until the newcomer had denied his salvation, kissed the devil, spat upon the Bible, and sworn obedience to him in all things. They then began dancing again with all their might, and singing these words: Alegremos, alegremos, que gente va tenemos. In the course of an hour or two they generally became wearied of this violent exercise, and then they all sat down and recounted the evil deeds they had done since their last meeting. Those who had not been malicious and mischievous enough towards their fellow creatures received personal chastisement from Satan himself, who flogged them with thorns or scorpions till they were covered with blood, and unable to sit or stand. When this ceremony was concluded, they were all amused by a dance of toads. Thousands of these creatures sprang out of the earth, and standing on their hind legs danced, while the devil played the bagpipes or the trumpet. These toads were all endowed with the faculty of speech, and entreated the witches to reward them with the flesh of unbaptized babes for their exertions to give them pleasure. The witches promised compliance. The devil bade them remember to keep their word, and then, stamping his foot, caused all the toads to sink into the earth in an instant. The place being thus cleared, preparation was made for the banquet, where all manner of disgusting things were served up and greedily devoured by the demons and witches, although the latter were sometimes regaled with choice meats and expensive wines from golden plates and crystal goblets. But they were never thus favored unless they had done an extraordinary number of evil deeds since the last period of meeting. After the feast they began dancing again, but such as had no relish for any more exercise in that way amused themselves by mocking the holy sacrament of baptism. For this purpose the toads were again called up and sprinkled with filthy water, the devil making the sign of the cross, and all the witches calling out, In nomine Patrica, Araguaco Petrica, Agora, Agora, Valentia, Hoando Gore Gates Gustia, which meant, in the name of Patrick, Petrick of Aragon, now all our ills are over. When the devil wished to be particularly amused, he made the witches strip off their clothes and dance before him, each with a cat tied round her neck, and another dangling from her body in the form of a tail. When the cock crew, they all disappeared, and the Sabbath was ended. This is a summary of the belief which prevailed for many centuries nearly all over Europe, and which is far from eradicated even at this day. It was varied in some respects in several countries, but the main points were the same in France, Germany, Great Britain, Italy, Spain, and the far north of Europe. The early annals of France abound with stories of supposed sorcery, but it was not until the time of Charlemagne that the crime acquired any great importance. This monarch, says M. Jules Guériney, had several times given orders that all necromancers, astrologers, and witches should be driven from his states. But as the number of criminals augmented daily, he found it necessary at last to resort to severer measures. In consequence he published several edicts, which may be found at length in the Capitulaire des Balus. By these every sort of magic, enchantment, and witchcraft was forbidden, and the punishment of death decreed against those who in any way evoked the devil, compounded love philters, afflicted either man or woman with barrenness, troubled the atmosphere, excited tempests, destroyed the fruits of the earth, dried up the milk of cows, or tormented their fellow creatures with sores and diseases. All persons found guilty of exercising these execrable arts were to be executed immediately upon conviction, that the earth might be rid of the burden and curse of their presence, and those even who consulted them might be punished with death. Footnote: Monsieur Michaud, in his History of the Crusades, Monsieur Guinguin, in his Literary History of Italy, and some other critics have objected to Tasso's poem that he has attributed to the Crusaders a belief in magic which did not exist at the time. If these critics had referred to the edicts of Charlemagne, they would have seen that Tasso was right, and that a disposition too eager to spy out imperfections in a great work was leading themselves into error. End footnote. After this time, prosecutions for witchcraft are continually mentioned, especially by the French historians. It was a crime imputed with so much ease and repelled with so much difficulty, that the powerful, whenever they wanted to ruin the weak, and could fix no other imputation upon them, had only to accuse them of witchcraft to ensure their destruction. Instances in which this crime was made the pretext for the most violent persecution, both of individuals and of communities, whose real offences were purely political or religious, must be familiar to every reader. The extermination of the Stedinger in 1234, of the Templars from 1307 to 1313, the execution of Joan of Arc in 1429, and the unhappy scenes of Arras in 1459 are the most prominent. The first of these is perhaps the least known, but is not among the least remarkable. The following account from Dr. Kortum's interesting History of the Republican Confederacies of the Middle Ages will show the horrible convenience of imputations of witchcraft when royal or priestly wolves wanted a pretext for a quarrel with the sheep. The Frieslanders, inhabiting the district from the Weser to the Zuyder Zee, had long been celebrated for their attachment to freedom and their successful struggles in its defense. As early as the 11th century they had formed a general confederacy against the encroachment of the Normans and the Saxons, which was divided into 7 Seelands, holding annually a diet under a large oak tree at Aurich, near Upstalboom. Here they managed their own affairs without the control of the clergy and ambitious nobles who surrounded them, to the great scandal of the latter. They already had true notions of a representative government. The deputies of the people levied the necessary taxes, deliberated on the affairs of the community, and performed, in their simple and patriarchal manner, nearly all the functions of the representative assemblies of the present day. Finally, the Archbishop of Bremen, together with the Count of Oldenburg and other neighbouring potentates, formed a league against that section of the Frieslanders known by the name of the Stedinger, and succeeded, after harassing them and sowing dissensions among them for many years, in bringing them under the yoke. But the Stedinger, devotedly attached to their ancient laws by which they had attained a degree of civil and religious liberty very uncommon in that age, did not submit without a violent struggle. They arose in insurrection in the year 1204 in defence of the ancient customs of their country, refused to pay taxes to the feudal chiefs or tithes to the clergy who had forced themselves into their peaceful retreats, and drove out many of their oppressors. For a period of 28 years the brave Stedinger continued the struggle single-handed against the forces of the Archbishops of Bremen and the Counts of Oldenburg, and destroyed in the year 1232 the strong castle of Slutterberg, near Delmenhorst, built by the latter nobleman as a position from which he could send out his marauders to plunder and destroy the possessions of the peasantry. The invincible courage of these poor people proving too strong for their oppressors to cope with by the ordinary means of warfare, the Archbishop of Bremen applied to Pope Gregory IX for spiritual aid against them. That prelate entered cordially into the cause, and launching forth his anathema against the Stedinger as heretics and witches, encouraged all true believers to assist in their extermination. A large body of thieves and fanatics broke into their country in the year 1233, killing and burning wherever they went, and not sparing either women or children, the sick or the aged, in their rage. The Stedinger, however, rallied in great force, routed their invaders, and killed in battle their leader, Count Burkhard of Oldenburg, with many inferior chieftains. Again the Pope was applied to, and a crusade against the Stedinger was preached in all that part of Germany. The Pope wrote to all the bishops and leaders of the faithful an exhortation to arm, to root out from the land those abominable witches and wizards. The Stedinger, said His Holiness, seduced by the devil, have abjured all the laws of God and man, slandered the Church, insulted the holy sacraments, consulted witches to raise evil spirits, shed blood like water, taken the lives of priests, and concocted an infernal scheme to propagate the worship of the devil, whom they adore under the name of Asmodi. The devil appears to them in different shapes, sometimes as a goose or duck, and at others in the figure of a pale black-eyed youth with a melancholy aspect, whose embrace fills their hearts with eternal hatred against the holy Church of Christ. This devil presides at their Sabbaths, when they all kiss him and dance around him. He then envelops them in total darkness, and they all, male and female, give themselves up to the grossest and most disgusting debauchery. In consequence of these letters of the Pope, the Emperor of Germany, Frederick II, also pronounced his ban against them. The bishops of Ratzeburg, Lubeck, Osnabrück, Munster, and Minden took up arms to exterminate them, aided by the Duke of Brabant, the Counts of Holland, of Cleves, of the Mark, of Oldenburg, of Egmont, of Diest, and many other powerful nobles. An army of 40,000 men was soon collected, which marched under the command of the Duke of Brabant into the country of the Stedinger. The latter mustered vigorously in defence of their lives and liberties, but could raise no greater force, including every man capable of bearing arms, than 11,000 men to cope against the overwhelming numbers of their foe. They fought with the energy of despair, but all in vain. 8,000 of them were slain on the field of battle. The whole race was exterminated, and the enraged conqueror scoured the country in all directions, slew the women and children and old men, drove away the cattle, fired the woods and cottages, and made a total waste of the land. Just as absurd and effectual was the charge brought against the Templars in 1307, when they had rendered themselves obnoxious to the potentates and prelacy of Christendom. Their wealth, their power, their pride, and their insolence had raised up enemies on every side, and every sort of accusation was made against them, but failed to work their overthrow, until the terrible cry of witchcraft was let loose upon them. This effected its object, and the Templars were extirpated. They were accused of having sold their souls to the devil, and of celebrating all the infernal mysteries of the witches' Sabbath. It was pretended that when they admitted a novice into their order, they forced him to renounce his salvation and curse Jesus Christ, that they then made him submit to many unholy and disgusting ceremonies, and forced him to kiss the superior on the cheek, the navel, and the breech, and spit 3 times upon a crucifix, that all the members were forbidden to have connection with women, but might give themselves up without restraint to every species of unmentionable debauchery, that when by any mischance a Templar infringed this order, and a child was born, the whole order met and tossed it about like a shuttlecock from one to the other until it expired, that they then roasted it by a slow fire, and with the fat which trickled from it anointed the hair and beard of a large image of the devil. It was also said that when one of the knights died, his body was burnt into a powder, and then mixed with wine and drunk by every member of the order. Philip IV, who, to exercise his own implacable hatred, invented in all probability the greater part of these charges, issued orders for the immediate arrest of all the Templars in his dominions. The Pope afterwards took up the cause with almost as much fervour as the King of France, and in every part of Europe the Templars were thrown into prison, and their goods and estates confiscated. Hundreds of them, when put to the rack, confessed even the most preposterous of the charges against them, and by doing so increased the popular clamour and the hopes of their enemies. It is true that when removed from the rack they denied all they had previously confessed, but this circumstance only increased the outcry, and was numbered as an additional crime against them. They were considered in a worse light than before, and condemned forthwith to the flames as relapsed heretics. 59 of these unfortunate victims were all burned together by a slow fire in a field in the suburbs of Paris, protesting to the very last moment of their lives their innocence of the crimes imputed to them, and refusing to accept of pardon upon condition of acknowledging themselves guilty. Similar scenes were enacted in the provinces, and for 4 years hardly a month passed without witnessing the execution of one or more of these unhappy men. Finally, in 1313, the last scene of this tragedy closed by the burning of the Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, and his companion Guy, the commander of Normandy. Anything more atrocious it is impossible to conceive. disgraceful alike to the monarch who originated, the pope who supported, and the age which tolerated the monstrous iniquity. That the malice of a few could invent such a charge is a humiliating thought for the lover of his species, but that millions of mankind should credit it is still more so. The execution of Joan of Arc is the next most notorious example which history affords us of the imputation of witchcraft against a political enemy. Instances of similar persecution in which this crime was made the pretext for the gratification of political or religious hatred might be multiplied to a great extent, but it is better to proceed at once to the consideration of the bull of Pope Innocent, the torch that set fire to the long-laid train and caused so fearful an explosion over the Christian world. It will be necessary, however, to go back for some years anterior to that event, the better to understand the motives that influenced the Church in the promulgation of that fearful document. Towards the close of the 14th and beginning of the 15th century, many witches were burned in different parts of Europe. As a natural consequence of the severe persecution, the crime, or the pretenders to it, increased. Those who found themselves accused and threatened with the penalties, if they happened to be persons of a bad and malicious disposition, wished they had the power imputed to them, that they might be revenged upon their persecutors. Numerous instances are upon record of half-crazed persons being found muttering the spells which were supposed to raise the evil one. When religion and law alike recognized the crime, it is no wonder that the weak in reason and the strong in imagination, especially when they were of a nervous temperament, fancied themselves endued with the terrible powers of which all the world was speaking. The belief of their neighbors did not lag behind their own, and execution was the speedy consequence. As the fear of witchcraft increased, the Catholic clergy strove to fix the imputation of it upon those religious sects, the pioneers of the Reformation, who began about this time to be formidable to the Church of Rome. If a charge of heresy could not ensure their destruction, that of sorcery and witchcraft never failed. In the year 1459, a devoted congregation of the Waldenses at Arras, who used to repair at night to worship God in their own manner in solitary places, fell victim to an accusation of sorcery. It was rumored in Arras that in the desert places to which they retired the devil appeared before them in human form, and read from a large book his laws and ordinances, to which they all promised obedience, that he then distributed money and food among them to bind them to his service, which done, they gave themselves up to every species of lewdness and debauchery. Upon these rumours several creditable persons in Arras were seized and imprisoned, together with a number of decrepit and idiotic old women. The rack, that convenient instrument for making the accused confess anything, was of course put in requisition. Monstrelet in his Chronicle says that they were tortured until some of them admitted the truth of the whole accusations, and said besides that they had seen and recognized in their nocturnal assemblies many persons of rank, many prelates, seigneurs, governors of bailliages, and mayors of cities, being such names as the examiners had themselves suggested to the victims. Several who had been thus informed against were thrown into prison and so horribly tortured that reason fled, and in their ravings of pain they also confessed their midnight meetings with the devil, and the oaths they had taken to serve him. Upon these confessions judgment was pronounced. The poor old women, as usual in such cases, were hanged and burned in the market-place. The more wealthy delinquents were allowed to escape upon payment of large sums. It was soon after universally recognized that these trials had been conducted in the most odious manner, and that the judges had motives of private vengeance against many of the more influential persons who had been implicated. The Parliament of Paris afterwards declared the sentence illegal and the judges iniquitous, but its arrêt was too late to be of service even to those who paid the fine, or to punish the authorities who had misconducted themselves, for it was not delivered until 32 years after the executions had taken place. In the meantime, accusations of witchcraft spread rapidly in France, Italy, and Germany. Strange to say that although in the first instance chiefly directed against heretics, the latter were as firm believers in the crime as even the Catholics themselves. In after times we find that the Lutherans and Calvinists became greater witch-burners than ever the Romanists had been, so deeply was the prejudice rooted. Every other point of belief was in dispute, but that was considered by every sect to be as well established as the authenticity of the Scriptures or the existence of a God. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 2, Part 3 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Robinson. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 2, The Witch Mania, Part 3. But at this early period of the epidemic, the persecutions were directed by the heads of the Catholic Church. The spread of heresy betokened, it was thought, the coming of the Antichrist. Florimond, in his work concerning Antichrist, exposed the secret of these prosecutions. He says, quote, "All who have afforded us some signs of the approach of Antichrist agree that the increase of sorcery and witchcraft is to distinguish the melancholy period of his advent. And was ever age so afflicted as ours? The seats destined for criminals and our courts of justice are blackened with persons accused of this guilt. There are not judges enough to try them. Our dungeons are gorged with them. No day passes that we do not render our tribunals bloody by the dooms which we pronounce, or in which we do not return to our homes discountenanced and terrified at the horrible confessions which we have heard. And the devil is accounted so good a master that we cannot commit so great a number of his slaves to the flames, but that there shall arise from their ashes a sufficient number to supply their place." End quote. Florimond here spoke the general opinion of the Church of Rome, but it never suggested itself to the mind of any person engaged in these trials that if it were indeed a devil who raised up so many new witches to fill the places of those consumed, it was no other than one of their own employ, the devil of persecution. But so it was. The more they burned, the more they found to burn, until it became a common prayer with women in the humbler walks of life that they might never live to grow old. It was sufficient to be aged, poor, and half-crazed to ensure death at the stake or the scaffold. In the year 1487, there was a severe storm in Switzerland, which laid waste the country for 4 miles around Constance. 2 wretched old women, who the popular voice had long accused of witchcraft, were arrested on the preposterous charge of having raised the tempest. The rack was displayed, and the 2 poor creatures were extended upon it. In reply to various questions from their tormentors, they owned in their agony that they were in the constant habit of meeting the devil, and that they had sold their souls to him, and that at their command he had raised the tempest. Upon this insane and blasphemous charge they were condemned to die. In the criminal registers of Constance there stands against the name of each a simple but significant phrase, Convicta et combusta. This case, and hundreds of others, were duly reported to the ecclesiastical powers. There happened at the time to be a pontiff at the head of the church who had given much of his attention to the subject of witchcraft, and who, with the intention of rooting out the supposed crime, did more to increase it than any other man that ever lived. John Baptist Cibo, elected to the papacy in 1485 under the designation of Innocent VIII, was sincerely alarmed at the number of witches, and launched forth his terrible manifesto against them. In his celebrated bull of 1488, he called the nations of Europe to the rescue of the Church of Christ upon earth, imperiled by the arts of Satan, and set forth the horrors that had reached his ears, how that numbers of both sexes had intercourse with the infernal fiends, how by their sorceries they afflicted both man and beast, how they blighted the marriage bed, destroyed the births of women and the increase of cattle, and how they blasted the corn on the ground, the grapes in the vineyard, the fruits of the trees, and the herbs of the field. In order that criminals so atrocious might no longer pollute the earth, he appointed inquisitors in every country, armed with the apostolic power to convict and punish. It was now that the witch mania, properly so called, may be said to have fairly commenced. Immediately, a class of men sprang up in Europe who made it the sole business of their lives to discover and burn witches. Sprecher, in Germany, was the most celebrated of these national scourges. In his notorious work, the Malleus Maleficarum, he laid down a regular form of trial and appointed a course of examination by which the inquisitors in all other countries might best discover the guilty. The questions, which were always enforced by torture, were of the most absurd and disgusting nature. The inquisitors were required to ask the suspected whether they had midnight meetings with the devil, whether they attended the witches' Sabbath on the Brocken, whether they had their familiar spirits, whether they could raise whirlwinds and call down the lightning, and whether they had sexual intercourse with Satan. Straight away the inquisitors set to work. Cumanus in Italy burned 41 poor women in one province alone, and Sprecher in Germany burned a number which can never be ascertained correctly, but which, it is agreed on all hands, amounted to more than 500 in a year. The great resemblance between confessions of the unhappy victims was regarded as new proof of the existence of the crime, but this is not astonishing. The same questions from the Malleus Maleficarum were put to them all, and torture never failed to induce the answer required by the inquisitor. Numbers of people whose imaginations were filled with these horrors went further in the way of confession than even their tormentors anticipated, in the hope that they would thereby be saved from the rack and put out of their misery at once. Some confessed that they had had children by the devil, but no one who ever had been a mother gave utterance to such a frantic imagining, even in the extremity of her anguish. The childless only confessed it, and were burned instanter as unworthy to live. For fear of the zeal of the enemies of Satan should cool, successive popes appointed new commissions. One was appointed by Alexander VI in 1494, another by Leo X in 1521, and a third by Adrian VI in 1522. They were all armed with the same powers to hunt out and destroy, and executed their fearful functions but too rigidly. In Geneva alone, 500 persons were burned in the years 1515 and 1516, under the title of Protestant witches. It would appear that their chief crime was heresy, and their witchcraft merely an aggravation. Bartolomeo de Spina has a list still more fearful. He informs us that in the year 1524, no less than 1,000 persons suffered death for witchcraft in the district of Como, and that, for several years afterwards, the average number of victims exceeded 100 annually. One inquisitor, Remigius, took great credit to himself for having, during 15 years, convicted and burned 900. In France, about the year 1520, fires for the execution of witches blazed in almost every town. Danius, in his Dialogues of Witches, says they were so numerous that it would be next to impossible to tell the number of them. So deep was the thraldom of the human mind that the friends and relatives of the accused parties looked on and approved. The wife or sister of a murderer might sympathize on his fate, but the wives and husbands of sorcerers and witches had no pity. The truth is that pity was dangerous, for it was thought no one could have compassion on the sufferings of a witch who was not a dabbler in sorcery. To have wept for a witch would have ensured the stake. In some districts, however, the exasperation of the people broke out, in spite of superstition. The inquisitor of a rural township in Piedmont burned the victims so plentifully and so fast that there was not a family in the place which did not lose a member. The people at last arose, and the inquisitor was but too happy to escape from their country with whole limbs. The archbishop of the diocese proceeded afterwards to the trial of such as the inquisitor had left in prison. Some of the charges were so utterly preposterous that the poor wretches were at once liberated. Others met a harder but the usual fate. Some of them were accused of having joined the witches' dance at midnight under a blasted oak, where they had been seen by credible people. The husbands of several of these women, 2 of whom were young and beautiful, swore positively that at the time stated their wives were comfortably asleep in their arms. But it was all in vain. Their word was taken, but the archbishop told them they had been deceived by the devil and their own senses. It was true they might have had the semblance of their wives in their beds, but the originals were far away at the devil's dance under the oak. The honest fellows were confounded, and their wives burned forthwith. In the year 1561, 5 poor women of Verneuil were accused of transforming themselves into cats, and in that shape, attending the Sabbath of the fiends, prowling around Satan, who presided over them in the form of a goat, and dancing to amuse him upon his back. They were found guilty and burned. In 1564, 3 wizards and a witch appeared before the presidents Salvert and Daventon. They confessed, when extended on the rack, that they anointed the sheep pens with infernal unguents to kill the sheep, that they attended the Sabbath, where they saw a great black goat which spoke to them and made them kiss him, each holding a lighted candle in his hand while he performed the ceremony. They were all executed at Poitiers. In 1571, the celebrated sorcerer Toisachel was burned in the Place de Grève in Paris. He confessed, in the presence of Charles IX, and of the Marshal de Montmorency de Retz, and the Sieur de Marzial, physician to the king, that he could perform the most wonderful things by the aid of a devil to whom he had sold himself. He described at great length the saturnalia of the friends, the sacrifices which they offered up, the debaucheries they committed with the young and handsome witches, and the various modes of preparing the infernal unguent for blighting cattle. He said he had upwards of 1,200 accomplices in the crime of witchcraft in various parts of France, whom he named to the king, and many of whom were afterwards arrested and suffered execution. At Dole, 2 years afterwards, Gilles Garnier, a native of Lyon, was indicted for being a loup-garou, or man-wolf, for prowling in that shape about the country at night to devour little children. The indictment against him, as read by Henri Camus, Doctor of Laws and Counselor of the King, was to the effect that he, Gilles Garnier, had seized upon a little girl, 12 years of age, whom he drew into a vineyard and there killed, partly with his teeth and partly with his hands, seeming like a wolf's paws. That from thence he trailed her bleeding body along the ground with his teeth into the woods of La Serre, where he ate the greatest portion of her at one meal, and carried the remainder home to his wife. That upon another occasion, 8 days before the festival of All Saints, he was seen to seize another child in his teeth, and would have devoured her had she not been rescued by the country people, and that the said child died a few days afterwards of the injuries he had inflicted. That 15 days after the same festival of All Saints, being again in the shape of a wolf, he devoured a boy 13 years of age, having previously torn off his leg and thigh with his teeth, and hid them away for his breakfast on the morrow. He was furthermore indicted for giving way to the same diabolical and unnatural propensities even in his shape of a man, and that he had strangled a boy in a wood with the intention of eating him, which crime he would have effected if he had not been seen by the neighbors and prevented. Gilles Garnier was put to the rack after 50 witnesses had deposed against him. He confessed everything that was laid out to his charge. He was thereupon brought back into the presence of his judges, where Dr. Camus, in the name of the Parliament of Dole, pronounced the following sentence. Quote, "Seeing that Gilles Garnier has, by the testimony of credible witnesses, and by his own spontaneous confession, been proved guilty of the abominable crimes of lycanthropy and witchcraft, this court condemns him, the said Gilles, to be taken in a cart from this spot to the place of execution, accompanied by the executioner, Maître Exécutionnaire de la Haute Justice, where he, by the said executioner, shall be tied to a stake and burned alive, and that his ashes be then scattered to the winds. The court further condemns him, the said Gilles, to the cost of this prosecution." End quote. Given at Dole, this 18th day of January, 1573. In 1578, the Parliament of Paris was occupied for several days with the trial of a man named Jacques Rollet. He also was found guilty of being a loup-garou, and in that shape devouring a little boy. He was burnt alive in the Place de Grève. In 1579, so much alarm was excited in the neighborhood of Melun by the increase of witches and loup-garous that a council was held to devise some measures to stay the evil. A decree was passed that all witches and consulters with witches should be punished with death, and not only those, but fortune-tellers and conjurers of every kind. The Parliament of Rouen took up the same question in the following year, and decreed that the possession of a grimoire, or book of spells, was sufficient evidence of witchcraft, and that all persons on whom such books were found should be burned alive. 3 councils were held in different parts of France in the year 1583, all in relation to the same subject. The Parliament of Bordeaux issued strict injunctions to all curates and clergy whatever to use redoubled efforts to root out the crime of witchcraft. The Parliament of Tours was equally peremptory, and featured the judgments of an offended God if all these dealers with the devil were not swept from the face of the land. The Parliament of Reims was particularly severe against the Nueurs d'Aguillette, or tires of the knot, people of both sexes who took pleasure in preventing the consummation of marriage, that they might counteract the command of God to our first parents to increase and multiply. This Parliament held it to be sinful to wear amulets to preserve from witchcraft, and, that this practice might not be continued within its jurisdiction, drew up a form of exorcism which would more effectually defeat the agents of the devil and put them to flight. A case of witchcraft which created a great sensation in its day occurred in 1588 at the village in the mountains of Auvergne, about 2 leagues from Apchamps. A gentleman of that place being at his window, there passed a friend of his who had been out hunting, and who was then returning to his own house. The gentleman asked his friend what sport he had had, upon which the latter informed him that he had been attacked in the plain by a large and savage wolf, which he had shot at without wounding, and that he had then drawn out his hunting knife and cut off the animal's forepaw as it sprang upon his neck to devour him. The huntsman, upon this, put his hand to his bag to pull out the paw, but was shocked to find that it was a woman's hand, with a wedding ring on her finger. The gentleman immediately recognized his wife's ring, which, says the indictment against her, made him begin to suspect some evil of her. He immediately went in search of her, and found her sitting by the fire in the kitchen, with her arm hidden underneath her apron. He tore off her apron with great vehemence, and found that she had no hand, and that the stump was even then bleeding. She was given into custody and burnt at Riom in presence of some thousands of spectators. In the midst of these executions, rare were the gleams of mercy. Few instances are upon record of any acquittal taking place when the crime was witchcraft. The discharge of 14 persons by the Parliament of Paris in the year 1589 is almost a solitary example of a return to reason. 14 persons condemned to death for witchcraft appealed against the judgment to the Parliament of Paris, which for political reasons had been exiled to Tours. The Parliament named 4 commissioners: Pierre Pigray, the king's surgeon, and Messieurs Leroux, Renard, and Frialceau, the king's physicians, to visit and examine these witches and see whether they had the mark of the devil upon them. Pigray, who relates the circumstances in his work on surgery, Book 7, Chapter 10, says the visit was made in presence of 2 counselors of the court. The witches were all stripped naked, and the physicians examined their bodies very diligently, pricking them in all the marks they could find to see whether they were insensible to pain, which was always considered a certain proof of guilt. They were, however, very sensible of the pricking, and some of them called out very lustily when the pins were driven into them. Quote, "We found them," continues Pierre Pigray, "to be very poor, stupid people, and some of them insane. Many of them were quite indifferent about life, and 1 or 2 of them desired death as a relief for their sufferings. Our opinion was that they stood more in need of medicine than of punishment, and so we reported to the Parliament. Their case was thereupon taken into further consideration, and the Parliament, after mature counsel amongst all the members, ordered the poor creatures to be sent to their homes without inflicting any punishment upon them." Unquote. Such was the dreadful state of Italy, Germany, and France during the 16th century, which was far from being the worst crisis of the popular madness with regard to witchcraft. Let us see what was the state of England during the same period. The Reformation, which in its progress had rooted out so many errors, stopped short at this, the greatest error of all. Luther and Calvin were as firm believers in witchcraft as Pope Innocent himself, and their followers shewed themselves more zealous persecutors than the Romanists. Dr. Hutchinson, in his work on witchcraft, asserts that the mania manifested itself later in England, and raged with less virulence than on the continent. The first assertion only is true, for though the persecution began later, both in England and Scotland, its progress was as fearful as elsewhere. It was not until more than 50 years after the issuing of the bull of Innocent VIII that the legislature of England thought it fit to make any more severe enactments against sorcery than those already in operation. The statute of 1541 was the first that specified a particular crime of witchcraft. At a much earlier period, many persons had suffered death for sorcery, in addition to other offenses, but no executions took place for attending the witches' Sabbath, raising tempests, afflicting cattle with barrenness, and all of the fantastic trumpery of the continent. 2 statutes were passed in 1551, the first relating to false prophecies, caused mainly, no doubt, by the impositions of Elizabeth Barton, the Holy Maid of Kent, in 1534, and second against conjuration, witchcraft, and sorcery. But even this enactment did not consider witchcraft as penal in itself, and only condemned to death those who, by means of spells, incantations, or contracts with the devil, attempted the lives of their neighbors. The Statute of Elizabeth in 1562 at last recognized witchcraft as a crime of the highest magnitude, whether exerted or not to the injury of the lives, limbs, and possessions of the community. From that date, the persecution may fairly be said to have commenced in England. It reached its climax in the early part of the 17th century, which was the hottest period of the mania all over Europe. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Recording by Robert Robinson.
Chapter 2, Part 4 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Markgraf. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 2. The Witch Mania, Part 4. A few cases of witch persecution in the 16th century will enable the reader to form a more accurate idea of the progress of this great error than if he plunged at once into that busy period of its history when Matthew Hopkins and his coadjutors exercised their infernal calling. Several instances occur in England during the latter years of the reign of Elizabeth. At this time, the public mind had become pretty familiar with the details of the crime. Bishop Jewell, in his sermons before Her Majesty, used constantly to conclude them by a fervent prayer that she might be preserved from witches. Upon one occasion in 1598, his words were, "If it may please your grace to understand that witches and sorcerers within these last 4 years are marvelously increased within this your grace's realm. Your grace's subjects pine away even unto death, their color fadeth, their flesh rotteth, their speech is benumbed, their senses are bereft. I pray God they may never practice further than upon the subject." By degrees, an epidemic terror of witchcraft spread into the villages. In proportion as the doctrine of the Puritans took root, this dread increased and, of course, brought persecution in its train. The Church of England has claimed, and is entitled to the merit of having been less influenced in these matters than any other sect of Christians, but still they were tainted with the superstition of the age. One of the most flagrant instances of cruelty and delusion upon record was consummated under the authority of the Church, and commemorated till a very late period by an annual lecture at the University of Cambridge. This is the celebrated case of the witches of Warboys, who were executed about 32 years after the passing of the Statute of Elizabeth. Although in the interval but a few trials are recorded, there is unfortunately but too much evidence to show the extreme length to which the popular prejudice was carried. Many women lost their lives in every part of England without being brought to trial at all, from the injuries received at the hands of the people. The number of these can never be ascertained. The case of the witches of Warboys merits to be detailed at length, not only from the importance attached to it for so many years by the learned of the university, but from the singular absurdity of the evidence upon which men, sensible in all other respects, could condemn their fellow creatures to the scaffold. The principal actors in this strange drama were the families of Sir Samuel Cromwell and a Mr. Throgmorton, both gentlemen of landed property near Warboys in the county of Huntingdon. Mr. Throgmorton had several daughters, the eldest of whom, Mistress Joan, was an imaginative and melancholy girl, whose head was filled with stories of ghosts and witches. Upon one occasion she chanced to pass the cottage of one Mrs., or as she was called, Mother Samuel, a very aged, very poor, and very ugly woman. Mother Samuel was sitting at her door knitting, with a black cap upon her head, when this silly young lady passed, and taking her eyes from her work, she looked steadfastly at her. Mistress Joan immediately fancied that she felt sudden pains in all her limbs, and from that day forth never ceased to tell her sisters and everybody about her that Mother Samuel had bewitched her. The other children took up the cry and actually frightened themselves into fits whenever they passed within sight of this terrible old woman. Mr. and Mrs. Throgmorton, not a whit wiser than their children, believed all the absurd tales they had been told, and Lady Cromwell, a gossip of Mrs. Throgmorton, made herself very active in the business, and determined to bring the witch to the ordeal. The sapient Sir Samuel joined in the scheme, and the children, thus encouraged, gave loose reins to their imaginations, which seemed to have been of the liveliest. They soon invented a whole host of evil spirits, and names for them besides, which they said were sent by Mother Samuel to torment them continually. 7 spirits especially, they said, were raised from hell by this wicked woman to throw them into fits, and as the children were actually subject to fits, their mother and her commeres gave the more credit to the story. The names of these spirits were First Smack, Second Smack, Third Smack, Blue, Catch, Hard Name, and Pluck. Throgmorton, the father, was so pestered by these idle fancies, and yet so well inclined to believe them, that he marched valiantly forth to the hut where Mother Samuel resided with her husband and daughter, and dragged her forcibly into his own grounds. Lady Cromwell, Mrs. Throgmorton, and the girls were in waiting, armed with long pins to prick the witch and see if they could draw blood from her. Lady Cromwell, who seems to have been the most violent of the party, tore the old woman's cap off her head, and plucking out a handful of her gray hair, gave it to Mrs. Throgmorton to burn as a charm which would preserve them all from her future machinations. It was no wonder that the poor creature, subjected to this rough usage, should give vent to an involuntary curse upon her tormentors. She did so, and her curse was never forgotten. Her hair, however, was supposed to be a grand specific, and she was allowed to depart half dead with terror and ill usage. For more than a year, the families of Cromwell and Throgmorton continued to persecute her, and to assert that her imps afflicted them with pains and fits, turned the milk sour in their pans, and prevented their cows and ewes from bearing. In the midst of these fooleries, Lady Cromwell was taken ill and died. It was then remembered that her death had taken place exactly a year and a quarter since she was cursed by Mother Samuel, and that on several occasions she had dreamed of the witch and a black cat, the latter being, of course, the archenemy of mankind himself. Sir Samuel Cromwell now conceived himself bound to take more energetic measures against the sorceress, since he had lost his wife by her means. The year and a quarter and the black cat were proofs positive. All the neighbors had taken up the cry of witchcraft against Mother Samuel, and her personal appearance, unfortunately for her, the very ideal of what a witch ought to be, increased the popular suspicion. It would appear that at last the poor woman believed, even to her own disadvantage, that she was what everybody represented her to be. Being forcibly brought into Mr. Throgmorton's house when his daughter Joan was in one of her customary fits, she was commanded by him and Sir Samuel Cromwell to expel the devil from the young lady. She was told to repeat her exorcism, and to add, "As I am a witch, and the causer of Lady Cromwell's death, I charge thee, fiend, to come out of her." She did as was required of her, and moreover confessed that her husband and daughter were leagued with her in witchcraft, and had, like her, sold their souls to the devil. The whole family were immediately arrested and sent to Huntingdon to prison. The trial was instituted shortly afterwards before Mr. Justice Fenner, when all the crazy girls of Mr. Throgmorton's family gave evidence against Mother Samuel and her family. They were all 3 put to the torture. The old woman confessed in her anguish that she was a witch, that she had cast her spells upon the young ladies, and that she had caused the death of Lady Cromwell. The father and daughter, stronger in mind than their unfortunate wife and parent, refused to confess anything, and asserted their innocence to the last. They were all 3 condemned to be hanged, and their bodies burned. The daughter, who was young and good-looking, excited the pity of many persons, and she was advised to plead pregnancy, that she might gain at least a respite from death. The poor girl refused proudly, on the ground that she would not be accounted both a witch and a strumpet. Her half-witted old mother caught at the idea of a few weeks' longer life and asserted that she was pregnant. The court was convulsed with laughter, in which the wretched victim herself joined, and this was accounted an additional proof that she was a witch. The whole family were executed on the 7th of April, 1593. Sir Samuel Cromwell, as lord of the manor, received the sum of £40 out of the confiscated property of the Samuels, which he turned into a rent charge of 40 sterling yearly for the endowment of an annual sermon or lecture upon the enormity of witchcraft, and this case in particular, to be preached by a doctor or bachelor of divinity of Queen's College, Cambridge. I have not been able to ascertain the exact date at which this annual lecture was discontinued, but it appears to have been preached so late as 1718, when Dr. Hutchinson published his work upon witchcraft. To carry on in proper chronological order the history of the witch delusion in the British Isles, it will be necessary to examine into what was taking place in Scotland during all that part of the 16th century anterior to the accession of James VI to the crown of England. We naturally expect that the Scotch, a people renowned from the earliest times for their powers of imagination, should be more deeply imbued with this gloomy superstition than their neighbors of the south. The nature of their soil and climate tended to encourage the dreams of early ignorance. Ghosts, goblins, wraiths, kelpies, and a whole host of spiritual beings were familiar to the dwellers by the misty glens of the highlands and the romantic streams of the lowlands. Their deeds, whether of good or ill, were enshrined in song, and took a greater hold upon the imagination because verse had sanctified them. But it was not till the religious reformers began the practice of straining Scripture to the severest extremes that the arm of the law was called upon to punish witchcraft as a crime per se. What Pope Innocent VIII had done for Germany and France, the preachers of the Reformation did for the Scottish people. Witchcraft, instead of being a mere article of faith, became enrolled in the statute book, and all good subjects and true Christians were called upon to take arms against it. The 9th Parliament of Queen Mary passed an act in 1563 which decreed the punishment of death against witches and consulters with witches, and immediately the whole bulk of the people were smitten with an epidemic fear of the devil and his mortal agents. Persons in the highest ranks of life shared and encouraged the delusion of the vulgar. Many were themselves accused of witchcraft, and noble ladies were shown to have dabbled in mystic arts, and proved to the world that if they were not witches, it was not for want of the will. Among the dames who became notorious for endeavoring to effect their wicked ends by the devil's aid may be mentioned the celebrated Lady Buccleuch of Branksome, familiar to all the readers of Sir Walter Scott, the Countess of Lothian, the Countess of Angus, the Countess of Athol, Lady Kerr, the Countess of Huntley, Euphemia Macalzian, the daughter of Lord Cliftonhall, and Lady Fowlis. Among the celebrated of the other sex who were accused of wizardism was Sir Lewis Ballantyne, the Lord Justice Clerk for Scotland, who, if we may believe Scott of Scott-Starvett, dealt by curiosity with a warlock called Richard Graham, and prayed him to raise the devil. The warlock consented and raised him in propria persona in the yard of his house in the Canongate, at the sight of whom the Lord Justice Clerk was so terrified that he took sickness and thereof died. By such idle reports as these did the envious ruin the reputation of those they hated, though it would appear in this case that Sir Lewis had been fool enough to make the attempt of which he was accused, and that the success of the experiment was the only apocryphal part of the story. John Knox. The enemies of John Knox invented a similar tale, which found ready credence among the Roman Catholics glad to attach any stigma to that grand scourge of the vices of their church. It was reported that he and his secretary went into the churchyard of St. Andrew's with the intent to raise some sancties, but that by a mistake in their conjurations they raised the great fiend himself instead of the saints they wished to consult. The popular rumor added that Knox's secretary was so frightened at the great horns, goggle eyes, and long tail of Satan that he went mad and shortly afterwards died. Knox himself was built of sterner stuff and was not to be frightened. The first name that occurs in the records of the High Court of Justiciary of persons tried or executed for witchcraft is that of Janet Bowman in 1572, 9 years after the passing of the Act of Mary. No particulars of her crimes are given, and against her name there only stands the words, "convict and burnt." It is not, however, to be inferred that in this interval no trials or executions took place, for it appears on the authority of documents of unquestioned authenticity in the Advocates' Library at Edinburgh that the Privy Council made a practice of granting commissions to resident gentlemen and ministers in every part of Scotland to examine, try, and execute witches within their own parishes. No records of those who suffered from the sentence of these tribunals have been preserved. But if popular tradition may be believed, even to the amount of 1/4 of its assertions, their number was fearful. After the year 1572, the entries of executions for witchcraft in the records of the High Court become more frequent, but do not average more than 1 per annum. Another proof that trials for this offense were in general entrusted to the local magistracy. The latter appear to have ordered witches to the stake with as little compunction and after as summary a mode as modern justices of the peace order a poacher to the stocks. As James VI advanced in manhood, he took great interest in the witch trials. One of them, especially that of Gellie Duncan, Dr. Fian, and their accomplices, in the year 1591, engrossed his whole attention, and no doubt suggested in some degree the famous work on demonology, which he wrote shortly afterwards. As these witches had made an attempt upon his own life, it is not surprising, with his habits, that he should have watched the case closely, or become strengthened in his prejudice and superstition by its singular details. No other trial that could be selected would give so fair an idea of the delusions of the Scottish people as this. Whether we consider the number of victims, the absurdity of the evidence, and the real villainy of some of the persons implicated, it is equally extraordinary. Gellie Duncan, the prime witch in these proceedings, was servant to the deputy bailiff of Tranent, a small town in Haddingtonshire about 10 miles from Edinburgh. Though neither old nor ugly, as witches usually were, but young and good-looking, her neighbors, from some suspicious parts of her behavior, had long considered her a witch. She had, it appears, some pretensions to the healing art. Some cures which she effected were so sudden that the worthy bailiff, her master, who, like his neighbors, mistrusted her, considered them no less than miraculous. In order to discover the truth, he put her to the torture, but she obstinately refused to confess that she had dealings with the devil. It was the popular belief that no witch would confess as long as the mark which Satan had put upon her remained undiscovered upon her body. Somebody present reminded the torturing bailie of this fact, and on examination the devil's mark was found upon the throat of poor Gellie. She was put to the torture again, and her fortitude giving way under the extremity of her anguish, she confessed that she was indeed a witch, that she had sold her soul to the devil and effected all her cures by his aid. This was something new in the witch creed, according to which the devil delighted more in laying diseases on than in taking them off. But Gellie Duncan fared no better on that account. The torture was still applied, until she had named all her accomplices, among whom were one Cunningham, a reputed wizard, known by the name of Dr. Fian, a grave and matron-like witch named Agnes Sampson, Euphemia Macalzian, the daughter of Lord Cliftonhall already mentioned, and nearly 40 other persons, some of whom were the wives of respectable individuals in the city of Edinburgh. Every one of these persons was arrested, and the whole realm of Scotland thrown into commotion by the extraordinary nature of the disclosures which were anticipated. About 2 years previous to this time, James had suddenly left his kingdom and proceeded gallantly to Denmark to fetch over his bride, the Princess of Denmark, who had been detained by contrary weather in the harbor of Upslo. After remaining for some months in Copenhagen, he set sail with his young bride and arrived safely in Leith on the 1st of May, 1590, having experienced a most boisterous passage and been nearly wrecked. As soon as the arrest of Gellie Duncan and Fian became known in Scotland, it was reported by everybody who pretended to be well informed that these witches and their associates had, by the devil's means, raised the storms which had endangered the lives of the king and queen. Gellie in her torture had confessed that such was the fact, and the whole kingdom waited aghast and open-mouthed for the corroboration about to be furnished by the trial. Agnes Sampson, the grave and matron-like witch implicated by Gellie Duncan, was put to the horrible torture of the Pillywinkus. She lay bare all the secrets of the sisterhood before she had suffered an hour, and confessed that Gellie Duncan, Dr. Fian, Marian Lincup, Euphemia Macalzian, herself, and upwards of 200 witches and warlocks used to assemble at midnight in the kirk of North Berwick, where they met the devil, that they had plotted there to attempt the king's life, that they were incited to this by the old fiend himself, who had asserted with a thundering oath that James was the greatest enemy he ever had, and that there would be no peace for the devil's children upon earth until he were got rid of. That the devil upon these occasions always liked to have a little music, and that Gellie Duncan used to play a reel before him on a trump or Jew's harp, to which all the witches danced. James was highly flattered at the idea that the devil should have said that he was the greatest enemy ever had. He sent for Gellie Duncan to the palace and made her play before him the same reel which she said she had played at the witches' dance in the kirk. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Recording by Matt Markgraf.
Chapter 2, Part 5 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 2. The Witch Mania, Part 5. Dr. Fian, or rather Cunningham, a petty schoolmaster of Tranent, was put to the torture among the rest. He was a man who had led an infamous life, was a compounder of and dealer in poisons, and a pretender to magic. Though not guilty of the preposterous crimes laid to his charge, there is no doubt that he was a sorcerer in will, though not in deed, and that he deserved all the misery he endured. When put on the rack he would confess nothing, and held out so long unmoved that the severe torture of the boots was resolved upon. He endured this till exhausted nature could bear no longer, when insensibility kindly stepped in to his aid. When it was seen that he was utterly powerless, and that his tongue cleaved to the roof of his mouth, he was released. Restoratives were administered, and during the first faint gleam of returning consciousness, he was prevailed upon to sign, ere he well knew what he was about, a full confession, in strict accordance with those of Gellie Duncan and Agnes Sampson. He was then remanded to his prison, from which, after 2 days, he managed somehow or other to escape. He was soon recaptured, and brought before the court of justiciary, James himself being present. Fian now denied all the circumstances of the written confession which he had signed, whereupon the king, enraged at his stubborn willfulness, ordered him once more to the torture. His fingernails were riven out with pincers, and long needles thrust up to the eye into the quick, but he did not wince. He was then consigned again to the boots, in which, to quote a pamphlet published at the time, he continued, quote, "so long and abode so many blows in them, that his legs were crushed and beaten together as small as might be, and the bones and flesh so bruised, that the blood and marrow spouted forth in great abundance, whereby they were made unserviceable for ever." End quote. The astonishing similarity of the confessions of all the persons implicated in these proceedings has often been remarked. It would appear that they actually endeavoured to cause the king's death by their spells and sorceries. Fian, who was acquainted with all the usual tricks of his profession, deceived them with pretended apparitions, so that many of them were really convinced that they had seen the devil. The sum of their confessions was to the following effect. Satan, who was of course a great foe of the reformed religion, was alarmed that King James should marry a Protestant princess. To avert the consequences to the realms of evil, he had determined to put an end to the king and his bride by raising a storm on their voyage home. Satan, first of all, sent a thick mist over the waters, in the hope that the king's vessel might be stranded on the coast amid the darkness. This failing, Dr. Fian, who, from his superior scholarship, was advanced to the dignity of the devil's secretary, was commanded to summon all the witches to meet their master, each one sailing on a sieve on the high seas. On All Hallowmas Eve they assembled to the number of upwards of 200, including Gellie Duncan, Agnes Sampson, Euphemia Macalzean, one Barbara Napier, and several warlocks, and each embarking in a riddle or sieve, they sailed over the ocean very substantially. After cruising about for some time, they met with the fiend, bearing in his claws a cat, which had been previously drawn 9 times through the fire. This he delivered to one of the warlocks, telling him to cast it into the sea and cry, "Hola!" This was done with all solemnity, and immediately the ocean became convulsed. The waters hissed loudly, and the waves rose mountains high, twisting their arms to the dun-coloured heaven. The witches sailed gallantly through the tempest they had raised, and, landing on the coast of Scotland, took their sieves in their hands, and marched on in procession to the haunted kirk of North Berwick, where the devil had resolved to hold a preaching. Gellie Duncan, the musician of the party, tripped on before, playing on her Jew's harp and singing, "Comer go ye before, comer go ye. Gif ye will not go before, comer let me." Arrived at the kirk, they paced around it withershins, that is, in reverse of the apparent motion of the sun. Dr. Fian then blew into the keyhole of the door, which opened immediately, and all the witches entered. As it was pitch dark, Fian blew with his mouth upon the candles, which immediately lighted, and the devil was seen occupying the pulpit. He was attired in a black gown and hat, and the witches saluted him by crying, "All hail, master!" His body was hard like iron, his face terrible, his nose like the beak of an eagle. He had great burning eyes, his hands and legs were hairy, and he had long claws upon his hands and feet, and spake with an exceedingly gruff voice. Before commencing his sermon, he called over the names of his congregation, demanding whether they had been good servants, and what success had attended their operations against the life of the king and his bride. Grey Meal, a crazy old warlock who acted as beadle or doorkeeper, was silly enough to answer, quote, "that nothing ailed the king yet, God be thanked," end quote, upon which the devil, in a rage, stepped down from the pulpit and boxed his ears for him. He then remounted and commenced the preaching, commanding them to be dutiful servants to him and do all the evil they could. Euphemia Macalzean and Agnes Sampson, bolder than the rest, asked him whether he had brought the image or picture of King James, that they might, by pricking it, cause pains and diseases to fall upon him. The father of lies spoke truth for once, and confessed that he had forgotten it, upon which Euphemia Macalzean upbraided him loudly for his carelessness. The devil, however, took it all in good part, although Agnes Sampson and several other women let loose their tongues at him immediately. When they had done scolding, he invited them all to a grand entertainment. A newly buried corpse was dug up and divided among them, which was all they had in the way of edibles. He was more liberal in the matter of drink, and gave them so much excellent wine that they soon became jolly. Gellie Duncan then played the old tune upon her trump, and the devil himself led off the dance with Euphemia Macalzean. Thus they kept up the sport till the cock crew. Agnes Sampson, the wise woman of Keith, as she was called, added some other particulars in her confession. She stated that on a previous occasion she had raised an awful tempest in the sea by throwing a cat into it, with 4 joints of men tied to its feet. She said also that on their grand attempt to drown King James, they did not meet with the devil after cruising about, but that he had accompanied them from the first, and that she had seen him dimly in the distance, rolling himself before them over the great waves, in shape and size not unlike a huge haystack. They met with a foreign ship richly laden with wines and other good things, which they boarded and sunk after they had drunk all the wine and made themselves quite merry. Some of these disclosures were too much even for the abundant faith of King James, and he more than once exclaimed that the witches were like their master, extreme liars. But they confessed many other things of a less preposterous nature, and of which they were no doubt really guilty. Agnes Sampson said she was to have taken the king's life by anointing his linen with a strong poison. Gellie Duncan used to threaten her neighbours by saying she would send the devil after them, and many persons of weaker minds than usual were frightened into fits by her, and rendered subject to them for the remainder of their lives. Dr. Fian also made no scruple in aiding and abetting murder, and would rid any person of an enemy by means of poison who could pay him his fee for it. Euphemia Macalzean also was far from being pure. There is no doubt that she meditated the king's death, and used such means to compass it as the superstition of the age directed. She was a devoted partisan of Bothwell, who was accused by many of the witches as having consulted them on the period of the king's death. They were all found guilty, and sentenced to be hanged and burned. Barbara Napier, though found guilty upon other counts, was acquitted upon the charge of having been present at the great witch meeting in Berwick Kirk. The king was highly displeased, and threatened to have the jury indicted for a wilful error upon an assize. They accordingly reconsidered their verdict, and threw themselves upon the king's mercy for the fault they had committed. James was satisfied, and Barbara Napier was hanged along with Gellie Duncan, Agnes Sampson, Dr. Fian, and 25 others. Euphemia Macalzean met a harder fate. Her connection with the bold and obnoxious Bothwell, and her share in poisoning 1 or 2 individuals who had stood in her way, were thought deserving of the severest punishment the law could inflict. Instead of the ordinary sentence, directing the criminal to be first strangled and then burned, the wretched woman was doomed, "to be bound to a stake, and burned in ashes quick to the death." This cruel sentence was executed on the 25th of June, 1591. These trials had the most pernicious consequences all over Scotland. The lairds and ministers in their districts, armed with due power from the Privy Council, tried and condemned old women after the most summary fashion. Those who still clung to the ancient faith of Rome were the severest sufferers, as it was thought, after the disclosures of the fierce enmity borne by the devil towards a Protestant king and his Protestant wife, that all the Catholics were leagued with the powers of evil to work woe on the realm of Scotland. Upon a very moderate calculation, it is presumed that from the passing of the Act of Queen Mary till the accession of James to the throne of England, a period of 39 years, the average number of executions for witchcraft in Scotland was 200 annually, or upwards of 17,000 altogether. For the first 9 years the number was not 1/4 so great, but towards the years 1590 to 1593 the number must have been more than 400. The case last cited was one of an extraordinary character. The general aspect of the trials will be better seen from that of Isabel Gowdy, which, as it would be both wearisome and disgusting to go through them all, is given as a fair specimen, although it took place at a date somewhat later than the reign of James. This woman, wearied of her life by the persecutions of her neighbours, voluntarily gave herself up to justice and made a confession, embodying the whole witch creed of the period. She was undoubtedly a monomaniac of the most extraordinary kind. She said that she deserved to be stretched upon an iron rack, and that her crimes could never be atoned for, even if she were to be drawn asunder by wild horses. She named a long list of her associates, including nearly 50 women and a few warlocks. They dug up the graves of unchristened infants whose limbs were serviceable in their enchantments. When they wanted to destroy the crops of an enemy, they yoked toads to his plough, and on the following night Satan himself ploughed the land with his team and blasted it for the season. The witches had power to assume almost any shape, but they generally chose either that of a cat or a hare, oftenest the latter. Isabel said that on one occasion, when she was in this disguise, she was sore pressed by a pack of hounds and had a very narrow escape with her life. She reached her own door at last, feeling the hot breath of the pursuing dogs at her haunches. She managed, however, to hide herself behind a chest, and got time to pronounce the magic words that could alone restore her to her proper shape. They were, "Hare, hare, God send thee care. I am in a hare's likeness now, but I shall be a woman e'en now. Hare, hare, God send thee care." If witches, when in this shape, were bitten by the dogs, they always retained the marks in their human form, but she had never heard that any witch had been bitten to death. When the devil appointed any general meeting of the witches, the custom was that they should proceed through the air mounted on broomsticks, or on corn or bean straws, pronouncing as they went, "Horse and pattock, horse and go, horse and pellets, ho, ho, ho." They generally left behind them a broom or a 3-legged stool, which, when placed in their beds and duly charmed, assumed the human shape till their return. This was done that the neighbours might not know when they were absent. She added that the devil furnished his favourite witches with servant imps to attend upon them. These imps were called the Roaring Lion, Thief of Hell, Wait upon Herself, Ranting Roarer, Care for Naught, etc., and were known by their liveries, which were generally yellow, sad dun, sea green, pea green, or grass green. Satan never called the witches by the names they had received at baptism, neither were they allowed in his presence so to designate each other. Such a breach of the infernal etiquette assuredly drew down his most severe displeasure. But as some designation was necessary, he rebaptized them in their own blood by the names of Able and Stout, Over the Dike with It, Raise the Wind, Pickle Nearest the Wind, Batter Them Down Maggie, Blow Kale, and such like. The devil himself was not very particular what name they called him, so that it was not Black John. If any witch was unthinking enough to utter these words, he would rush out upon her and beat and buffet her unmercifully, or tear her flesh with a wool card. Other names he did not care about, and once gave instructions to a noted warlock that whenever he wanted his aid, he was to strike the ground 3 times and exclaim, "Rise up, foul thief." Sir G. Mackenzie. Upon this confession many persons were executed. So strong was the popular feeling that no one once accused of witchcraft was acquitted. At least acquittals did not average 1 in 100 trials. Witch-finding or witch-pricking became a trade, and a set of mercenary vagabonds roamed about the country, provided with long pins to run into the flesh of supposed criminals. It was no unusual thing then, nor is it now, that in aged persons there should be some spot on the body totally devoid of feeling. It was the object of the witch-pricker to discover this spot, and the unhappy wight who did not bleed when pricked upon it was doomed to the death. If not immediately cast into prison, her life was rendered miserable by the persecution of her neighbours. It is recorded of many poor women that the annoyances they endured in this way were so excessive that they preferred death. Sir George Mackenzie, the Lord Advocate, at the time when witch trials were so frequent, and himself a devout believer in the crime, relates in his Criminal Law, first published in 1678, some remarkable instances of it. He says, quote, "I went, when I was a Justice Depute, to examine some women who had confessed judicially, and one of them, who was a silly creature, told me under secrecy that she had not confessed because she was guilty, but being a poor creature, who wrought for her meat, and being defamed for a witch, she knew she should starve, for no person thereafter would either give her meat or lodging, and that all men would beat her and set dogs at her, and that, therefore, she desired to be out of the world. Whereupon she wept most bitterly, and upon her knees called God to witness to what she said." End quote. Sir George, though not wholly elevated above the prejudices of his age upon this subject, was clear-sighted enough to see the danger to society of the undue encouragement given to the witch prosecutions. He was convinced that 3/4 of them were unjust and unfounded. He says, in the work already quoted, that the persons who were in general accused of this crime were poor ignorant men and women who did not understand the nature of the accusation, and who mistook their own superstitious fears for witchcraft. One poor wretch, a weaver, confessed that he was a warlock, and, being asked why, he replied, because, quote, he had seen the devil dancing like a fly about the candle. End quote. A simple woman, who, because she was called a witch, believed that she was, asked the judge upon the bench whether a person might be a witch and not know it. Sir George adds that all the supposed criminals were subjected to severe torture in prison from their jailers, who thought they did God good service by vexing and tormenting them. "And I know," says this humane and enlightened magistrate, "that this usage was the ground of all their confession, and albeit the poor miscreants cannot prove this usage, the actors in it being the only witnesses, yet the judge should be jealous of it, as that which did at first elicit the confession, and for fear of which they dare not retract it." Another author, also a firm believer in witchcraft, gives a still more lamentable instance of a woman who preferred execution as a witch to live on under the imputation. This woman, who knew that 3 others were to be strangled and burned on an early day, sent for the minister of the parish, and confessed that she had sold her soul to Satan. Whereupon, being called before the judges, she was condemned to die with the rest. Being carried forth to the place of execution, she remained silent during the first, second, and third prayer, and then, perceiving that there remained no more but to rise and go to the stake, she lifted up her body, and with a loud voice cried out, "Now, all you that see me this day, know that I am now to die as a witch, by my own confession, and I free all men, especially the ministers and magistrates, of the guilt of my blood. I take it wholly upon myself. My blood be upon my own head. And as I must make answer to the God of heaven presently, I declare I am as free of witchcraft as any child, but, being delated by a malicious woman, and put in prison under the name of a witch, disowned by my husband and friends, and seeing no ground of hope of ever coming out again, I made up that confession to destroy my own life, being weary of it, and choosing rather to die than to live." As a proof of the singular obstinacy and blindness of the believers in witches, it may be stated that the minister who relates this story only saw in the dying speech of the unhappy woman an additional proof that she was a witch. True indeed is it that "none are so blind as those who will not see." It is time, however, to return to James VI, who is fairly entitled to share with Pope Innocent, Sprenger, Bodinus, and Matthew Hopkins the glory, or the odium, of being at the same time a chief enemy and chief encourager of witchcraft. Towards the close of the 16th century, many learned men, both on the Continent and in the Isles of Britain, had endeavoured to disabuse the public mind on this subject. The most celebrated were Wierus in Germany, Pietro d'Apone in Italy, and Reginald Scott in England. Their works excited the attention of the zealous James, who, mindful of the involuntary compliment which his merits had extorted from the devil, was ambitious to deserve it by still continuing "his greatest enemy." In the year 1597 he published in Edinburgh his famous treatise on demonology. Its design may be gathered from the following passage in the introduction. "The fearful abounding," says the king, "at this time and in this country of these detestable slaves of the devil, the witches or enchanters, hath moved me, beloved reader, to dispatch in post this following treatise of mine, not in any wise, as I protest, to serve for a show of mine own learning and ingenuity, but only, moved of conscience, to press thereby, so far as I can, to resolve the doubting hearts of many, both that such assaults of Satan are most certainly practised, and that the instrument thereof merits most severely to be punished, against the damnable opinions of 2, principally in our age, whereof the one called Scott, an Englishman, is not ashamed in public print to deny that there can be such thing as witchcraft, and so maintains the old error of the Sadducees in denying of spirits. The other, called Wierus, a German physician, sets out a public apology for all these craftsfolks, whereby procuring for them impunity, he plainly betrays himself to have been one of that profession." In other parts of this treatise, which the author had put into the form of a dialogue to "make it more pleasant and facile," he says, "Witches ought to be put to death, according to the law of God, the civil and imperial law, and the municipal law of all Christian nations. Yea, to spare the life, and not strike whom God bids strike, and so severely punish in so odious a treason against God, is not only unlawful, but doubtless as great a sin in the magistrate as was Saul's sparing Agag." He says also that the crime is so abominable that it may be proved by evidence which would not be received against any other offenders, young children, who knew not the nature of an oath, and persons of an infamous character, being sufficient witnesses against them. But, lest the innocent should be accused of a crime so difficult to be acquitted of, he recommends that in all cases the ordeal should be resorted to. He says, quote, "Two good helps may be used. The one is the finding of their mark, and the trying the insensibleness thereof. The other is their floating on the water. For, as in a secret murder, if the dead carcass be at any time thereafter handled by the murderer, it will gush out of blood, as if the blood were crying to heaven for revenge of the murderer, God having appointed that secret supernatural sign for trial of that secret unnatural crime. So that it appears that God hath appointed, for a supernatural sign of the monstrous impiety of witches, that the water shall refuse to receive them in her bosom that have shaken off them the sacred water of baptism, and wilfully refused the benefit thereof. No, not so much as their eyes are able to shed tears, threaten and torture them as you please, while first they repent, God not permitting them to dissemble their obstinacy in so horrible a crime, albeit the womenkind especially be able otherwise to shed tears at every light occasion when they will, yea, although it were dissembling like the crocodiles." End quote. End of Chapter 2, Part 5. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 2, Part 6 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 2, The Witch Mania, Part 6. When such doctrines as these were openly promulgated by the highest authority in the realm, and who, in promulgating them, flattered but did not force the public opinion, it is not surprising that the sad delusion should have increased and multiplied until the race of wizards and witches replenished the earth. The reputation which he lost by being afraid of a naked sword, he more than regained by his courage in combating the devil. The Kirk showed itself a most zealous coadjutor, especially during those halcyon days when it was not at issue with the king upon other matters of doctrine and prerogative. On his accession to the throne of England in 1603, James came amongst a people who had heard with admiration of his glorious deeds against the witches. He himself left no part of his ancient prejudices behind him, and his advent was the signal for the persecution to burst forth in England with a fury equal to that in Scotland. It had languished a little during the latter years of the reign of Elizabeth, but the very first Parliament of King James brought forward the subject. James was flattered by their promptitude, and the act passed in 1604. On the second reading in the House of Lords, the bill passed into a committee in which were 12 bishops. By it was enacted, quote, that if any person shall use, practice, or exercise any conjuration of any wicked or evil spirit, or shall consult, covenant with, or feed any such spirit, the first offence to be imprisonment for a year, and standing in the pillory once a quarter; the second offence to be death. End quote. The minor punishment seems but rarely to have been inflicted. Every record that has been preserved mentions that the witches were hanged and burned, or burned, without the previous strangling, alive and quick. During the whole of James's reign, amid the civil wars of his successor, the sway of the Long Parliament, the usurpation of Cromwell, and the reign of Charles II, there was no abatement of the persecution. If at any time it raged with less virulence, it was when Cromwell and the Independents were masters. Dr. Zachary Gray, the editor of an edition of Hudibras, informs us, in a note to that work, that he himself perused a list of 3,000 witches, who were executed in the time of the Long Parliament alone. During the first 80 years of the 17th century, the number executed has been estimated at 500 annually, making the frightful total of 40,000. Some of these cases deserve to be cited. The great majority resemble closely those already mentioned, but 2 or 3 of them let in a new light upon the popular superstition. Everyone has heard of the Lancashire witches, a phrase now used to compliment the ladies of that county for their bewitching beauty, but it is not everyone who has heard the story in which it originated. A villainous boy named Robinson was the chief actor in the tragedy. He confessed many years afterwards that he had been suborned by his father and other persons to give false evidence against the unhappy witches whom he brought to the stake. The time of this famous trial was about the year 1634. This boy Robinson, whose father was a woodcutter, residing on the borders of Pendle Forest in Lancashire, spread abroad many rumours against one Mother Dickinson, whom he accused of being a witch. These rumours coming to the ears of the local magistracy, the boy was sent for and strictly examined. He told the following extraordinary story without hesitation or prevarication, and apparently in so open and honest a manner that no one who heard him doubted the truth of it. He said that as he was roaming about in one of the glades of the forest, amusing himself by gathering blackberries, he saw 2 greyhounds before him, which he thought at the time belonged to some gentleman of the neighbourhood. Being fond of sport, he proposed to have a course, and a hare being started, he incited the hounds to run. Neither of them would stir. Angry at the beasts, he seized hold of a switch with which he was about to punish them, when one of them suddenly started up in the form of a woman, and the other of a little boy. He at once recognized the woman to be the witch Mother Dickinson. She offered him some money to induce him to sell his soul to the devil, but he refused. Upon this, she took a bridle out of her pocket, and shaking it over the head of the other little boy, he was instantly turned into a horse. Mother Dickinson then seized him in her arms, sprang upon the horse, and, placing him before her, rode with the swiftness of the wind over forests, fields, bogs, and rivers until they came to a large barn. The witch alighted at the door, and taking him by the hand, led him inside. There he saw 7 old women pulling at 7 halters which hung from the roof. As they pulled, large pieces of meat, lumps of butter, loaves of bread, basins of milk, hot puddings, black puddings, and other rural dainties fell from the halters onto the floor. While engaged in this charm, they made such ugly faces and looked so fiendish that he was quite frightened. After they had pulled in this manner enough for an ample feast, they set to, and showed, whatever might be said of the way in which their supper was procured, that their epicurism was a little more refined than that of the Scottish witches, who, according to Gellie Duncan's confession, feasted upon dead men's flesh in the old kirk of Berwick. The boy added that, as soon as supper was ready, many other witches came to partake of it, several of whom he named. In consequence of this story, many persons were arrested, and the boy Robinson was led about from church to church in order that he might point out to the officers by whom he was accompanied the hags he had seen in the barn. Altogether, about 20 persons were thrown into prison. 8 of them were condemned to die, including Mother Dickinson, upon this evidence alone, and executed accordingly. Among the wretches who concocted this notable story, not one was ever brought to justice for his perjury, and Robinson, the father, gained considerable sums by threatening persons who were rich enough to buy off exposure. Among the ill weeds which flourished amid the long dissensions of the Civil War, Matthew Hopkins, the witch-finder, stands eminent in his sphere. This vulgar fellow resided, in the year 1644, at the town of Manningtree in Essex, and made himself very conspicuous in discovering the devil's marks upon several unhappy witches. The credit he gained by his skill in this instance seems to have inspired him to renewed exertions. In the course of a very short time, whenever a witch was spoken of in Essex, Matthew Hopkins was sure to be present, aiding the judges with his knowledge of "such cattle," as he called them. As his reputation increased, he assumed the title of Witch-finder General, and travelled through the counties of Norfolk, Essex, Huntingdon, and Sussex for the sole purpose of finding out witches. In 1 year he brought 60 poor creatures to the stake. The test he commonly adopted was that of swimming, so highly recommended by King James in his Demonology. The hands and feet of the suspected persons were tied together crosswise, the thumb of the right hand to the toe of the left foot, and vice versa. They were then wrapped up in a large sheet or blanket, and laid upon their backs in a pond or river. If they sank, their friends and relatives had the poor consolation of knowing they were innocent, but there was an end of them. If they floated, which, when laid carefully on the water, was generally the case, there was also an end of them, for they were deemed guilty of witchcraft and burned accordingly. Another test was to make them repeat the Lord's Prayer and Creed. It was affirmed that no witch could do so correctly. If she missed a word, or even pronounced one incoherently, which in her trepidation it was most probable she would, she was accounted guilty. It was thought that witches could not weep more than 3 tears, and those only from the left eye. Thus, the conscious innocence of many persons, which gave them fortitude to bear unmerited torture without flinching, was construed by their unmerciful tormentors into proofs of guilt. In some districts, the test resorted to was to weigh the culprit against the Church Bible. If the suspected witch proved heavier than the Bible, she was set at liberty. This mode was far too humane for the witch-finders by profession. Hopkins always maintained that the most legitimate modes were pricking and swimming. Hopkins used to travel through his counties like a man of consideration, attended by his 2 assistants, always putting up at the chief inn of the place, and always at the cost of the authorities. His charges were 20 shillings a town, his expenses of living while there, and his carriage thither and back. This he claimed whether he found witches or not. If he found any, he claimed 20 shillings a head in addition when they were brought to execution. For about 3 years he carried on this infamous trade, success making him so insolent and rapacious that high and low became his enemies. The Reverend Mr. Gall, a clergyman of Houghton in Huntingdonshire, wrote a pamphlet impugning his pretensions and accusing him of being a common nuisance. Hopkins replied in an angry letter to the functionaries of Houghton, stating his intention to visit their town, but desiring to know whether it afforded many such sticklers for witchcraft as Mr. Gall, and whether they were willing to receive and entertain him with the customary hospitality, if he so far honoured them. He added, by way of threat, that in case he did not receive a satisfactory reply, quote, he would waive their shire altogether, and betake himself to such places where he might do and punish, not only without control, but with thanks and recompense. End quote. The authorities of Houghton were not much alarmed at this awful threat of letting them alone. They very wisely took no notice either of him or his letter. Mr. Gall describes in his pamphlet one of the modes employed by Hopkins, which was sure to swell his revenues very considerably. It was a proof even more atrocious than the swimming. He says that the witch-finder general used to take the suspected witch and place her in the middle of a room, upon a stool or table, cross-legged or in some other uneasy posture. If she refused to sit in this manner, she was bound with strong cords. Hopkins then placed persons to watch her for 24 hours, during which time she was to be kept without meat or drink. It was supposed that one of her imps would come during that interval and suck her blood. As the imp might come in the shape of a wasp, a moth, a fly, or other insect, a hole was made in the door or window to let it enter. The watchers were ordered to keep a sharp lookout and endeavor to kill any insect that appeared in the room. If any fly escaped and they could not kill it, the woman was guilty. The fly was her imp, and she was sentenced to be burned, and 20 shillings went into the pockets of Master Hopkins. In this manner he made one old woman confess, because 4 flies had appeared in the room, that she was attended by 4 imps, named Illamazar, Pie Wacket, Peck in the Crown, and Grizzle Greedigut. It is consoling to think that this impostor perished in his own snare. Mr. Gall's exposure and his own rapacity weakened his influence among the magistrates, and the populace, who began to find that not even the most virtuous and innocent were secure from his persecution, looked upon him with undisguised aversion. He was beset by a mob at a village in Suffolk, and accused of being himself a wizard. An old reproach was brought against him, that he had, by means of sorcery, cheated the devil out of a certain memorandum book, in which he, Satan, had entered the names of all the witches in England. "Thus," said the populace, "you find out witches not by God's aid, but by the devil's." In vain he denied his guilt. The populace longed to put him to his own test. He was speedily stripped, and his thumbs and toes tied together. He was then placed in a blanket and cast into a pond. Some say that he floated, and that he was taken out, tried, and executed upon no other proof of his guilt. Others assert that he was drowned. This much is positive, that there was an end of him. As no judicial entry of his trial and execution is to be found in any register, it appears most probable that he expired by the hands of the mob. Butler has immortalized this scamp in the following lines of his Hudibras: "Hath not this present Parliament a leisure to the devil sent, fully empowered to treat about, finding revolted witches out? And has he not within a year hanged 80 of them in one sheer? Some only for not being drowned, and some for sitting above ground, whole days and nights upon their breeches, and feeling pain, were hanged for witches, and some for putting knavish tricks upon green geese or turkey chicks, or pigs that suddenly deceased of griefs unnatural, as he guessed, who proved himself at length a witch, and made a rod for his own breech." In Scotland also witch-finding became a trade. They were known under the designation of common prickers, and, like Hopkins, received a fee for each witch they discovered. At the trial of Janet Peaston in 1646, the magistrates of Dalkeith, "caused John Kincaid of Tranent, the common pricker, to exercise his craft upon her. He found 2 marks of the devil's making, for she could not feel the pin when it was put into either of the said marks, nor did the marks bleed when the pin was taken out again. When she was asked where she thought the pins were put in her, she pointed to a part of her body distant from the real place. They were pins of 3 inches in length." These common prickers became at last so numerous that they were considered nuisances. The judges refused to take their evidence, and in 1678 the Privy Council of Scotland condescended to hear the complaint of an honest woman who had been indecently exposed by one of them, and expressed their opinion that common prickers were common cheats. But such an opinion was not formed in high places before hundreds of innocent persons had fallen victims. The parliaments had encouraged the delusion both in England and Scotland, and by arming these fellows with a sort of authority, had in a manner forced the magistrates and ministers to receive their evidence. The fate of one poor old gentleman who fell a victim to the arts of Hopkins in 1646 deserves to be recorded. Mr. Lewis, a venerable clergyman upwards of 70 years of age, and who had been rector of Framlingham in Suffolk for 50 years, excited suspicion that he was a wizard. Being a violent royalist, he was likely to meet with no sympathy at that time, and even his own parishioners, whom he had served so long and so faithfully, turned their backs upon him as soon as he was accused. Placed under the hands of Hopkins, who knew so well how to bring the refractory to confession, the old man, the light of whose intellect had become somewhat dimmed from age, confessed that he was a wizard. He said he had 2 imps that continually excited him to do evil, and that one day, when he was walking on the sea-coast, one of them prompted him to express a wish that a ship, whose sails were just visible in the distance, might sink. He consented, and saw the vessel sink before his eyes. He was, upon this confession, tried and condemned. On his trial, the flame of reason burned up as brightly as ever. He denied all that had been alleged against him, and cross-examined Hopkins with great tact and severity. After his condemnation, he begged that the funeral service of the church might be read for him. The request was refused, and he repeated it for himself from memory as he was led to the scaffold. A poor woman in Scotland was executed upon evidence even less strong than this. John Bain, a common pricker, swore that as he passed her door he heard her talking to the devil. She said in defence that it was a foolish practice she had of talking to herself, and several of her neighbours corroborated her statement, but the evidence of the pricker was received. He swore that none ever talked to themselves who were not witches. The devil's mark being found upon her, the additional testimony of her guilt was deemed conclusive, and she was, quote, "convict and burnt." End quote. From the year 1652 to 1682, these trials diminished annually in number, and acquittals were by no means so rare as they had been. To doubt in witchcraft was no longer dangerous. Before country justices, condemnations on the most absurd evidence still continued, but when the judges of the land had to charge the jury, they took a more humane and philosophical view. By degrees, the educated classes, comprised in those days within very narrow limits, openly expressed their unbelief of modern witchcraft, although they were not bold enough to deny its existence altogether. Between them and the believers in the old doctrine, fierce arguments ensued, and the skeptics were designated Sadducees. To convince them, the learned and Reverend Joseph Glanville wrote his well-known work Sadducismus Triumphatus, and the Collection of Relations. The first part intended as a philosophical inquiry into witchcraft, and the power of the devil, quote, "to assume a mortal shape," end quote. The latter containing what he considered a multitude of well-authenticated modern instances. Sir Matthew Hale. But though progress was made, it was slow. In 1664, the venerable Sir Matthew Hale condemned 2 women, named Amy Duny and Rose Cullender, to the stake at St. Edmundsbury upon evidence the most ridiculous. These 2 old women, whose ugliness gave their neighbours the first idea that they were witches, went to a shop to purchase herrings, and were refused. Indignant at the prejudice against them, they were not sparing of their abuse. Shortly afterward, the daughter of the herring dealer fell sick, and a cry was raised that she was bewitched by the old women who had been refused the herrings. This girl was subject to epileptic fits. To discover the guilt of Amy Duny and Rose Cullender, the girl's eyes were blinded closely with a shawl, and the witches were commanded to touch her. They did so, and she was immediately seized with a fit. Upon this evidence they were sent to prison. The girl was afterwards touched by an indifferent person, and the force of her imagination was so great that, thinking it was again the witches, she fell down in a violent fit as before. This, however, was not received in favor of the accused. The following extract from the published reports of the trial will show the sort of evidence which was received. Quote, Samuel Pacey of Laistoff, a good sober man, being sworn, said that on Thursday the 10th of October last, his younger daughter Deborah, about 9 years old, was suddenly taken so lame that she could not stand on her legs, and so continued till the 17th of the same month, when the child desired to be carried to a bank on the east side of the house, looking towards the sea. And, while she was sitting there, Amy Duny came to this examinant's house to buy some herrings, but was denied. Then she came twice more, but, being as often denied, she went away discontented and grumbling. At this instant of time, the child was taken with terrible fits, complaining of a pain in her stomach, as if she was pricked with pins, shrieking out with a voice like a whelp, and thus continued till the 30th of the same month. This examinant further saith that Amy Duny, having long had the reputation of a witch, and his child having, in the intervals of her fits, constantly cried out on her as the cause of her disorder, saying that the said Amy did appear to her and fright her. He himself did suspect the said Amy to be a witch, and charged her with being the cause of his child's illness, and set her in the stocks. 2 days after, his daughter Elizabeth was taken with such strange fits that they could not force open her mouth without a tap, and the younger child being in the same condition, they used to her the same remedy. Both children grievously complained that Amy Duny and another woman, whose habit and looks they described, did appear to them and torment them, and would cry out, "There stands Amy Duny, there stands Rose Cullender," the other person who afflicted them. Their fits were not alike. Sometimes they were lame on the right side, sometimes on the left, and sometimes so sore that they could not bear to be touched. Sometimes they were perfectly well in other respects, but they could not hear. At other times they could not see. Sometimes they lost their speech for 1, 2, and once for 8 days together. At times they had swooning fits, and when they could speak, were taken with a fit of coughing, and vomited phlegm and crooked pins, and once a great 2-penny nail with above 40 pins, which nail he, the examinant, saw vomited up with many of the pins. The nail and pins were produced in the court. Thus the children continued for 2 months, during which time the examinant often made them read in the New Testament, and observed, when they came to the words Lord Jesus or Christ, they could not pronounce them, but fell into a fit. When they came to the word Satan or devil, they would point and say, "This bites, but makes me speak right well." Finding his children thus tormented without hopes of recovery, he sent them to his sister, Margaret Arnold, at Yarmouth, being willing to try whether change of air would help them. Margaret Arnold was the next witness. Being sworn, she said that about the 30th of November, Elizabeth and Deborah Pacey came to her house with her brother, who told her what had happened, and that he thought his children bewitched. She, this examinant, did not much regard it, supposing the children had played tricks and put the pins into their mouths themselves. She therefore took all the pins from their clothes, sewing them with thread instead of pinning them. But, notwithstanding, they raised at times at least 30 pins in her presence, and had terrible fits, in which fits they would cry out upon Amy Duny and Rose Cullender, saying that they saw them and heard them threatening as before, that they saw things like mice running about the house, and one of them catched one and threw it into the fire, which made a noise like a rat. Another time, the younger child being out of doors, a thing like a bee would have forced itself into her mouth, at which the child ran screaming into the house, and before this examinant could come at her, fell into a fit and vomited a 2-penny nail with a broad head. After that, this examinant asked the child how she came by this nail, when she answered, "The bee brought the nail and forced it into my mouth." At other times, the eldest child told this examinant that she saw flies bring her crooked pins. She would then fall into a fit and vomit such pins. One time the said child said she saw a mouse and crept under the table to look for it, and afterwards the child seemed to put something into her apron, saying she had caught it. She then ran to the fire and threw it in, on which there did appear to this examinant something like a flash of gunpowder, although she does own she saw nothing in the child's hand. Once the child, being speechless, but otherwise very sensible, ran up and down the house, crying, "Hush! Hush!" as if she had seen poultry, but this examinant saw nothing. At last the child catched at something and threw it into the fire. Afterwards, when the child could speak, this examinant asked her what she saw at the time. She answered that she saw a duck. Another time the youngest child said, after a fit, that Amy Duny had been with her and tempted her to drown herself, or cut her throat, or otherwise destroy herself. Another time they both cried out upon Amy Duny and Rose Cullender, saying, "Why don't you come yourselves? Why do you send your imps to torment us?" Sir Thomas Browne. The celebrated Sir Thomas Browne, the author of Vulgar Errors, was also examined as a witness upon the trial. Being desired to give his opinion of the 3 persons in court, he said he was clearly of opinion that they were bewitched. He said there had lately been a discovery of witches in Denmark, who used the same way of tormenting persons, by conveying crooked pins, needles, and nails into their bodies. That he thought, in such cases, the devil acted upon human bodies by natural means, namely by exciting and stirring up the superabundant humours. He did afflict them in a more surprising manner by the same diseases their bodies were usually subject to. That these fits might be natural, only raised to a great degree by the subtlety of the devil, cooperating with the malice of these witches. The evidence being concluded, Sir Matthew Hale addressed the jury. He said he would waive repeating the evidence to prevent any mistake, and told the jury there were 2 things they had to inquire into. First, whether or not these children were bewitched. Secondly, whether these women did bewitch them. He said he did not in the least doubt there were witches. First, because the Scriptures affirmed it. Secondly, because the wisdom of all nations, particularly our own, had provided laws against witchcraft, which implied their belief of such a crime. He desired them strictly to observe the evidence, and begged of God to direct their hearts in the weighty concern they had in hand, since to condemn the innocent and let the guilty go free are both an abomination to the Lord. The jury then retired, and in about half an hour returned a verdict of guilty upon all the indictments, being 13 in number. The next morning the children came with their father to the lodgings of Sir Matthew Hale, very well, and quite restored to their usual health. Mr. Pacey, being asked at what time their health began to improve, replied that they were quite well in half an hour after the conviction of the prisoners. Many attempts were made to induce the unfortunate women to confess their guilt, but in vain, and they were both hanged. End of Chapter 2, Part 6. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 2, Part 7 of Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles MACKAY, Volume 2, Chapter 2, The Witch Mania, Part 7. 11 trials were instituted before Chief Justice Holt for witchcraft between the years 1694 and 1701. The evidence was of the usual character, but Holt appealed so successfully in each case to the common sense of the jury that they were every one acquitted. A general feeling seemed to pervade the country that blood enough had been shed upon these absurd charges. Now and then the flame of persecution burnt up in a remote district, but these instances were no longer looked upon as mere matters of course. They appear, on the contrary, to have excited much attention, a sure proof, if no other were to be obtained, that they were becoming unfrequent. A case of witchcraft was tried in 1711 before Lord Chief Justice Powell, in which, however, the jury persisted in a verdict of guilty, though the evidence was of the usual absurd and contradictory character, and the enlightened judge did all in his power to bring them to a right conclusion. The accused person was one Jane Wenham, better known as the Witch of Walkern, and the persons who were alleged to have suffered from her witchcraft were two young women named Thorne and Street. A witness named Mr. Arthur Chauncey deposed that he had seen Anne Thorne in several of her fits, and that she always recovered upon prayers being said, or if Jane Wenham came to her. He related that he had pricked the prisoner several times in the arms, but could never fetch any blood from her, that he had seen her vomit pins, when there were none in her clothes or within her reach, and that he had preserved several of them which he was ready to produce. The judge, however, told him that was needless, as he supposed they were crooked pins. Mr. Francis Bragg, another witness, deposed that strange cakes of bewitched feathers having been taken from Anne Thorne's pillow, he was anxious to see them. He went into a room where some of these feathers were, and took 2 of the cakes and compared them together. They were both of a circular figure, something larger than a crown piece, and he observed that the small feathers were placed in a nice and curious order at equal distances from each other, making so many radii of the circle, in the center of which the quill ends of the feathers met. He counted the number of these feathers, and found them to be exactly 32 in each cake. He afterwards endeavored to pull off 2 or 3 of them, and observed that they were all fastened together by a sort of viscous matter, which would stretch 7 or 8 times in a thread before it broke. Having taken off several of these feathers, he removed the viscous matter with his fingers, and found under it, in the center, some short hairs, black and gray, matted together, which he verily believed to be cat's hair. He also said that Jane Wenham confessed to him that she had bewitched the pillow and had practiced witchcraft for 16 years. The judge interrupted the witness at this stage and said he should very much like to see an enchanted feather, and seemed to wonder when he was told that none of these strange cakes had been preserved. His lordship asked the witness why he did not keep 1 or 2 of them, and was informed that they had all been burnt, in order to relieve the bewitched person of the pains she suffered, which could not be so well effected by any other means. A man named Thomas Ireland deposed that, hearing several times a great noise of cats crying and screaming about his house, he went out and frightened them away, and they all ran towards the cottage of Jane Wenham. One of them, he swore positively, had a face very like Jane Wenham's. Another man, named Burville, gave similar evidence and swore that he had often seen a cat with Jane Wenham's face. Upon one occasion He was in Anne Thorne's chamber when several cats came in, and among them the cat above stated. This witness would have favored the court with a much longer statement, but was stopped by the judge, who said he had heard quite enough. The prisoner in her defense said nothing but that she was a clear woman. The learned judge then summed up, leaving it to the jury to determine whether such evidence as they had heard was sufficient to take away the prisoner's life upon the indictment. After a long deliberation, they brought in their verdict that she was guilty upon the evidence. The judge then asked them whether they found her guilty upon the indictment of conversing with the devil in the shape of a cat. The sapient foreman very gravely answered, "We find her guilty of that." The learned judge then very reluctantly proceeded to pass sentence of death, but by his persevering exertions a pardon was at last obtained, and the wretched old woman was set at liberty. In the year 1716, a woman and her daughter, the latter only 9 years of age, were hanged at Huntingdon for selling their souls to the devil, and raising a storm by pulling off their stockings and making a lather of soap. This appears to have been the last judicial execution in England. From that time to the year 1736, the populace raised at intervals the old cry, and more than once endangered the lives of poor women by dragging them through ponds on suspicion. But the philosophy of those who, from their position, sooner or later give the tone to the opinions and morals of the poor, was silently working a cure for the evil. The fear of witches ceased to be epidemic, and became individual, lingering only in minds fettered by inveterate prejudice or brutalizing superstition. In the year 1736, the penal statute of James I was finally blotted from the statute book, and suffered no longer to disgrace the advancing intelligence of the country. Pretenders to witchcraft, fortune-tellers, conjurers, and all their train, were liable only to the common punishment of rogues and impostors, imprisonment and the pillory. In Scotland, the delusion also assumed the same phases, and was gradually extinguished in the light of civilization. As in England, the progress of improvement was slow. Up to the year 1665, little or no diminution of the mania was perceptible. In 1643, the General Assembly recommended that the Privy Council should institute a standing commission, composed of any understanding gentlemen or magistrates, to try the witches, who were stated to have increased enormously of late years. In 1649, an act was passed, confirmatory of the original statute of Queen Mary, explaining some points of the latter which were doubtful, and enacting severe penalties, not only against witches themselves, but against all who covenanted with them, or sought by their means to pry into the secrets of futurity, or cause any evil to the life, lands, or limbs of their neighbours. For the next 10 years, the popular madness upon this subject was perhaps more furious than ever. Upwards of 4,000 persons suffered for the crime during that interval. This was the consequence of the Act of Parliament and the unparalleled severity of the magistrates. The latter frequently complained that for 2 witches they burned one day, there were 10 to burn the next. They never thought that they themselves were the cause of the increase. In a single circuit, held at Glasgow, Ayr, and Stirling in 1659, 17 unhappy creatures were burned by judicial sentence for trafficking with Satan. In one day, November 7, 1661, the Privy Council issued no less than 14 commissions for trials in the provinces. Next year, the violence of the persecution seems to have abated. From 1662 to 1668, although the understanding gentlemen and magistrates already mentioned continued to try and condemn, the High Court of Justiciary had but one offender of this class to deal with, and she was acquitted. James Welsh, a common pricker, was ordered to be publicly whipped through the streets of Edinburgh for falsely accusing a woman of witchcraft, a fact which alone proves that the Superior Court sifted the evidence in these cases with much more care and severity than it had done a few years previously. The enlightened Sir George Mackenzie, styled by Dryden the noble wit of Scotland, laboured hard to introduce this rule into court, that the confessions of the witches should be held of little worth, and that the evidence of the prickers and other interested persons should be received with distrust and jealousy. This was reversing the old practice, and saved many innocent lives. Though a firm believer both in ancient and modern witchcraft, he could not shut his eyes to the atrocities daily committed under the name of justice. In his work on the Criminal Law of Scotland, published in 1678, he says, quote, "From the horridness of this crime, I do conclude that, of all others, it requires the clearest relevancy and most convincing probature, and I condemn, next to the witches themselves, those cruel and too forward judges who burn persons by thousands as guilty of this crime." End quote. In the same year, Sir John Clerk plumply refused to serve as a commissioner on trials for witchcraft, alleging, by way of excuse, quote, that he was not himself good conjurer enough to be duly qualified. End quote. The views entertained by Sir George Mackenzie were so favourably received by the Lords of Session that he was deputed in 1680 to report to them on the cases of a number of poor women who were then in prison awaiting their trial. Sir George stated that there was no evidence against them whatever but their own confessions, which were absurd and contradictory, and drawn from them by severe torture. They were immediately discharged. For the next 16 years the Lords of Session were unoccupied with trials for witchcraft. Not one is entered upon the record. But in 1697 a case occurred which equalled in absurdity any of those that signalized the dark reign of King James. A girl named Christiana Shaw, 11 years of age, the daughter of John Shaw of Bargaran, was subject to fits, and, being of a spiteful temper, she accused her maidservant, with whom she had frequent quarrels, of bewitching her. Her story, unfortunately, was believed. Encouraged to tell all the persecutions of the devil which the maid had sent to torment her, she in the end concocted a romance that involved 21 persons. There was no other evidence against them but the fancies of this lying child, and the confessions which Payne had extorted from them. But upon this no less than 5 women were condemned before Lord Blantyre and the rest of the commissioners, appointed specially by the Privy Council to try this case. They were burned on the green at Paisley. The warlock of the party, one John Reed, who was also condemned, hanged himself in prison. It was the general belief in Paisley that the devil had strangled him lest he should have revealed in his last moments too many of the unholy secrets of witchcraft. This trial excited considerable disgust in Scotland. The Reverend Mr. Bell, a contemporary writer, observed that in this business, quote, persons of more goodness and esteem than most of their calumniators were defamed for witches. End quote. He adds that the persons chiefly to blame were, quote, certain ministers of too much forwardness and absurd credulity, and some topping professors in and about Glasgow. End quote. After this trial, there again occurs a lapse of 7 years, when the subject was painfully forced upon public attention by the brutal cruelty of the mob at Pittenweem. 2 women were accused of having bewitched a strolling beggar who was subject to fits, or who pretended to be so for the purpose of exciting commiseration. They were cast into prison and tortured until they confessed. One of them, named Janet Cornfoot, contrived to escape, but was brought back to Pittenween next day by a party of soldiers. On her approach to the town, she was unfortunately met by a furious mob, composed principally of fishermen and their wives, who seized upon her with the intention of swimming her. They forced her away to the seashore, and tying a rope around her body, secured the end of it to the mast of a fishing boat lying alongside. In this manner they ducked her several times. When she was half dead, a sailor in the boat cut away the rope, and the mob dragged her through the sea to the beach. Here, as she lay quite insensible, a brawny ruffian took down the door of his hut close by and placed it on her back. The mob gathered large stones from the beach, and piled them upon her till the wretched woman was pressed to death. No magistrate made the slightest attempt to interfere, and the soldiers looked on, delighted spectators. A great outcry was raised against this culpable remissness, but no judicial inquiry was set on foot. This happened in 1704. The next case we hear of is that of Elspeth Rule, found guilty of witchcraft before Lord Anstruther at the Dumfries Circuit in 1708. She was sentenced to be marked in the cheek with a red-hot iron and banished to the realm of Scotland for life. Again, there is a long interval. In 1718, the remote county of Caithness, where the delusion remained in all its pristine vigour for years after it had ceased elsewhere, was startled from its propriety by the cry of witchcraft. A silly fellow named William Montgomery, a carpenter, had a mortal antipathy to cats, and somehow or other these animals generally chose his backyard as the scene of their caterwaulings. He puzzled his brains for a long time to know why he, above all his neighbours, should be so pestered. At last he came to the sage conclusion that his tormentors were no cats but witches. In this opinion he was supported by his maid-servant, who swore a round oath that she had often heard the aforesaid cats talking together in human voices. The next time the unlucky tabbies assembled in his backyard, the valiant carpenter was on the alert. Arming himself with an axe, a dirk, and a broadsword, he rushed out among them. One of them he wounded in the back, a second in the hip, and the leg of a third he maimed with his axe, but he could not capture any of them. A few days afterwards, 2 old women of the parish died, and it was said that when their bodies were laid out, there appeared on the back of one the mark as of a recent wound, and a similar scar upon the hip of the other. The carpenter and his maid were convinced that they were the very cats, and the whole county repeated the same story. Every one was upon the lookout for proofs corroborative. A very remarkable one was soon discovered. Nanny Gilbert, a wretched old creature of upwards of 70 years of age, was found in bed with her leg broken. As she was ugly enough for a witch, it was asserted that she also was one of the cats that had fared so ill at the hands of the carpenter. The latter, when informed of the popular suspicion, asserted that he distinctly remembered to have struck one of the cats a blow with the back of his broadsword, which ought to have broken her leg. Nanny was immediately dragged from her bed and thrown into prison. Before she was put to the torture, she explained in a very natural and intelligible manner how she had broken her limb, but this account did not give satisfaction. The professional persuasions of the torturer made her tell a different tale, and she confessed that she was indeed a witch, and had been wounded by Montgomery on the night stated; that the 2 old women recently deceased were witches also, besides about a score of others whom she named. The poor creature suffered so much by the removal from her own home, and the tortures inflicted upon her, that she died the next day in prison. Happily for the persons she had named in her confession, Dundas of Arniston, at that time the king's advocate general, wrote to the sheriff deputy, one Captain Ross of Littledean, cautioning him not to proceed to trial, the "thing being of too great difficulty and beyond the jurisdiction of an inferior court." Dundas himself examined the precognition with great care, and was so convinced of the utter folly of the whole case that he quashed all further proceedings. We find this same sheriff deputy of Caithness very active 4 years afterwards in another trial for witchcraft. In spite of the warning he had received that all such cases were to be tried in future by the superior courts, he condemned to death an old woman at Dornoch, upon the charge of bewitching the cows and pigs of her neighbours. This poor creature was insane, and actually laughed and clapped her hands at sight of "the bonny fire" that was to consume her. She had a daughter who was lame both of her hands and feet, and one of the charges brought against her was that she had used this daughter as a pony in her excursions to join the devil's Sabbath, and that the devil himself had shod her and produced lameness. This was the last execution that took place in Scotland for witchcraft. The penal statutes were repealed in 1736, and, as in England, whipping, the pillory, or imprisonment were declared the future punishments of all pretenders to magic or witchcraft. Still, for many years after this, the superstition lingered both in England and Scotland, and in some districts is far from being extinct even at this day. But before we proceed to trace it any further than to its legal extinction, we have yet to see the frightful havoc it made in continental Europe from the commencement of the 17th to the middle of the 18th century. France, Germany, and Switzerland were the countries which suffered most from the epidemic. The number of victims in these countries during the 16th century has already been mentioned, but at the early part of the 17th the numbers are so great, especially in Germany, that were they not to be found in the official records of the tribunals, it would be almost impossible to believe that mankind could ever have been so maddened and deluded. To use the words of the learned and indefatigable Horst, "The world seemed to be like a large madhouse for witches and devils to play their antics in." Satan was believed to be at everybody's call to raise the whirlwind, draw down the lightning, blight the productions of the earth, or destroy the health and paralyze the limbs of man. This belief, so insulting to the majesty and beneficence of the Creator, was shared by the most pious ministers of religion. Those who in their morning and evening prayers acknowledged the one true God and praised him for the blessings of the seed time and the harvest, were convinced that frail humanity could enter into a compact with the spirits of hell to subvert his laws and thwart all his merciful intentions. Successive popes, from Innocent VIII downwards, promulgated this degrading doctrine, which spread so rapidly that society seemed to be divided into two great factions, the bewitching and the bewitched. The commissioners named by Innocent VIII to prosecute the witch trials in Germany were Jacob Sprenger, so notorious for his work on demonology, entitled the Malleus Maleficarum, or Hammer to Knock Down Witches, Henry Institutor, a learned jurisconsult, and the Bishop of Strasbourg. Bamberg, Treves, Cologne, Paderborn, and Würzburg were the chief seats of the commissioners, who, during their lives alone, condemned to the stake, on a very moderate calculation, upwards of 3,000 victims. The number of witches so increased that new commissioners were continually appointed in Germany, France, and Switzerland. In Spain and Portugal, the Inquisition alone took cognizance of the crime. It is impossible to search the records of those dark, but now happily non-existing tribunals, but the mind recoils with affright, even to form a guess of the multitudes who perished. The mode of trial in the other countries is more easily ascertained. Sprenger in Germany and Bodinus and Del Rio in France have left but too ample a record of the atrocities committed in the much-abused names of justice and religion. Bodinus, of great repute and authority in the 17th century, says, quote, "The trial of this offense must not be conducted like other crimes. Whoever adheres to the ordinary course of justice perverts the spirit of the law, both divine and human. He who is accused of sorcery should never be acquitted, unless the malice of the prosecutor be clearer than the sun, for it is so difficult to bring full proof of this secret crime that out of 1,000,000 of witches not one would be convicted if the usual course were followed." End quote. Henri Boguet, a witch-finder who styled himself the Grand Judge of Witches for the territory of St. Cloud, drew up a code for the guidance of all persons engaged in the witch trials, consisting of 70 articles, quite as cruel as the Code of Bodinus. In this document he affirms that a mere suspicion of witchcraft justifies the immediate arrest and torture of the suspected person. If the prisoner muttered, looked on the ground, and did not shed any tears, all these were proofs positive of guilt. In all cases of witchcraft, the evidence of the child ought to be taken against its parent, and persons of notoriously bad character, although not to be believed upon their oaths on the ordinary occasions of dispute that might arise between man and man, were to be believed if they swore that any person had bewitched them. Who, when he hears that this diabolical doctrine was the universally received opinion of the ecclesiastical and civil authorities, can wonder that thousands upon thousands of unhappy persons should be brought to the stake, that Cologne should for many years burn its 300 witches annually, the district of Bamberg its 400, Nuremberg, Geneva, Paris, Toulouse, Lyon, and other cities their 200. A few of these trials may be cited, taking them in the order of priority as they occurred in different parts of the continent. In 1595, an old woman residing in a village near Constance, angry at not being invited to share the sports of the country people on a day of public rejoicing, was heard to mutter something to herself, and was afterwards seen to proceed through the fields towards a hill where she was lost sight of. A violent thunderstorm arose about 2 hours afterwards, which wet the dancers to the skin and did considerable damage to the plantations. This woman, suspected before of witchcraft, was seized and imprisoned, and accused of having raised the storm by filling a hole with wine and stirring it about with a stick. She was tortured till she confessed, and was burned alive the next evening. City of Lyon. About the same time, 2 sorcerers in Toulouse were accused of having dragged a crucifix about the streets at midnight, stopping at times to spit upon and kick it, and uttering at intervals an exorcism to raise the devil. The next day a hailstorm did considerable damage to the crops, and a girl, the daughter of a shoemaker in the town, remembered to have heard in the night the execrations of the wizards. Her story led to their arrest. The usual means to produce confession were resorted to. The wizards owned that they could raise tempests whenever they pleased, and named several persons who possessed similar powers. They were hanged, and then burned in the marketplace, and 7 of the persons they had mentioned shared the same fate. Hoppo and Stadlin, 2 noted wizards of Germany, were executed in 1599. They implicated 20 or 30 witches who went about causing women to miscarry, bringing down the lightning of heaven, and making maidens bring forth toads. To this latter fact several girls were found to swear most positively. Stadlin confessed that he had killed 7 infants in the womb of one woman. Bodinus highly praises the exertions of a witch-finder named Nider, in France, who prosecuted so many that he could not calculate them. Some of these witches could, by a single word, cause people to fall down dead. Others made women go with child 3 years instead of 9 months, while others, by certain invocations and ceremonies, could turn the faces of their enemies upside down, or twist them round to their backs. Although no witness was ever procured who saw persons in this horrible state, the witches confessed that they had the power and exercised it. Nothing more was wanting to ensure the stake. At Amsterdam, a crazy girl confessed that she could cause sterility in cattle and bewitch pigs and poultry by merely repeating the magic words Turius und Shurius Inturius. She was hanged and burned. Another woman in the same city, named Cornelis van Purmerund, was arrested in consequence of some disclosures the former had made. A witness came forward and swore that she one day looked through the window of her hut and saw Cornelis sitting before a fire muttering something to the devil. She was sure it was to the devil because she heard him answer her. Shortly afterwards, 12 black cats ascended out of the floor and danced on their hind legs around the witch for the space of about half an hour. They then vanished with a horrid noise and leaving a disagreeable smell behind them. She also was hanged and burned. End of Chapter 2, Part 7. Recording by Linda Johnson.